Section 0 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rebecca Brownett-Plunkett. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 3, by Samuel Richardson. Letters of Volume 3. Letter 1, Miss Howe to Clarissa. Is astonished, confounded, aghast. Repeats her advice to Mary Lovelace. Letter 2. Clarissa to Miss Howe. Gives a particular account of her meeting Lovelace, of her vehement contention with him, and at last of her being terrified out of her predetermined resolution, and tricked away. Her grief and compunction of heart upon it. Lays all to the fault of corresponding with him at first against paternal prohibition. Is incensed against him for his artful dealings with her, and for his selfish love. Letter 3. Mr. Lovelace to Joseph Leman. A letter which lays open the whole of his contrivance to get off Clarissa. Letter 4. Joseph Leman, in answer. Letter 5. Lovelace to Belford, in ecstasy on the success of his contrivances. Well as he loves Clarissa, he would show her no mercy if he thought she preferred any man living to him. Will religiously observe the injunctions she laid upon him previous to their meeting. Letter 6. Clarissa to Miss Howe. A recriminating conversation between her and Lovelace. He reminds her of her injunctions, and instead of beseeching her to dispense with them, promises a sacred regard to them. It is not, therefore, in her power, she tells Miss Howe, to take her advice as to speedy marriage. A note on the place, justifying her conduct. Is attended by Mrs. Greme, Lord M.'s housekeeper at the Lawn, who waits on her to her sister Solmes, with whom she consents to lodge. His looks offend her. Has written to her sister for her clothes. Letter 7. Lovelace to Belford. Gives briefly the particulars of his success. Describes her person and dress on her first meeting him. Extravagant exaltation. Makes Belford question him on the honour of his designs by her, and answers doubtfully. Letter 8. Miss Howe to Clarissa. Her sentiments on her narrative. Her mother, at the instigation of Anthony Harlowe, forbids their correspondence. Mr. Hickman's zeal to serve them in it. What her family now pretend if she had not left them. How they took her supposed projected flight. Offers her money and clothes. Would have her seem to place some little confidence in Lovelace. Her brother and sister will not permit her father and uncles to cool. Letter 9, 10. Clarissa to Miss Howe. Advises her to obey her mother, who prohibits their correspondence. Declines to accept her offers of money, and why. Mr. Lovelace not a polite man. She will be as ready to place a confidence in him as he will be to deserve it. Yet, tricked away by him as she was, cannot immediately treat him with great complaisance. Blames her for her liveliness to her mother. Encloses the copy of her letter to her sister. Letter 11. Lovelace to Belford. Prides himself in his arts in the conversations between them. Is alarmed at the superiority of her talents. Considers opposition and resistance as a challenge to do his worst. His artful proceedings with Joseph Leman. Letter 12. From the same. Men need only to be known to be rakes, he says, to recommend themselves to the favour of the sex. Wishes Miss Howe were not so well acquainted with Clarissa, and why. Letter 13. From the same. Intends to set old Antony at Mrs. Howe, to prevent the correspondence between the two young ladies. Girls, not gold, his predominant passion. Rallies Belford on his person and appearance. Takes humorous notice of the two daughters of the widow Solmes. Letter 14. From the same. Father triumphs over the Harlowes. Similitude of the spider and fly. Is for having separate churches as well as separate boarding schools for the sexes. The women ought to love him, he says, and why. Prides himself that they do. Letter 15. Clarissa to Miss Howe. Particulars of an angry conference with Lovelace. Seeing her sincerely displeased, he begs the ceremony may immediately pass. He construes her bashful silence into anger, and vows a sacred regard to her injunctions. Letters 16, 17, 18. Lovelace to Belford. The pleasure of a difficult chase. Triumphs in the distress and perplexity he gave her by his artful and parading offer of marriage. His reasons for and against doing her justice. Resolves to try her to the utmost. The honour of the whole sex concerned in the issue of her trial. Matrimony, he sees, is in his power, now she is. Letter 19. Miss Howe to Clarissa. Will not obey her mother in her prohibition of their correspondence, and why. Is charmed with her spirit. Letter 20. Clarissa to Miss Howe. Knows not what she can do with Lovelace. He may thank himself for the trouble he has had on her account. Did she ever, she asks, make him any promises? Did she ever receive him as a lover? Letter 21, 22, from the same. She calls upon Lovelace to give her a faithful account of the noise and voices she heard at the garden door, which frightened her away with him. His confession and daring hints in relation to Solmes, and her brother, and Betty Barnes. She is terrified. Letter 23. Lovelace to Belford. Rejoices in the stupidity of the Harlowes. Exults in his capacity for mischief. The condescensions to which he intends to bring the lady. Libertine observations to the disadvantage of women, which may serve as cautions to the sex. Letter 24. Clarissa to Miss Howe. A conversation with Mr. Lovelace wholly agreeable. His promises of reformation. She remembers to his advantage his generosity to his Rosebud and his tenants. Writes to her Aunt Hervey. Letter 25, 26. Lovelace to Belford. His acknowledged vanity. Accounts for his plausible behaviour and specious promises and proposals. Apprehensive of the correspondence between Miss Howe and Clarissa. Loves to plague him with out-of-the-way words and phrases. Letter 27. Miss Howe to Clarissa. How to judge of Lovelace's suspicious proposals and promises. Hickman devoted to their service. Yet she treats him with ridicule. Letter 28. Clarissa to Miss Howe. Lovelace complains she hears to Mrs. Greme of her adhering to her injunctions. What means he by it, she asks, yet forgoes such opportunities as he had. She is punished for her vanity in hoping to be an example. Blames Miss Howe for her behaviour to Hickman. Letter 29. From the same. Warm dialogues with Lovelace. She is displeased with him for his affectedly bashful hints of matrimony. Mutual recriminations. He looks upon her as his, she says, by a strange sort of obligation, for having run away with her against her will. Yet but touches on the edges of matrimony neither. She is sick of herself. Letter 30. From the same. Mr. Lovelace, a perfect Proteus. He now applauds her for that treatment of him which before he had resented, and communicates to her 2 letters, one from Lady Betty Lawrance, the other from Miss Montague. She wonders he did not produce those letters before, as he must know they would be highly acceptable to her. Letter 31, 32, 33, 34. From the same. The contents of the letters from Lady Betty and Miss Montague put Clarissa in good humour with Mr. Lovelace. He hints at marriage, but pretends to be afraid of pursuing the hint. She is earnest with him to leave her, and why. He applauds her reasonings, her serious questions, and his ludicrous answer. He makes different proposals. He offers to bring Mrs. Norton to her. She is ready to blame herself for her doubts of him, but gives reasons for her caution. He writes by her consent to his friend Dolman, to procure lodgings for her in town. Letter 35. Lovelace to Belford. Glories in his contrivances. Gives an advantageous description of Clarissa's behaviour. Exults on her mentioning London. None but impudent girls, he says, should run away with a man. His farther views, plots, and designs. Letter 36. Miss Howe to Clarissa. Humorously touches on her reproofs in relation to Hickman. Observations on smooth love. Lord M.'s family greatly admire her. Approves of her spirited treatment of Lovelace, and of her going to London. Hints at the narrowness of her own mother. Advises her to keep fair with Lovelace. Letter 37-38. Clarissa to Miss Howe. Wonders not that her brother has weight to make her father irreconcilable. Copy of Mr. Dolman's answer about London lodgings. Her cautions in her choice of them. Lovelace has given her 5 guineas for Hannah. Other instances of his considerateness. Not displeased with her present prospects. Letter 39. Lovelace to Belford. Explains what is meant by Dolman's answer about the lodgings. Makes Belford object to his scheme, that she may answer the objections. Exults. Swells. Despises everybody. Importance of the minutiae. More of his arts, views, and contrivances. Letter 40. Miss Howe to Clarissa. Acquaints her with a scheme formed by her brother and Captain Singleton to carry her off. Hickman's silent charities. She despises all his sex as well as him. Ill terms on which her own father and mother lived. Extols Clarissa for her domestic good qualities. Particulars of a great contest with her mother on their correspondence. Has been slapped by her. Observations on managing wives. Letter 41, 42, 43. Clarissa to Miss Howe. A strong remonstrance on her behaviour to her mother, in which she lays down the duty of children. Accuses her of want of generosity to Hickman. Farther excuses herself on declining to accept of her money offers. Proposes a condition on which Mrs. Howe may see all they write. Letter 44. Miss Howe to Clarissa. Her mother rejects the proposed condition. Miss Howe takes thankfully her reprehensions, but will continue the correspondence. Some excuses for herself. Humorous story of game chickens. Letter 45. Clarissa to Miss Howe. Lovelace communicates her brother's and Singleton's project, but treats it with seeming contempt. She asks his advice what to do upon it. This brings on an offer of marriage from him. How it went off. Letter 46. Lovelace to Belford. He confesses his artful intentions in the offer of marriage, yet had like, he says, to have been caught in his own snares. Letter 47. Joseph Leman to Mr. Lovelace. With intelligence of a design formed against him by the Harlowes. Joseph's vile hypocrisy and selfishness. Letter 48. Lovelace. In answer. Story of Miss Betterton. Boast of his treatment of his mistresses. The artful use he makes of Joseph's intelligence. Letter 49. Clarissa to her Aunt Hervey. Complains of her silence. Hints at her not having designed to go away with Lovelace. She will open her whole heart to her, if she encourage her to do so, by the hopes of a reconciliation. Letter 50. Miss Howe to Clarissa. Observations on Lovelace's meanness, pride, and revenge. Politeness not to be expected from him. She raves at him for the artful manner in which he urges Clarissa to marry him. Advises her how to act in her present situation. Letter 51. Belford to Lovelace. Becomes a warm advocate for the lady. Gives many instructive reasons to enforce his arguments in her favour. Letter 52. Miss Hervey to Clarissa. A severe and cruel letter in answer to hers. Letter 49. It was not designed, she says, absolutely to force her to marry to her dislike. Letter 53. Clarissa to Miss Howe. Her deep regret on this intelligence for having met Lovelace. The finer sensibilities make not happy. Her fate too visibly in her power. He is unpolite, cruel, insolent, unwise, a trifler in his own happiness. her reasons why she less likes him than ever, her soul his soul's superior, her fortitude her prayer. Letter 54-55 from the same. Now indeed is her heart broken, she says, a solemn curse laid upon her by her father, her sister's barbarous letters on the occasion. Letter 56. Miss Howe to Clarissa. A letter full of generous consolation and advice. Her friendly vow. Sends her 50 guineas in the leaves of a Norris miscellaneous. Letter 57. Clarissa to Miss Howe. A faithful friend of the medicine of life. She is just setting out for London. Lovelace has offered marriage to her in so unreserved a manner that she wishes she had never written with diffidence of him. Is sorry it was not in her power to comply with his earnest solicitations. Returns her Norris, and why. Letter 58-59. Miss Howe to Clarissa. Sorry she has returned to her Norris. Wishes she had accepted of Lovelace's unreserved offer of marriage. Believes herself to have a sneaking kindness for Hickman, and why. She blames Mrs. Harlowe, and why. In answer to Letter 8, Clarissa states the difference in the characters of Mr. Lovelace and Mr. Hickman, and tells her that her motives for suspending marriage were not merely ceremonious ones. Regrets Mrs. Howe's forbidding the correspondence between them. Her dutiful apology for her own mother. Lesson to children. Letter 60. Lovelace to Belford. Thinks he shall be inevitably manacled at last. The lady's extreme illness. Her filial piety gives her dreadful faith in her father's curses. She lets not Miss Howe know how very ill she was. His vows of marriage bring her back to life. Absolutely in earnest in those vows, the only time he was so. He can now talk of love and marriage without check. Descants upon Belford's letter, number 51. Letter 61. From the same. Is setting out for London. A struggle with his heart. Owns it to be a villain of a heart. A fit of strong but transitory remorse. If he do marry, he doubts he shall have a vapourish wife. Thinks it would be better for both not to marry. His libertine reasons. Lessons to the sex. Letter 62. From the same. They arrive at Mrs. Sinclair's. Sally Martin and Polly Horton set upon him. He wavers in his good purposes. Dorcas Wykes proposed, and reluctantly accepted for a servant till Hannah can come. Dorcas's character. Why he has 2 great points to carry. What they are. End of Section 0.
Letter number 1 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 3, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 1. Miss Howe to Miss Clarissa Harlowe, Tuesday, 9 o'clock. I write because you enjoin me to do so. Love you still. How can I help it if I would? You may believe how I stand aghast, your letter communicating the first news. Good God of heaven and earth, but what shall I say? I'm all impatient for particulars. Lord have mercy upon me, but can it be? My mother will indeed be astonished. How can I tell her? It was but last night, upon some jealousies put into her head by your foolish uncle, that I assured her, and this upon the strength of your own assurances, that neither man nor devil would be able to induce you to take a step that was in the least derogatory to the most punctilious honour. But once more, can it be? What woman at this rate? But God preserve you. Let nothing escape you in your letters. Direct them for me, however, to Miss Knollys till further notice. Observe, my dear, that I don't blame you by all this. Your relations only are in fault. Yet how you came to change your mind is the surprising thing. How to break it to my mother I know not. Yet if she hear it first from any other, and find I knew it before, she will believe it to be my connivance. Yet, as I hope to live, I know not how to break it to her. But this is teasing you, I am sure, without intention. Let me now repeat my former advice. If you are not married by this time, be sure delay not the ceremony. Since things are as they are, I wish it were thought that you were privately married before you went away. If these men plead authority to our pain, then we are theirs. Why should we not, in such a case as this, make some good out of the hatred word, for our reputation, when we are induced to violate a more natural one? Your brother and sister, that vexes me almost as much as anything, have now their ends. Now, I suppose, will go forward alterations of wills, and such like spiteful things. Miss Lloyd and Miss Biddulph this moment send up their names. They are out of breath, Kitty says, to speak to me. Easy to guess their errand. I must see my mother before I see them. I have no way but to show her your letter to clear myself. I shall not be able to say a word till she has run herself out of her first breath. Forgive me, my dear. Surprise makes me write thus. If your messenger did not wait, and were not those young ladies below, I could write it over again for fear of afflicting you. I send what you write for. If there be anything else you want that is in my power, command without reserve. Your ever affectionate Anna Howe. End of Letter 1.
Letter 2 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 3, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 2. Miss Clarissa Harlowe to Miss Howe, Tuesday night. I think myself obliged to thank you, my dear Miss Howe, for your condescension in taking notice of a creature who has occasioned you so much scandal. I am grieved on this account as much, I verily think, as for the evil itself. Tell me, but yet I am afraid to know, what your mother said. I long, and yet I dread to be told what the young ladies, my companions, now never more perhaps to be so, say of me. They cannot, however, say worse of me than I will of myself. Self-accusation shall flow in every line of my narrative where I think I am justly censurable. If anything can arise from the account I am going to give you, for extenuation of my fault, for that is all a person can hope for who cannot excuse herself, I know I may expect it from your friendship, though not from the charity of any other, since by this time I doubt not every mouth is opened against me, and all that know Clarissa Harlowe condemn the fugitive daughter. After I had deposited my letter to you, written down to the last hour, as I may say, I returned to the Ivy summer house, first taking back my letter from the loose bricks, and there I endeavored, as coolly as my situation would permit, to recollect and lay together several incidents that had passed between my aunt and me, and, comparing them with some of the contents of my cousin Dolly's letter, I began to hope that I needed not to be so very apprehensive as I have been of next Wednesday, and thus I argued with myself. Wednesday cannot possibly be the day they intend, although to intimidate me they may wish me to think it is, for the settlements are unsigned, nor have they been offered me to sign. I can choose whether I will or will not put my hand to them. Hard as it will be to refuse, if my father tender them to me. Besides, Did not my father and mother propose, if I made compulsion necessary, to go to my uncles themselves in order to be out of the way of my appeals? Whereas they intend to be present on Wednesday. And however affecting to me the thought of meeting them and all my friends in full assembly is, perhaps it is the very thing I ought to wish for, since my brother and sister had such an opinion of my interest in them, that they got me excluded from their presence as a measure which they thought previously necessary to carry on their designs. Nor have I reason to doubt but that, as I had before argued with myself, I shall be able to bring over some of my relations to my party, and, being brought face to face with my brother, that I shall expose his malevolence, and of consequence weaken his power. Then, supposing the very worst, challenging the minister as I shall challenge him, he will not presume to proceed. Nor surely will Mr. Solmes dare to accept my refusing and struggling hand. And finally, if nothing else will do, nor procure me delay, I can plead scruples of conscience, and even pretend prior obligation. For, my dear, I have given Mr. Lovelace room to hope, as you will see in one of my letters in your hands, that I will be no other man's while he is single, and gives me not wilful and premeditated cause of offence against him, and this in order to rein in his resentment on the declared animosity of my brother and uncles to him. And as I shall appeal, or refer my scruples on this head, to the good Dr. Lewin, it is impossible but that my mother and aunt, if nobody else, must be affected with this plea. Revolving cursorily these things, I congratulated myself that I had resolved against going away with Mr. Lovelace. I told you, my dear, that I would not spare myself, and I enumerate these particulars as so many arguments to condemn the actions I have been so unhappily betrayed into. An argument that concludes against me with the greater force, as I must acknowledge, that I was apprehensive, that what my cousin Dolly mentions as from Betty, and from my sister, who told her that she should tell me in order to make me desperate, and perhaps to push me upon some such step as I have been driven to take, as the most effectual means to ruin me with my father and uncles. God forgive me if I judge too harshly of their views, but if I do not, it follows that they laid a wicked snare for me, and that I have been caught in it. And now they triumph, if they can triumph, in the ruin of a sister who never wished or intended to hurt them. As the above kind of reasoning had lessened my apprehensions as to the Wednesday, it added to those I had of meeting Mr. Lovelace, now, as it seemed, not only the nearest, but the heaviest evil, principally indeed because nearest. For little did I dream, foolish creature that I was, and every way beset, of the event proving what it has proved. I expected a contention with him, 'tis true, as he had not my letter. But I thought it would be very strange, as I mentioned in one of my former, if I, who had so steadily held out against characters so venerable, against authorities so sacred, as I may say, when I thought them unreasonably exerted, should not find myself more equal to such a trial as this, especially as I had so much reason to be displeased with him for not having taken away my letter. On what a point of time may one's worldly happiness depend! Had I but 2 hours more to consider of the matter, and to attend to and improve upon these new lights, as I may call them, but even then perhaps I might have given him a meeting. Fool that I was! What had I to do to give him hope that I would personally acquaint him with the reason for my change of mind, if I did change it? Oh, my dear, an obliging temper is a very dangerous temper. By endeavouring to gratify others, it is evermore disobliging itself. When the bell rang to call the servants to dinner, Betty came to me and asked if I had any commands before she went to hers, repeating her hint that she should be employed, adding that she believed it was expected that I should not come up till she came down, or till I saw my aunt or Miss Harvey. I asked her some questions about the cascade, which had been out of order and lately mended, and expressed a curiosity to see how it played, in order to induce her, how cunning to cheat myself, as it proved, to go thither, if she found me not where she left me, it being a part of the garden most distant from the ivy summer-house. She could hardly have got into the house when I heard the first signal. Oh, how my heart fluttered! But no time was to be lost. I stepped to the garden door, and seeing a clear coast, unbolted the already unlocked door, and there was he, all impatience, waiting for me. A panic next to fainting seized me when I saw him. My heart seemed convulsed, and I trembled so that I should hardly have kept my feet had he not supported me. Fear nothing, dearest creature, said he. Let us hasten away. The chariot is at hand, and, by this sweet condescension, you have obliged me beyond expression or return. Recovering my spirits a little, as he kept drawing me after him, "Oh, Mr. Lovelace," said I cannot go with you. Indeed I cannot. I wrote you word so. Let go my hand, and you shall see my letter. It is lain there from yesterday morning till within this half hour. I bid you watch to the last for a letter from me, lest I should be obliged to revoke the appointment, and had you followed the direction, you would have found it. I have been watched, my dearest life, said he, half out of breath. I have been watched in every step I took, and my trusty servant has been watched too, ever since Saturday, and dared not to come near your wall, and here we shall be discovered in a moment. Speed away, my charmer, this is the moment of your deliverance. If you neglect this opportunity, you can never have such another. What is it you mean, sir? Let go my hand, for I tell you, struggling vehemently, that I will sooner die than go with you. Good God, said he, with a look of wildness and surprise, what is it I hear? But, still drawing me after him as he retreated farther from the door, it is no time to argue. By all that's good, you must go. Surely you cannot doubt my honour, nor give me cause to question your own. As you value me, Mr. Lovelace, urge me no farther. I come fixed and resolved. Let me give you the letter I have written. My further reasons shall follow, and they will convince you that I ought not to go. Nothing, madam, can convince me. By all that's sacred, I will not leave you. To leave you now would be to lose you for ever. Am I to be thus compelled? Interrupted I, with equal indignation and vehemence. Let go my hands. I am resolved not to go with you, and I will convince you that I ought not. All my friends expect you, madam. All your own are determined against you. Wednesday next is the day. the important, perhaps the fatal day. Would you stay to be Solmes's wife? Can this be your determination at last? No, never, never will I be that man's. But I will not go with you. Draw me not thus. How dare you, sir? I would not have seen you but to tell you so. I had not met you but for fear you would have been guilty of some rashness. And once more I will not go. What mean you? Striving with all my force to get from him. What can have possessed my angel, said he, quitting my hands, and with a gentler voice, that after so much ill usage from your relations, vows so solemn on my part, an affection so ardent, you stab me with a refusal to stand by your own appointment? We have no time to talk, Mr. Lovelace. I will give you my reasons at a better opportunity. I cannot go with you now, and once more urge me no farther. Surely I am not to be compelled by everybody. I see how it is, said he, with a dejected but passionate air. What a severe fate is mine! At length your spirit is subdued. Your brother and sister have prevailed, and I must give up all my hopes to a wretch so truly despicable. Once more I tell you, interrupted I never will be his. All may end on Wednesday differently from what you expect. And it may not. And then, good heavens! It is to be their last effort, as I have reason to believe. And I have reason to believe so too, since if you stay, you will inevitably be Solmes's wife. Not so, interrupted I. I have obliged them in one point. They will be in good humour with me. I shall gain time at least. I am sure I shall. I have several ways to gain time. And what, madam, will gaining time do? It is plain you have not a hope beyond that. It is plain you have not, by putting all upon that precarious issue. O my dearest, dearest life, let me beseech you not to run a risk of this consequence. I can convince you that it will be more than a risk if you go back, that you will on Wednesday next be Solmes's wife. Prevent, therefore, now that it is in your power to prevent, the fatal mischief that will follow such a dreadful certainty. While I have any room for hope, it concerns your honour, Mr. Lovelace, as well as mine, if you have the value for me you pretend, and wish me to believe you, that my conduct in this great point should justify my prudence. Your prudence, madam? When has that been questionable? Yet what stead has either your prudence or your duty stood you in with people so strangely determined? And then he pathetically enumerated the different instances of the harsh treatment I had met with, imputing all to the malice and caprice of a brother who had set everybody against him, and insisting that I had no other way to bring about a reconciliation with my father and uncles than by putting myself out of the power of my brother's inveterate malice. Your brother's whole reliance, proceeded he, has been upon your easiness to bear his insults. Your whole family will seek to you, when you have freed yourself from this disgraceful oppression, when they know you are with those who can and will right you, they will give up to you your own estate. Why then, putting his arms around me, and again drawing me with a gentle force after him, do you hesitate a moment? Now is the time. Fly with me then, I beseech you, my dearest creature. Trust your persecuted adorer. Have we not suffered in the same cause? If any imputations are cast upon you, give me the honour, as I shall be found to deserve it, to call you mine. And when you are so, shall I not be able to protect both your person and character? Urge me no more, Mr. Lovelace, I conjure you. You yourself have given me a hint, which I shall speak plainer to than prudence, perhaps, on any other occasion would allow. I am convinced that Wednesday next, if I had time I would give you my reasons, is not intended to be the day we had both so much dreaded, and if, after that day shall be over, I find my friends determined in Mr. Solmes's favour, I will then contrive some way to meet you with Miss Howe, who is not your enemy. And when the solemnity has passed, I shall think that step a duty, which till then will be criminal to take, since now my father's authority is unimpeached by any greater. Dearest Madam, nay, Mr. Lovelace, if you now dispute, if, after this more favourable declaration than I had the thought of making, you are not satisfied, I shall know what to think both of your gratitude and generosity. The case, madam, admits not of this alternative. I am all gratitude upon it. I cannot express how much I should be delighted with the charming hope you have given me, were you not next Wednesday, if you stay, to be another man's. Think, dearest creature, what an heightening of my anguish the distant hope you bid me look up to is, taken in this light. Depend upon it, I will die sooner than be Mr. Solmes's. If you would have me rely upon your honour, why should you doubt of mine? I doubt not your honour, madam. Your power is all I doubt. You never, never can have such another opportunity. Dearest creature, permit me, and he was again drawing me after him. Whither, sir, do you draw me? Leave me this moment. Do you seek to keep me till my return shall grow dangerous or impracticable? This moment let me go, if you would have me think tolerably of you. My happiness, madam, both here and hereafter, and the safety of all your implacable family, depend upon this moment. To Providence, Mr. Lovelace, and to the law, will I leave the safety of my friends. You shall not threaten me into a rashness that my heart condemns. Shall I, to promote your happiness, as you call it, depend upon future peace of mind? You trifle with me, my dear life, just as our better prospects begin to open. The way is clear, just now it is clear, but you may be prevented in a moment. What is it you doubt? May I perish eternally if your will shall not be a law to me in everything. All my relations expect you. Next Wednesday, dearest creature, think of next Wednesday. And to what is it I urge you, but to take a step that, sooner than any other, will reconcile you to all whom you have most reason to value in your family? Let me judge for myself, sir. Do not you, who blame my friends for endeavouring to compel me, yourself seek to compel. I won't bear it. Your earnestness gives me greater apprehensions and greater reluctance. Let me go back, then. Let me, before it is too late, go back, that it may not be worse for both. What mean you by this forcible treatment? Is it thus that I am to judge of the entire submission to my will, which you have so often vowed? Unhand me this moment, or I will cry out for help. I will obey you, my dearest creature, and quitted my hand with a look full of tender despondency, that, knowing the violence of his temper, half concerned me for him. Yet I was hastening from him, when, with a solemn air, looking upon his sword, but catching, as it were, his hand from it, he folded both his arms, as if a sudden thought had recovered him from an intended rashness. Stay 1 moment, but 1 moment stay, O best beloved of my soul. Your retreat is secure, if you will go. The key lies at the door. But, O madam, next Wednesday, and you are Mr. Solmes's. Fly me not so eagerly. Hear me but a few words. When near the garden door I stopped, and was the more satisfied, as I saw the key there, by which I could let myself in again at pleasure. But being uneasy lest I should be missed, I told him I could stay no longer. I had already stayed too long. I would write to him all my reasons. And depend upon it, Mr. Lovelace, said I, just upon the point of stooping for the key, in order to return, I will die rather than have that man. You know what I have promised, if I find myself in danger. 1 word, madam, however, 1 word more. Approaching me, his arms still folded, as if, I thought, he would not be tempted to mischief. Remember only that I come at your appointment to redeem you at the hazard of my life from your jailers and persecutors, with a resolution, God is my witness, or may he forever blast me, that was his shocking imprecation, to be a father, uncle, brother, and, as I humbly hoped, in your own good time, a husband to you, all in one. But since I find you are so ready to cry out for help against me, which must bring down upon me the vengeance of all your family, I am contented to run all risks. I will not ask you to retreat with me. I will attend you into the garden and into the house, if I am not intercepted. Nay, be not surprised, madam. The help you would have called for, I will attend you to, for I will face them all, but not as a revenger, if they provoke me not too much. You shall see what I can further bear for your sake. And let us both see, if expostulation, and the behaviour of a gentleman to them, will not procure me the treatment due to a gentleman from them. Had he offered to draw his sword upon himself, I was prepared to have despised him for supposing me such a poor novice as to be intimidated by an artifice so common. But this resolution, uttered with so serious an air, of accompanying me into my friends, made me gasp with terror. What mean you, Mr. Lovelace? said I. I beseech you, leave me. Leave me, sir, I beseech you. Excuse me, madam, I beg you to excuse me. I have long enough skulked like a thief about these lonely walls. Long, too long, have I borne the insults of your brother and other of your relations. Absence but heightens malice. I am desperate. I have but this one chance for it. For is not the day after tomorrow Wednesday? I have encouraged virulence by my tameness, yet tame I will still be. You shall see, madam, what I will bear for your sake. My sword shall be put sheathed into your hands, and he offered it to me in the scabbard. My heart, if you please, clapping one hand upon his breast, shall afford a sheath for your brother's sword. Life is nothing if I lose you. Be pleased, madam, to show me the way into the garden, moving toward the door. I will attend you, though to my fate. But too happy, be it what it will, if I receive it in your presence. Lead on, dear creature. putting his sword into his belt. "You shall see what I can bear for you." And he stooped and took up the key and offered it to the lock, but dropped it again without opening the door, upon my earnest expostulations. "What can you mean, Mr. Lovelace?" said I. "Would you thus expose yourself? Would you thus expose me? Is this your generosity? Is everybody to take advantage thus of the weakness of my temper?" And I wept. I could not help it. He threw himself upon his knees at my feet. "Who can bear," said he, with an ardor that could not be feigned, his own eyes glistening, "who can bear to behold such sweet emotion? O charmer of my heart!" And respectfully, still kneeling, he took my hand with both his, pressing it to his lips. "Command me with you, command me from you. In every way I am implicit to obedience. But I appeal to all you know of your relations' cruelty to you, their determined malice against me, and as determined favour to the man you tell me you hate. And, oh madam, if you did not hate him, I should hardly think there would be a merit in your approbation, place it where you would. I appeal to everything you know, to all you have suffered, whether you have not reason to be apprehensive of that Wednesday, which is my terror, whether you can possibly have another opportunity, the chariot ready, my friends with impatience expecting the result of your own appointment, a man whose will shall be entirely your will, imploring you thus on his knees, imploring you to be your own mistress. That is all. Nor will I ask for your favour, but as upon full proof I shall appear to deserve it. Fortune, alliance, unobjectionable. O my beloved creature, pressing my hand once more to his lips, let not such an opportunity slip. You never, never will have such another. I bid him rise. He arose, and I told him, that were I not thus unaccountably hurried by his impatience, I doubted not to convince him that both he and I had looked upon next Wednesday with greater apprehension than was necessary. I was proceeding to give him my reasons, but he broke in upon me. "Had I, madam, but the shadow of a probability to hope what you hope, I would be all obedience and resignation. But the license is actually got, the parson is provided, the pedant Brand is the man. O my dearest creature, do these preparations mean only a trial? You know not, sir, were the worst to be intended, and weak as you think me, what a spirit I have. You know not what I can do, and how I can resist when I think myself meanly or unreasonably dealt with. Nor do you know what I have already suffered, what I have already borne, knowing to whose unbrotherly instigations all is to be ascribed." "I may expect all things, madam," interrupted he, "from the nobleness of your mind, but your spirits may fail you. What may not be apprehended from the invincible temper of a father so positive to a daughter so dutiful? Fainting will not save you. They will not, perhaps, be sorry for such an effect of their barbarity. What will signify expostulations against a ceremony performed? Must not all, the dreadful all follow, that is torture to my heart but to think of? Nobody to appeal to, of what avail will your resistance be against the consequences of a right witnessed to by the imposers of it, and those your nearest relations? I was sure, I said, of procuring a delay at least. Many ways I had to procure a delay. Nothing could be so fatal to us both as for me now to be found with him. My apprehensions on this score, I told him, grew too strong for my heart. I should think very hardly of him if he sought to detain me longer. But his acquiescence should engage my gratitude. And then, stooping to take up the key to let myself into the garden, he started, and looked as if he had heard somebody near the door, on the inside, clapping his hand on his sword. This frighted me so that I thought I should have sunk down at his feet. But he instantly reassured me. He thought, he said, he had heard a rustling against the door, but had it been so, the noise would have been stronger. It was only the effect of his apprehension for me. And then, taking up the key, he presented it to me. If you will go, madam. Yet I cannot leave you. I must enter the garden with you. Forgive me, but I must enter the garden with you. And will you thus ungenerously, Mr. Lovelace, take advantage of my fears, of my wishes to prevent mischief? I, vain fool, to be concerned for every one, nobody for me. Dearest creature, interrupted he, holding my hand, as I tremblingly offered to put the key to the lock, let me, if you will go, open the door. But once more consider, could you possibly obtain that delay which seems to be your only dependence, whether you may not be closer confined? I know they have already had that in consideration. Will you not, in this case, be prevented from corresponding either with Miss Howe or with me? Who, then, shall assist you in your escape, if escape you would? From your chamber window, only permitted to view the garden you must not enter into, how will you wish for the opportunity you now have, if your hatred to Solmes continue? But alas, that cannot continue. If you go back, it must be from the impulses of a yielding, which you'll call a dutiful, heart, tired and teased out of your own will. I have no patience, sir, to be thus constrained. Must I never be at liberty to follow my own judgment? Be the consequence what it may, I will not be thus constrained. And then, freeing my hand, I again offered the key to the door. Down the ready kneeler dropped between me and that. And can you, madam, once more on my knees let me ask you, look with an indifferent eye upon the evils that may follow? Provoked as I have been, and triumphed over, as I shall be, if your brother succeeds, my own heart shudders at times at the thoughts of what must happen. And can yours be unconcerned? Let me beseech you, dearest creature, to consider all these things, and lose not this only opportunity. My intelligence— Never, Mr. Lovelace, interrupted I, give so much credit to the words of a traitor. Your base intelligencer is but a servant. He may pretend to know more than he has grounds for, in order to earn the wages of corruption. You know not what contrivances I can find out. I was once more offering the key to the lock, when, starting from his knees, with a voice of affrightment, loudly whispering, and as if out of breath, "They are at the door, my beloved creature!" And, taking the key from me, he fluttered with it as if he would double lock it. And instantly a voice from within cried out, bursting against the door, as if to break it open, the person repeating his violent pushes, "Are you there? Come up this moment, this moment! Here they are, both together. Your pistol this moment, your gun." Then another push and another. He at the same moment drew his sword, and clapping it naked under his arm, took both my trembling hands in his, and drawing me swiftly after him, "Fly, fly, my charmer, this moment is all you have for it," said he. "Your brother, your uncles, or this Solmes, they will instantly burst the door. Fly, my dearest life, if you would not be more cruelly used than ever, if you would not see 2 or 3 murders committed at your feet. Fly, fly, I beseech you." "O Lord, help, help!" cried the fool, all in amaze and confusion, frightened beyond the power of controlling. Now behind me, now before me, now on this side, now on that, turned I my affrighted face in the same moment, expecting a furious brother here, armed servants there, an enraged sister screaming, and a father armed with terror in his countenance, more dreadful than even the drawn sword which I saw, or those I apprehended. I ran as fast as he, yet knew not that I ran, my fears adding wings to my feet, at the same time that they took all power of thinking from me. My fears, which probably would not have suffered me to know what course to take, had I not had him to urge and draw me after him, especially as I beheld a man, who must have come out of the door, keeping us in his eye, running now towards us, then back to the garden, beckoning and calling to others, whom I supposed he saw, although the turning of the wall hindered me from seeing them, and whom I imagined to be my brother, my father, and their servants. Thus terrified, I was got out of sight of the door in a very few minutes, and then, although quite breathless between running and apprehension, he put my arm under his drawn sword in the other hand, and hurried me on still faster, my voice, however, contradicting my action, crying, "No, no, no," all the while, straining my neck to look back, as long as the walls of the garden and park were within sight, until he brought me to the chariot, where, attending, were 2 armed servants of his own, and 2 of Lord M.'s on horseback. Here I must suspend my relation for a while, for now I am come to this sad period of it, my indiscretion stares me in the face, and my shame and my grief give me a compunction that is more poignant, methinks, than if I had a dagger in my heart. To have it to reflect that I should so inconsiderately give in to an interview, which, had I known either myself or him, or in the least considered the circumstances of the case, I might have supposed would put me into the power of his resolution, and out of that of my own reason. For might I not have believed that he, who thought he had cause to apprehend that he was on the point of losing a person who had cost him so much pains and trouble, would not hinder her, if possible, from returning? That he, who knew I had promised to give him up forever, if insisted as a condition of reconciliation, would not endeavour to put it out of my power to do so? In short, that he, who had artfully forborne to send for my letter, for he could not be watched, my dear, lest he should find in it a countermand to my appointment, as I myself could apprehend, although I profited by the apprehension, would want a device to keep me with him till the danger of having our meeting discovered might throw me absolutely into his power, to avoid my own worse usage, and the mischiefs which might have ensued, perhaps in my very sight, had my friends and he met. But if it shall come out that the person within the garden was his corrupted implement, employed to frighten me away with him, do you think, my dear, that I shall not have reason to hate him and myself still more? I hope his heart cannot be so deep and so vile a one. I hope it cannot. But how came it to pass that one man could get out at the garden door and no more? How that that man kept aloof, as it were, and pursued us not, nor ran back to alarm the house? My fright and my distance would not let me be certain, but really this man, as I now recollect, had the air of that vile Joseph Leman. Oh, why, my dear friends? But wherefore blame I them, when I had argued myself into a hope, not improbable, that even the dreadful trial I was to undergo so soon might turn out better than if I had been directly carried away from the presence of my once indulgent parents, who might possibly intend that trial to be the last I should have had? Would to heaven that I had stood it, however. Then, if I had afterwards done what now I have been prevailed upon, or perhaps foolishly frightened to do, I should not have been stung so much by inward reproach as now I am, and this would have been a great evil avoided. You know, my dear, that your Clarissa's mind was ever above justifying her own failings by those of others. God forgive those of my friends who have acted cruelly by me. But their faults are their own, and not excuses for mine, and mine began early, for I ought not to have corresponded with him. Oh, the vile encroacher! How my indignation at times rises at him, thus to lead a young creature, too much indeed relying upon her own strength, from evil to evil. This last evil, although the remote yet sure consequence of my first, my prohibited correspondence, by a father early prohibited. How much more properly had I acted, with regard to that correspondence, had I, once for all, when he was forbidden to visit me, and I to receive his visits, pleaded the authority by which I ought to have been bound, and denied to write to him. But I thought I could proceed, or stop, as I pleased. I supposed it concerned me more than any other, to be the arbitress of the quarrels of unruly spirits. And now I find my presumption punished, as other sins frequently are, by itself. As to this last rashness, now that it is too late, I plainly see how I ought to have conducted myself. As he knew I had but one way of transmitting to him the knowledge of what befell me, as he knew that my fate was upon a crisis with my friends, and that I had in my letter to him reserved the liberty of revocation, I should not have been solicitous whether he had got my letter or not. When he had come and found I did not answer to his signal, he would presently have resorted to the loose bricks, and there been satisfied, by the date of my letter, that it was his own fault that he had it not before. But, governed by the same pragmatical motives which induced me to correspond with him at first, I was again afraid, truly, with my foolish and busy prescience, and the disappointment would have thrown him into the way of receiving fresh insults from the same persons, which might have made him guilty of some violence to them. And so, to save him an apprehended rashness, I rushed into a real one myself, And what vexes me more is, that it is plain to me now, by all his behaviour, that he had as great a confidence in my weakness as I had in my own strength. And so, in a point entirely relative to my honour, he has triumphed, for he has not been mistaken in me, while I have in myself. Tell me, my dear Miss Howe, tell me truly, if your unbiassed heart does not despise me. It must, for your mind and mine were ever one, and I despise myself, and well I may. For could the giddiest and most inconsiderate girl in England have done worse than I shall appear to have done in the eye of the world? Since my crime will be known without the provocations, and without the artifices of the betrayer too, while it will be a high aggravation that better things were expected from me than from many others. You charge me to marry the first opportunity. Ah, my dear, another of the blessed effects of my folly. That's as much in my power now as I am myself. And can I besides give a sanction immediately to his deluding arts? Can I avoid being angry with him for tricking me thus, as I may say, and as I have called it to him, out of myself, for compelling me to take a step so contrary to all my resolutions and assurances given to you, a step so dreadfully inconvenient to myself, so disgraceful and so grievous as it must be to my dear mother, were I to be less regardful of any other of my family or friends? You don't know, nor can you imagine, my dear, how I am mortified, how much I am sunk in my own opinion. I, that was proposed for an example truly to others. Oh, that I were again in my father's house, stealing down with a letter to you, my heart beating with expectation of finding one from you. This is the Wednesday morning I dreaded so much, that I once thought of it as the day of my doom. But of the Monday, it is plain, I ought to have been most apprehensive. Had I stayed, and had the worst I dreaded happened, my friends would then have been answerable for the consequences, if any bad ones had followed. But now I have only this consolation left me, a very poor one, you'll say, that I have cleared them of blame, and taken it all upon myself. You will not wonder to see this narrative so dismally scrawled. It is owing to different pens and ink, all bad, and written in snatches of time, my hand trembling too with fatigue and grief. I will not add to the length of it by the particulars of his behaviour to me, and of our conversation at St. Albans and since, because those will come in course in the continuation of my story, which no doubt you will expect from me. Only thus much will I say, that he is extremely respectful, even obsequiously so, at present, though I am so much dissatisfied with him and myself, that he has hitherto had no great cause to praise my complaisance to him. Indeed, I can hardly at times bear the seducer in my sight. The lodgings I am in are inconvenient. I shall not stay in them, so it signifies nothing to tell you how to direct to me hither. And where my next may be, as yet I know not. He knows that I am writing to you, and has offered to send my letter, when finished, by a servant of his. But I thought I could not be too cautious, as I am now situated, in having a letter of this importance conveyed to you. Who knows what such a man may do? So very wicked a contriver! The contrivance, if a contrivance, to get me away, so insolently mean. But I hope it is not a contrivance neither. Yet, be that as it will, I must say, that the best of him, and of my prospects with him, are bad. And yet, having enrolled myself among the too late repenters, who shall pity me? Nevertheless, I will dare to hope for a continued interest in your affections. I shall be miserable indeed if I may not, and to be remembered in your daily prayers, for neither time nor accident shall ever make me cease to be your faithful and affectionate Clarissa Harlowe. End of Letter 2.
Letter number 3 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Larry Wilson. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 3, by Samuel Richardson, Chapter 3. Letter 3. Mr. Lovelace to Joseph Leman, Saturday, April 8th. Honest Joseph, at length your beloved young lady has consented to free herself from the cruel treatment she has so long borne. She is to meet me without the garden door at about 4 o'clock on Monday afternoon. I told you she had promised me to do so. She has confirmed her promise. Thank heaven she has confirmed her promise. I shall have a chariot and 6 ready in the by-road fronting the private path to Harlowe Paddock, and several of my friends and servants not far off, armed to protect her, if there be occasion, but every one charged to avoid mischief. That, you know, has always been my principal care. All my fear is that when she comes to the point, the over-niceness of her principles will make her waver and want to go back, although her honor is my honor, you know, and mine is hers. If she should, and should I be unable to prevail upon her, all your past services will avail nothing, and she will be lost to me forever. The prey, then, of that cursed Solmes, whose vile stinginess will never permit him to do good to any of the servants of the family. I have no doubt of your fidelity, honest Joseph, nor of your zeal to serve an injured gentleman and an oppressed young lady. You see by the confidence I repose in you that I have not, more particularly on this very important occasion, in which your assistance may crown the work, for if she waver, a little innocent contrivance will be necessary. Be very mindful, therefore, of the following directions. Take them into your heart. This will probably be your last trouble until my beloved and I are joined in holy wedlock, and when we will be sure to take care of you. And then we will be sure to take care of you. You know what I have promised. No man ever reproached me for breach of word. These, then, honest Joseph, are they. Contrive to be in the garden, in disguise if possible, and unseen by your young lady. If you find the garden door unbolted, you will know that she and I are together, although you should not see her go out at it. It will be locked, but my key shall be on the ground just without the door, that you may open it with yours, as it may be needful. If you hear our voices parleying, keep at the door till I cry hem, hem, twice. But be watchful for this signal, for I must not hem very loud, lest she should take it for a signal. Perhaps, in struggling to prevail upon the dear creature, I may have an opportunity to strike the door hard with my elbow or heel to confirm you, Then you are to make a violent burst against the door, as if you would break it open, drawing backward and forward the bolt in a hurry. Then with another push it, but with more noise than strength, lest the lock give way. Cry out as if you saw some of the family. Come up instantly! Here they are! Here they are! Hasten! This instant hasten! And mention swords, pistols, guns, with as terrible a voice as you can cry out with. Then shall I prevail upon her, no doubt, if loath before, to fly. If I cannot, I will enter the garden with her, and the house too, be the consequences what they will. But so affrighted, there is no question but she will fly. When you think us at a sufficient distance, and I shall raise my voice urging her swifter flight, that you may guess at that, then open the door with your key. But you must be sure to open it very cautiously, lest we should not be far enough off. I would not have her know you have a hand in this matter, out of my great regard for you. When you have opened the door, take your key out of the lock and put it in your pocket. Then, stooping for mine, put it in the lock on the inside, that it may appear as if the door was opened by herself with a key, which they will suppose to be of my procuring, it being you, and left open by us. They should conclude she is gone off by her own consent, that they may not pursue us, that they may see no hopes of tempting her back again. In either case mischief might happen, you know. But you must take notice that you are only to open the door with your key, in case none of the family come up to interrupt us, and as before we are quite gone. For if they do, you'll find by what follows that you must not open the door at all. Let them, on breaking it open, or by getting over the wall, find my key on the ground, if they will. If they do not come to interrupt us, and if you, by help of your key, come out, follow us at a distance, and with uplifted hands, and with wild impatient gestures, running backward and forward for fear you should come up too near us, and as if you saw somebody coming to your assistance, cry out for help, and to hasten. Then shall we be soon at the chariot. Tell the family that you saw me enter a chariot with her, 12 or more men on horseback attending us, all armed, some with blunderbusses, as you believe, and that we took quite the contrary way to that we should take. You see, honest Joseph, how careful I am, as well as you, to avoid mischief. Observe to keep at such a distance that she may not discover who you are. Take long strides to alter your gait, and hold up your head, honest Joseph, and she'll not know it to be you. Men's airs and gaits are as various and peculiar as their faces. Pluck a stake out of one of the hedges, and tug at it, though it may come easy. This, if she turn back, will look terrible, and account for your not following us faster. Then, returning with it shouldered, to brag to the family what you would have done, could you have overtaken us, rather than your young lady should be carried off by such a... And you may call me names, and curse me, and these airs will make you look valiant and in earnest. You see, honest Joseph, I am always contriving to give you reputation. No man suffers by serving me. But if our parley should last longer than I wish, and if any of her friends miss her before I cry hem, hem, twice, then in order to save yourself, which is a very great point with me, I assure you, make the same noise as above. But as I directed before, open not the door with your key. On the contrary, wish for a key with all your heart. But for fear any of them should by accident have a key about them, keep in readiness 6 little gravel stones, no bigger than peas, and thrust 2 or 3 slyly into the keyhole, which will hinder their key from turning round. It is good, you know, Joseph, to provide against every accident in such an important case as this. And let this be your cry, instead of the other, if any of my enemies come in your sight, as you seem to be trying to burst the door open. Sir, sir, or Madam, madam, O Lord, hasten, O Lord, hasten, Mr. Lovelace, Mr. Lovelace, and very loud, and that shall quicken me more than it shall those who you call. If it be Betty, and only Betty, I shall think worse of your art of making love than of your fidelity, if you can't find a way to amuse her and put her upon a false scent. You must tell them that your young lady seemed to run as fast off with me as I with her. This will also confirm to them that all pursuit is in vain. An end will hereby be put to Solmes' hopes, and her friends after a while will be more studious to be reconciled to her than to get her back. So you will be a happy instrument of great good to all round, and this will one day be acknowledged by both families. You will then be every one's favourite, and every good servant for the future will be proud to be likened to honest Joseph Leman. If she should guess at you or find you out, I have it already in my head to write a letter for you to copy, which occasionally produced will set you right with her. This one time be diligent, be careful. This will be the crown of all, and once more depend for recompense upon the honour of your assured friend, R. Lovelace. You need not be so much afraid of going too far with Betty. If you should make a match with her, she is a very likely creature, though a vixen, as you say. I have an admirable receipt to cure a termagant wife. Never fear, Joseph, but thou shalt be master of thine house. If she be very troublesome, I can teach thee how to break her heart in a 12-month, and honestly too, or the precept would not be mine. I enclose a new earnest of my future favour. End of Letter 3.
Letter number 4 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Brett Hirsch. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 3, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 4. To Robert Lovelace, Esquire, His Honour, Sunday morning, April 9th. Honoured Sir, I must confess I am infinitely obliged to your Honour's bounty. But this last command, it seems so intricate. Lord be merciful to me! How I've been led from little steps to great steps. And if I should be found out? But your Honour says you will take me into your Honour's service and protect me, if as I should at any time be found out, and raise my wages besides, or set me up in a good inn, which is my ambition. And you will be honourable and kind to my dearest young lady, God love her, but who can be unkind to she? I will do my best I am able, since your Honour will be apt to lose her, as your Honour says, if I do not, and a man so stingy will be apt to gain her. But mayhap, my dearest young lady will not make all this trouble needful. If she has promised, she will stand to it, I dare say. I love your Honour for contriving to save mischief so well. I thought till I knowed your Honour that you was very mischievous, and please your Honour, but find it to be clean contrary. Your Honour, it is plain, means mighty well by everybody, as far as I see, as I am sure I do myself, for I am, alt off, a very plain man, and all that a very honest one, I thank my God, and have good principles, and have kept my young lady's precepts always in mind, for she goes nowhere but saves a soul or two more or less. So, commending myself to your Honour's further favour, not forgetting the inn, when your Honour shall so please, and good one offers, for places are no inheritances nowadays,
and I hope your honour will not think me a dishonest man for sarving your honour against my duty, as it may look, but only as my conscience clears me. Be pleased, howsomever, if it like your honour, not to call me honest Joseph so often, for although I think myself very honest, and all that, yet I am touched a little, for fear I should not do the quite right thing, and too besides, your honour has such a facetious way with you, as that I hardly know whether you are in jest or earnest, when your honour calls me honest so often. I am a very plain man, and seldom have writ to such honourable gentlemen, so you will be good enough to pass by everything as I have often said, and need not now say over again. As to Mrs. Betty, I thought indeed she looked above me, but she comes on very well, natheless. I could like her better, if she was better to my young lady, but she has too much wit for so plain a man. Natheless, if she was to anger me, although it is a shame to beat a woman, yet I could make shift to throw my hat at her, or so, your honour. But that same receipt, if your honour so please, to cure a shrewish wife. It would more encourage to wed, if so be one knowed it beforehand, as one may say. So likewise, if one knowed one could honestly, as your honour says, and as of the handiwork of God, in 1 12-month. But I shall grow impertinent to such a great man, and hereafter may do for that as she turns out. For one mought be loth to be part with her, mayhap, so very soon too, especially if she was to make the notable landlady your honour put into my head. But once more, begging your honour's pardon, and promising all diligence and exactness, I rest. Your honour's dutiful servant, to command, Joseph Stephen.
End of letter 4.
Letter 5 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Larry Wilson. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 3, by Samuel Richardson, Chapter 5. Mr. Lovelace to John Belford, Esquire, St. Albans, Monday night. I snatch a few moments while my beloved is retired, as I hope to rest, to perform my promise. No pursuit, nor have I apprehensions of any, though I must make my charmer dread that there will be one. And now let me tell thee that never was joy so complete as mine. But let me inquire, is not the angel flown away? Oh no, she is in the next apartment, securely mine, mine forever. Oh ecstasy! My heart will burst my breast to leap into her bosom. I know that the whole stupid family were in a combination to do my business for me. I told thee that they were all working for me like so many ground moles. And still more blind than the moles are said to be, knowing that they did so. I myself, the director of their principal motions, which falling in with the malice of their little hearts, they took to be all their own. But did I say my joy was perfect? Oh no, it receives some abatement from my disgusted bride. For how can I endure to think that I owe more to her relations' precautions than to her favour for me, or even, as far as I know, to her preference of me to another man? But let me not indulge this thought. Were I to do so, it might cost my charmer dear. Let me rejoice that she has passed the Rubicon, that she cannot return, that, as I have ordered it, the flight will appear to the implacables to be altogether with her own consent, and that if I doubt her love, I can put her to trials as mortifying to her niceness as glorious to my pride. For let me tell thee, dearly as I love her, if I thought there was but the shadow of a doubt in her mind whether she preferred me to any man living, I would show her no mercy. Tuesday, day dawn. But on the wings of love I fly to my charmer, who perhaps by this time is rising to encourage the tardy dawn. I have not slept a wink of the hour and half I lay down to invite sleep. It seems to me that I am not so much body as to require such vulgar renovation. But why, as in the chariot, as in the inn of alighting, all heart-bursting grief, my dearest creature? So persecuted as thou wert persecuted, so much in danger of the most abhorred compulsion, yet grief so unsuspectedly sincere for an escape so critical. Take care, O beloved of my soul, for jealous is the heart in which love has erected a temple to thee. Yet it must be allowed that such a sudden transition must affect her, must ice her over. When a little more used to her new situation, when her hurries are at an end, when she sees how religiously I shall observe all her injunctions, she will undoubtedly have the gratitude to distinguish between the confinement she has escaped from and the liberty she has reason to rejoice in. She comes, and the sun is just rising to attend her. Adieu. Be half as happy as I am, for all diffidences like mighty fogs before the sun disperse at her approach. And next myself thou wilt be the happiest man in the world. End of Letter 5.
Letter 6 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 3, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 6. Miss Clarissa Harlowe to Miss Howe, Wednesday, April 12th. I will pursue my melancholy story. Being thus hurried to the chariot, it would have been to no purpose to have refused entering into it, had he not in my fright lifted me in as he did. And it instantly drove away at a full gallop, and stopped not till it brought us to St. Albans, which was just as the day shut in. I thought I should have fainted several times by the way. With uplifted hands and eyes, God protect me, said I often to myself. Can it be I that am here? My eyes running over, and my heart ready to burst with sighs as involuntarily as my flight. How different, how inexpressibly different, the gay wretch, visibly triumphing, as I could not but construe his almost rapturous joy in the success of his arts, but overflowing with complimental flourishes, yet respectfully distant his address, all the way we flew. For that, rather than galloping, was the motion of the horses, which took, as I believe, a roundabout way to prevent being traced. I have reason to think there were other horsemen at his devotion, 3 or 4 different persons, above the rank of the servants, galloping by us now and then on each side of the chariot. But he took no notice of them, and I had too much grief mingled with indignation, notwithstanding all his blandishments, to ask any questions about them or anything else. Think, my dear, what were my thoughts on alighting from the chariot, having no attendant of my own sex, no clothes but what I had on, and those little suited to such a journey as I had already taken, and was still to take, neither hood nor hat, nor anything but a handkerchief round my head and shoulders, fatigued to death, my mind still more fatigued than my body, and in such a foam the horses, that everyone in the inn we put up at guessed, they could not do otherwise, that I was a young giddy creature who had run away from her friends. This it was easy to see by their whispering and gaping. More of the people of the house also coming in by turns than were necessary for the attendance. The mistress of the house, whom he sent in to me, showed me another apartment, and seeing me ready to faint, brought me hartshorn and water, and then, upon my desiring to be left alone for half an hour, retired, for I found my heart ready to burst, on revolving everything in my thoughts, and the moment she was gone, fastening the door, I threw myself into an old great chair, and gave way to a violent flood of tears, which a little relieved me. Mr. Lovelace, sooner than I wished, sent up the gentlewoman, who pressed me, in his name, to admit my brother, or to come down to him, for he had told her I was his sister, and that he had brought me, against my will and without warning, from a friend's house, where I had been all the winter, in order to prevent my marrying against the consent of my friends, to whom he was now conducting me, and that, having given me no time for a travelling dress, I was greatly offended at him. So, my dear, your frank, your open-hearted friend was forced to countenance this tale, which indeed suited me the better, because I was unable for some time to talk, speak, or look up, and so my dejection, and grief, and silence might very well pass before the gentlewoman and her niece who attended me, as a fit of sullenness. The room I was in, being a bedchamber, I chose to go down, at his repeated message, attended by the mistress of the house, to that in which he was. He approached me with great respect, yet not exceeding a brotherly politeness where a brother is polite, and, calling me his dearest sister, asked after the state of my mind, and hoped I would forgive him, for never brother half so well loved a sister as he me. A wretch! How naturally did he fall into the character, although I was so much out of mine. Unthinking creatures have some comfort in the shortness of their views, in their unapprehensiveness, and that they penetrate not beyond the present moment. In short, that they are unthinking. But for a person of my thoughtful disposition, who has been accustomed to look forward, as well to the possible as to the probable, what comfort can I have in my reflections? But let me give you the particulars of our conversation a little before and after our supper time, joining both in one. When we were alone, he besought me, I cannot say but with all the tokens of a passionate and respectful tenderness, to be better reconciled to myself and to him. He repeated all the vows of honour and inviolable affection that he ever made me. He promised to be wholly governed by me in every future step. He asked me to give him leave to propose, whether I chose to set out next day to either of his aunts. I was silent. I knew not what to say, nor what to do. Whether I chose to have private lodgings procured for me in either of those ladies' neighbourhood, as were once my thoughts, I was still silent. Whether I chose to go to either of Lord M.'s seats, that of Berks, or that in the county we were in. In lodgings, I said, anywhere where he was not to be. He had promised this, he owned, and he would religiously keep to his word as soon as he found all danger of pursuit over, and that I was settled to my mind. But if the place were indifferent to me, London was the safest and the most private, and his relations should all visit me there the moment I thought fit to admit them. His cousin Charlotte particularly should attend me as my companion if I would accept of her as soon as she was able to go abroad. Meantime, would I go to Lady Betty Lawrence's? Lady Sarah was a melancholy woman. I should be the most welcome guest she ever received. I told him I wished not to go. Immediately, however, and in the frame I was in, and not likely to be out of, to any of his relations, that my reputation was concerned to have him absent from me, that if I were in some private lodging, the meaner the less to be suspected, as it would be known that I went away by his means, and he would be supposed to have provided me handsome accommodations, it would be most suitable both to my mind and to my situation, that this might be best, I should think, in the country for me, in town for him, and no matter how soon he was known to be there. If he might deliver his opinion, he said, it was, that since I declined going to any of his relations, London was the only place in the world to be private in. Every newcomer in a country town or village excited a curiosity. A person of my figure, and many compliments he made me, would excite more. Even messages and letters, where none used to be brought, would occasion inquiry. He had not provided a lodging anywhere. Supposing I would choose to go either to London, where accommodations of that sort might be fixed upon in an hour's time, or to Lady Betty's, or to Lord M.'s Hertfordshire seat, where was the housekeeper, an excellent woman, Mrs. Greme, such another as my Norton. To be sure, I said, if I were pursued, it would be in their first passion, and some one of his relations' houses would be the place they would expect to find me at. I knew not what to do. My pleasure should determine him, he said, be it what it would. Only that I were safe was all he was solicitous about. He had lodgings in town, but he did not offer to propose them. He knew I would have more objections to go to them than I could to go to Lord M.'s or to Lady Betty's. No doubt of it, I replied, with such an indignation in my manner as made him run over with professions, that he was far from proposing them or wishing for my acceptance of them. And again he repeated that my honour and safety were all he was solicitous about, assuring me that my will should be a law to him in every particular. I was too peevish and too much afflicted, and indeed too much incensed against him, to take well anything he said. I thought myself, I said, extremely unhappy. I knew not what to determine upon. My reputation now, no doubt, utterly ruined, destitute of clothes, unfit to be seen by anybody, my very indigence, as I might call it, proclaiming my folly to every one who saw me, who would suppose that I had been taken at advantage, or had given an undue one, and had no power over either my will or my actions, that I could not but think I had been artfully dealt with, that he had seemed to have taken what he might suppose the just measure of my weakness, founded on my youth and inexperience, that I could not forgive myself for meeting him, that my heart bled for the distresses of my father and mother on this occasion, that I would give the world and all my hopes in it to have been still in my father's house, whatever had been my usage, that, let him protest and vow what he would, I saw something low and selfish in his love, that he could study to put a young creature upon making such a sacrifice of her duty and conscience, when a person, actuated by a generous love, must seek to oblige the object of it in everything essential to her honor and to her peace of mind. He was very attentive to all I said, never offering to interrupt me once. His answer to every article, almost methodically, showed his memory. What I had said, he told me, made him very grave, and he would answer accordingly. He was grieved at his heart to find that he had so little share in my favor or confidence. As to my reputation, he must be very sincere with me. That could not suffer half so much by the step I so regretted to have taken, as by the confinement and equally foolish and unjust treatment I had met with from my relations, that every mouth was full of blame of them, of my brother and sister particularly, and of wonder at my patience, that he must repeat what he had written to me, he believed more than once, that my friends themselves expected that I should take a proper opportunity to free myself from their persecutions. Why else did they confine me? That my exalted character, as he called it, would still bear me out with those who knew me, who knew my brothers' and sisters' motives, and who knew the wretch they were for compelling me to have. With regard to clothes, who, as matters were circumstanced, could expect that I should be able to bring away any others than those I had on at the time? For present use or wear, all the ladies of his family would take a pride to supply me. For future, the product of the best looms, not only in England, but throughout the world, were at my command. If I wanted money, as no doubt I must, he should be proud to supply me. Would to heaven he might presume to hope there were but one interest between us. And then he would fain have had me to accept of a bank-note of £100, which, unawares to me, he put into my hand, but which, you may be sure, I refused with warmth. He was inexpressibly grieved and surprised, he said, to hear me say he had acted artfully by me. He came provided, according to my confirmed appointment, a wretch to upbraid me thus, to redeem me from my persecutors, and little expected a change of sentiment, and that he should have so much difficulty to prevail upon me as he had met with, that perhaps I might think his offer to go into the garden with me, and to face my assembled relations, was a piece of art only, but that if I did, I wronged him, since to this hour, seeing my excessive uneasiness, he wished, with all his soul, he had been permitted to accompany me in. It was always his maxim to brave a threatened danger. Threateners, where they have an opportunity to put in force their threats, were seldom to be feared. But had he been assured of a private stab, or of as many death's wounds as there were persons in my family, made desperate as he should have been by my return, he would have attended me into the house. So, my dear, what I have to do is to hold myself inexcusable for meeting such a determined and audacious spirit. That's all. I have hardly any question now but that he would have contrived some wicked stratagem or other to have got me away, had I met him at a midnight hour, as once or twice I had thoughts to do, and that would have been more terrible still. He concluded this part of his talk with saying, that he doubted not but that, had he attended me in, he should have come off in every one's opinion well, and that he should have had general leave to renew his visits. He went on, he must be so bold as to tell me that he should have paid a visit of this kind, but indeed accompanied by several of his trusty friends, had I not met him, and that very afternoon too, for he could not tamely let the dreadful Wednesday come, without making some effort to change their determinations. What, my dear, was to be done with such a man? That therefore, for my sake, as well as for his own, he had reason to wish that a disease so desperate had been attempted to be overcome by as desperate a remedy. We all know, said he, that great ends are sometimes brought about by the very means by which they are endeavored to be frustrated. My present situation, I am sure, thought I, affords a sad evidence of this truth. I was silent all this time. My blame was indeed turned inward. Sometimes, too, I was half frighted at his audaciousness. At others, had the less inclination to interrupt him, being excessively fatigued, and my spirits sunk to nothing with a view even of the best prospects with such a man. This gave his opportunity to proceed, and that he did, assuming a still more serious air. As to what further remained for him to say in answer to what I had said, he hoped I would pardon him. But upon his soul he was concerned, infinitely concerned, he repeated, his colour and his voice rising, that it was necessary for him to observe how much I chose rather to have run the risk of being Solmes's wife than to have it in my power to reward a man who, I must forgive him, had been as much insulted on my account as I had been on his, who had watched my commands, and, pardon me, madam, ever changeable motion of your pen, all hours, in all weathers, and with a cheerfulness and ardour that nothing but the most faithful and obsequious passion could inspire. I now, my dear, began to revive into a little more warmth of attention. And all, madam, for what? How I stared! For he stopped then a moment or two. Only, went he on, to prevail upon you to free yourself from ungenerous and base oppressions. Sir, sir, indignantly said I, hear me but out, dearest madam. My heart is full. I must speak what I have to say. To be told, for your words are yet in my ears and at my heart, that you would give the world and all your hopes in it to have been still in your cruel and gloomy father's house. Not a word, sir, against my father. I will not bear that. Whatever had been your usage, and you have a credulity, madam, against all probability, if you believe you should have avoided being Solmes's wife. That I have put you upon sacrificing your duty and conscience, yet, dearest creature, see you not the contradiction that your warmth of temper has surprised you into, when the reluctance you showed to the last to leave your persecutors has cleared your conscience from the least reproach of this sort? Oh, sir, sir, are you so critical then? Oh, sir, sir, are you so critical then? Are you so light in your anger as to dwell upon words? Indeed, my dear, I have since thought that his anger was not owing to that sudden impetus which cannot be easily bridled, but rather was a sort of manageable anger let loose to intimidate me. Forgive me, madam, I have just done. Have I not, in your opinion, hazarded my life to redeem you from oppression? Yet is not my reward, after all, precarious? For, madam, have you not conditioned with me, and, hard as the condition is, most sacredly will I observe it, that all my hope must be remote, that you are determined to have it in your power to favor or reject me totally, as you please? See, my dear, in every respect my condition changed for the worse. Is it in my power to take your advice, if I should think it ever so right to take it? Note: Clarissa had been censured as behaving to Mr. Lovelace in their first conversation at St. Albans, and afterwards with too much reserve, and even with haughtiness. Surely those who have thought her to blame on this account have not paid a due attention to the story. How early, as above, and in what immediately follows, does he remind her of the terms of distance which she had prescribed to him before she was in his power, in hopes to leave the door open for a reconciliation with her friends, which her heart was set upon. And how artfully does he, unrequired, promise to observe the conditions in which she, in her present circumstances and situation, in pursuance of Miss Howe's advice, would gladly have dispensed with, to say nothing of the resentment she was under a necessity to show at the manner of his getting her away, in order to justify to him the sincerity of her refusal to go off with him. See, in her subsequent letter to Miss Howe, No. 9, her own sense upon the subject. And note: And have you not furthermore declared, proceeded he, that you will engage to renounce me forever, if your friends insist upon that cruel renunciation as the terms of being reconciled to you? But nevertheless, madam, all the merit of having saved you from an odious compulsion shall be mine. I glory in it, though I were to lose you forever, as I see I am but too likely to do from your present displeasure, and especially if your friends insist upon the terms you are ready to comply with. That you are your own mistress through my means is, I repeat, my boast. As such, I humbly implore your favor, and that only upon the conditions I have yielded to hope for it. As I do now, thus humbly, the proud wretch falling on one knee, your forgiveness for so long detaining your ear, and for all the plain dealing that my undesigning heart would not be denied to utter by my lips. O sir, pray rise. Let the obliged kneel, if one of us must kneel. But nevertheless, proceed not in this strain, I beseech you. You have had a great deal of trouble about me, but had you let me know in time that you expected to be rewarded for it at the price of my duty, I should have spared you much of it. Far be it from me, sir, to depreciate merit so extraordinary, but let me say that had it not been for the forbidden correspondence I was teased by you into, and which I had not continued, every letter for many letters intended to be the last, but because I thought you a sufferer from my friends, I had not been either confined or ill-treated, nor would my brother's low-meant violence have had a foundation to work upon. I am far from thinking my case would have been so very desperate as you imagine had I stayed. My father loved me in his heart. He would not see me before, and I wanted only to see him and to be heard, and a delay of his sentence was the least thing I expected from the trial I was to stand. You are boasting of your merit, sir. Let merit be your boast. Nothing else can attract me. If personal considerations had principal weight with me, either in Solmes's disfavor or in your favor, I shall despise myself. If you value yourself upon them, in preference to the person of the poor Solmes, I shall despise you. You may glory in your fancied merits in getting me away, but the cause of your glory, I tell you plainly, is my shame. Make to yourself a title to my regard, which I can better approve of, or else you will not have so much merit with me as you have with yourself. But here, sir, like the first pair, I, at least, driven out of my paradise, are we recriminating. No more shall you need to tell me of your sufferings and your merits, your all hours and all weathers, for I will bear them in memory as long as I live, and if it be impossible for me to reward them, be ever ready to own the obligation. All that I desire of you now is, to leave it to myself to seek for some private abode, to take the chariot with you to London or elsewhere, and if I have any further occasion for your assistance and protection, I will signify it to you, and be still further obliged to you. You are warm, my dearest life, but indeed there is no occasion for it. Had I any views unworthy of my faithful love for you, I should not have been so honest in my declarations. Then he began again to vow the sincerity of his intentions, but I took him up short. I am willing to believe you, sir. It would be insupportable but to suppose there were a necessity for such solemn declarations. At this he seemed to collect himself, as I may say, into a little more circumspection. If I thought there were, I would not sit with you here in a public inn, I assure you, although cheated hither, as far as I know, by methods, you must excuse me, sir, which, but to suspect, will hardly let me have patience, either with you or with myself. But no more of this just now. Let me, I beseech you, good sir, bowing, I was very angry. Let me only know whether you intend to leave me, or whether I have only escaped from one confinement to another. Cheated hither, as far as I know, madam? Let you know, and with that air too charming, though grievous to my heart, if you have only escaped from one confinement to another? Amazing! Perfectly amazing! And can there be a necessity for me to answer this? You are absolutely your own mistress. It was very strange if you were not. The moment you are in a place of safety, I will leave you. To one condition only, give me leave to beg your consent. It is this, that you will be pleased, now you are so entirely in your own power, to renew a promise voluntarily made before. Voluntarily, or I would not now presume to request it. For although I would not be thought capable of growing upon concession, yet I cannot bear to think of losing the ground your goodness had given me room to hope I had gained, that, make up how you please with your relations, you will never marry any other man while I am living and single, unless I should be so wicked as to give new cause for high displeasure. I hesitate not to confirm this promise, sir, upon your own condition. In what manner do you expect to confirm it? Only, madam, by your word. Then I never will. He had the assurance, I was now in his power, to salute me as a sealing of my promise, as he called it. His motion was so sudden that I was not aware of it. It would have looked affected to be very angry, yet I could not be pleased, considering this as a leading freedom from a spirit so audacious and encroaching, and he might see that I was not. He passed all that by with an air peculiar to himself. Enough, enough, dearest madam. And now let me beg of you but to conquer this dreadful uneasiness, which gives me to apprehend too much for my jealous love to bear, and it shall be my whole endeavour to deserve your favour, and to make you the happiest woman in the world, as I shall be the happiest of men. I broke from him to write to you my preceding letter, but refused to send it by his servant, as I told you. The mistress of the house helped me to a messenger, who was to carry what you should give him to Lord M.'s seat in Hertfordshire, directed for Mrs. Greme, the housekeeper there. And early in the morning, for fear of pursuit, we were to set out that way, and there he proposed to change the chariot and six for a chaise and pair of his own, which he had at that seat, as it would be a less noticed conveyance. I looked over my little stock of money, and found it to be no more than 7 guineas and some silver. The rest of my stock was but 50 guineas, and that 5 more than I thought it was, when my sister challenged me as to the sum I had by me, and those I left in my escritoire, little intending to go away with him. Indeed, my case abounds with a shocking number of indelicate circumstances. Among the rest, I was forced to account to him, who knew I could have no clothes but what I had on, how I came to have linen with me, for he could not but know I sent for it, lest he should imagine I had an early design to go away with him, and made that part of the preparation. He most heartily wished, he said, for my mind's sake, that your mother would have afforded me her protection, and delivered himself upon this subject with equal freedom and concern. There are, my dear Miss Howe, a multitude of punctilios and decorums which a young creature must dispense with, who, in a situation like mine, makes a man the intimate attendant of her person. I could now, I think, give 20 reasons stronger than any I have heretofore mentioned, why women of the least delicacy should never think of incurring the danger and the disgrace of taking the step I have been drawn in to take, but with horror and aversion, and why they should look upon the man who should tempt them to it as the vilest and most selfish of seducers. Before 5 o'clock Tuesday morning, the maidservant came up to tell me that my brother was ready, and that breakfast also waited for me in the parlor. I went down with a heart as heavy as my eyes, and received great acknowledgments and compliments from him on being so soon dressed and ready, as he interpreted it, to continue on our journey. He had the thought, which I had not, for what had I to do with thinking, who had it not when I stood most in need of it, to purchase for me a velvet hood with a short cloak trimmed with silver, without saying anything to me. He must reward himself, the artful encroacher said, before the landlady and her maids and niece, for his forethought, and would salute his pretty sullen sister. He took his reward, and, as he said before, a tear with it, while he assured me, still before them, a vile wretch, that I had nothing to fear from meeting with parents who so dearly loved me. How could I be complaisant, my dear, to such a man as this? When we had got in the chariot, and it began to move, he asked me whether I had any objection to go to Lord M.'s Hertfordshire seat. His lordship, he said, was at his Berkshire one. I told him I chose not to go, as yet, to any of his relations, for that would indicate a plain defiance to my own. My choice was to go to a private lodging, and for him to be at a distance from me, at least till I heard how things were taken by my friends, for that, although I had but little hopes of a reconciliation as it was, yet if they knew I was in his protection, or in that of any of his friends, which would be looked upon as the same thing, there would not be room for any hopes at all. I should govern him as I pleased, he solemnly assured me, in everything. But he still thought London was the best place for me, and if I were once safe there, and in a lodging to my liking, he would go to M. Hall. But as I approved not of London, he would urge it no further. He proposed, and I consented, to put up at an inn in the neighbourhood of the Lawn, as he called Lord M.'s seat in this county, since I chose not to go thither. And here I got 2 hours to myself, which I told him I should pass in writing another letter to you, meaning my narrative, which, though greatly fatigued, I had begun at St. Albans, and in one to my sister, to apprise the family, whether they were solicitous about it or not, that I was well, and to beg that my clothes, some particular books, and the 50 guineas I had left in my escritoire might be sent to me. He asked if I had considered whither to have them directed. Indeed, not I told him. I was a stranger to— So was he interrupted me, but it struck him by chance. Wicked story-teller! But, added he, I will tell you, madam, how it shall be managed. If you don't choose to go to London, it is, nevertheless, best that your relations should think you there, for then they will absolutely despair of finding you. If you write, be pleased to direct to be left for you at Mr. Osgood's, near Soho Square. Mr. Osgood is a man of reputation, and this will effectually amuse them. Amuse them, my dear! Amuse whom? My father? My uncles? But it must be so. All his expedients ready, you see. I had no objection to this, and I have written accordingly. But what answer I shall have, or whether any, that is what gives me no small anxiety. This, however, is one consolation, that if I have an answer, and although my brother should be the writer, it cannot be more severe than the treatment I have of late received from him and my sister. Mr. Lovelace stayed out about an hour and half, and then came in, impatiently sending up to me no less than 4 times to desire admittance. But I sent him word as often that I was busy, and at last that I should be so till dinner was ready. He then hastened that, as I heard him now and then, with a hearty curse upon the cook and waiters. This is another of his perfections. I ventured afterwards to check him for his free words as we sat at dinner, having heard him swear at his servant when below, whom, nevertheless, he owns to be a good one. It is a sad life, said I, these innkeepers live, Mr. Lovelace. No, pretty well, I believe. But why, madam, think you, that fellows who eat and drink at other men's cost, or they are sorry innkeepers, should be entitled to pity? Because of the soldiers they are obliged to quarter, who are generally, I believe, wretched profligates. Bless me, said I, how I heard one of them swear and curse just now at a modest, meek man, as I judge by his low voice and gentle answers. Well do they make it a proverb, like a trooper. He bit his lip, arose, turned upon his heel, stepped to the glass, and looking confidently abashed, if I may say so, Ay, madam, said he, these troopers are sad, swearing fellows. I think their officers should chastise them for it. I am sure they deserve chastisement, replied I, for swearing is a most unmanly vice, and cursing as poor and low a one, since they proclaim the profligate's want of power and his wickedness at the same time. For, could such a one punish as he speaks, he would be a fiend. Charmingly observed, by my soul, madam. The next trooper I hear swear and curse, I'll tell him what an unmanly and what a poor wretch he is. Mrs. Green came to pay her duty to me, as Mr. Lovelace called it, and was very urgent with me to go to her lord's house, letting me know what handsome things she had heard of her lord and his 2 nieces, and all the family, say of me, and what wishes for several months past they had put up for the honour she now hoped would soon be done them all. This gave me some satisfaction, as it confirmed from the mouth of a very good sort of woman all that Mr. Lovelace had told me. Upon inquiry about a private lodging, she recommended me to a sister-in-law of hers 8 miles from thence, where I now am, and what pleased me the better was, that Mr. Lovelace, of whom I could see she was infinitely observant, obliged her, of his own motion, to accompany me in the chaise, himself riding on horseback with his 2 servants and one of Lord M.'s. And here we arrived about 4 o'clock. But as I told you in my former, the lodgings are inconvenient. Mr. Lovelace indeed found great fault with them, and told Mrs. Greme, who had said that they were not worthy of us, that they came not up even to her own account of them. As the house was a mile from a town, it was not proper for him, he said, to be so far distant from me, lest anything should happen. And yet the apartments were not separate and distinct enough for me to like them, he was sure. This must be agreeable enough for him, you will believe. Mrs. Greme and I had a good deal of talk in the chaise about him. She was very easy and free in her answers to all I asked, and has, I find, a very serious turn. I led her on to say to the following effect, some part of it not unlike what Lord M.'s dismissed bailiff had said before, by which I find that all the servants have a like opinion of him. That Mr. Lovelace was a generous man, that it was hard to say whether the servants of her lord's family loved or feared him most, that her lord had a very great affection for him, that his 2 noble aunts were not less fond of him, that his cousins Montague were as good-natured young ladies as ever lived, that Lord M. and Lady Sarah and Lady Betty had proposed several ladies to him before he made his addresses to me, and even since, despairing to move me and my friends in his favour, but that he had no thoughts of marrying at all, she had heard him say, if it were not to me, that as well her lord as the 2 ladies, his sisters, were a good deal concerned at the ill usage he received from my family, but admired my character, and wished to have him married to me, although I were not to have a shilling, in preference to any other person, from the opinion they had of the influence I should have over him. That, to be sure, Mr. Lovelace was a wild gentleman, but wildness was a distemper which would cure itself. That her lord delighted in his company whenever he could get it, but that they often fell out, and his lordship was always forced to submit, indeed was half afraid of him, she believed, for Mr. Lovelace would do as he pleased. She mingled 1,000 pities often that he acted not up to the talents lent him, yet would have it that he had fine qualities to found a reformation upon, and when the happy day came, would make amends for all, and of this all his friends were so assured that they wished for nothing so earnestly as for his marriage. This, indifferent as it is better than my brother says of him. The people of the house here are very honest-looking, industrious folks. Mrs. Sorlings is the gentlewoman's name. The farm seems well stocked and thriving. She is a widow, has 2 sons, men grown, who vie with each other which shall take most pains in promoting the common good, and they are both of them, I already see, more respectful to two modest young women, their sisters, than my brother was to his sister. I believe I must stay here longer than at first I thought I should. I ought to have mentioned that, before I set out for this place, I received your kind letter. Everything is kind from so dear a friend. I own that after I had told you of my absolute determination not to go away with him, you might well be surprised at your first hearing that I was actually gone. The Lord bless me, my dear, I myself at times can hardly believe it is I that have been led to take so strange a step. I have not the better opinion of Mr. Lovelace for his extravagant volubility. He is too full of professions. He says too many fine things of me and to me. True respect, true value, I think, lies not in words. Words cannot express it. The silent awe, the humble, the doubting eye, and even the hesitating voice better show it by much than, as our beloved Shakespeare says, the rattling tongue of saucy and audacious eloquence. The man indeed at times is all upon the ecstatic, one of his phrases. But to my shame and confusion I must say that I know too well to what to attribute his transports. In one word, it is to his triumph, my dear, and to impute it to that perhaps equally exposes my vanity and condemns my folly. We have been alarmed with notions of a pursuit founded upon a letter from his intelligencer. How do different circumstances either sanctify or condemn the same action? What care ought we to take not to confound the distinctions of right and wrong when self comes in the question? I condemned in Mr. Lovelace the corrupting of a servant of my father's, and now I am glad to give a kind of indirect approbation of that fault by inquiring of him what he hears, by that or any other way, of the manner in which my relations took my flight. A preconcerted, forward, and artful flight it must undoubtedly appear to them. How grievous is that to think of! Yet how, as long as I am situated, can I put them right? Most heavily, he says, they take it, but show not so much grief as rage, and he can hardly have patience to hear of the virulence and menaces of my brother against himself. Then a merit is made to me of his forbearance. What a satisfaction am I robbed of, my dearest friend, when I reflect upon my inconsiderateness. Oh, that I had it still in my power to say I suffered wrong rather than did wrong, that others were more wanting in their kindness to me than I duty, where duty is owing, to them. Fie upon me for meeting the seducer. Let all end as happily as it now may. I have laid up for myself remorse for my whole life. What still more concerns me is, that every time I see this man, I am still at a greater loss than before what to make of him. I watch every turn of his countenance, and I think I see very deep lines in it. He looks with more meaning, I verily think, than he used to look. Yet not more serious, not less gay, I don't know how he looks, but with more confidence a great deal than formerly. And yet He never wanted that. But here is the thing. I behold him with fear now, as conscious of the power my indiscretion has given him over me. And well may he look more elate when he sees me deprived of all the self-supposed significance which adorns and exalts a person who has been accustomed to respect, and who now, by a conscious inferiority, allows herself to be overcome, and in a state of obligation, as I may say, to a man who, from a humble suitor to her for her favor, assumes the consequence and airs of a protector. I shall send this, as my former, by a poor man who travels every day with peddlery matters. He will leave it at Mrs. Knolly's as you direct. If you hear anything of my father and mother, and of their health, and how my friends are affected by my unhappy step, pray be so good as to write me a few lines by the messenger, if his waiting for them can be known to you. I am afraid to ask you whether, upon reading that part of my narrative already in your hands, you think any sort of extenuation lies for your unhappy Clarissa Harlowe. End of Letter 6.
Letter 7 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Larry Wilson. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 3, by Samuel Richardson. Chapter 7. Mr. Lovelace to John Belford, Esquire, Tuesday, Wednesday, April 11th, 12th. You claim my promise that I will be as particular as possible in all that passes between me and my goddess. Indeed, I never had a more illustrious subject to exercise my pen, and moreover I have leisure, for by her good will my access would be as difficult to her as that of the humblest slave to an Eastern monarch. Nothing then but inclination to write can be wanting, and since our friendship and your obliging attendance upon me at the White Hart will not excuse that, I will endeavour to keep my word. I parted with thee and thy brethren with a full resolution, thou knowest, to rejoin ye, if she once again disappointed me, in order to go together, attended by our servants for show's sake, to the gloomy father, and demand an audience of the tyrant upon the freedoms taken with my character. In short, to have tried by fair resolutions, and treat his charming daughter with less inhumanity, and me with more civility. I told thee my reasons for not going in search of a letter of countermand. I was right, for if I had, I should have found such a one, and had I received it, she would not have met me. Did she think that after I had been more than once disappointed, I would not keep her to her promise, that I would not hold her to it when I had got her in so deeply? The moment I heard the door unbolt, I was sure of her. That motion made my heart bound to my throat. But when that was followed with the presence of my charmer, flashing upon me all at once in a flood of brightness, sweetly dressed, though all unprepared for a journey, I trod air and hardly thought myself a mortal. Thou shalt judge of her dress, as at the moment I first beheld her she appeared to me, and as upon a nearer observation she really was. I am a critic, thou knowest, in women's dresses. Many a one have I taught to dress, and helped to undress, but there is such a native elegance in this lady that she surpasses all that I could imagine surpassing. But then her person adorns what she wears more than dress can adorn her, and that's her excellence. Expect, therefore, a faint sketch of her admirable person with her dress. Her wax-like flesh, for after all, flesh and blood I think she is, by its delicacy and firmness answers for the soundness of her health. Thou hast often heard me launch out in praise of her complexion. I never in my life beheld a skin so illustriously fair. The lily and the driven snow it is nonsense to talk of. Her lawn and her laces one might indeed compare to those. But what a whited wall would a woman appear to be who had a complexion which would justify such unnatural comparisons? But this lady is all glowing, all charming flesh and blood, yet so clear that every meandering vein is to be seen in all the lovely parts of which custom permits to be visible. Thou hast heard me also describe the wavy ringlets of her shining hair, needing neither art nor powder, of itself an ornament defying all other ornaments, wantoning in and about a neck that is beautiful beyond description. Her headdress was a Brussels lace mob, peculiarly adapted to her charming air and turn of her features. A sky-blue riband illustrated that. But although the weather was somewhat sharp, she had not either hat or hood, for besides that she loves to use herself heartily, by which means, and by a temperance truly exemplary, she is allowed to have given high health and vigor to an originally tender constitution. She seems to have intended to show me that she was determined not to stand on her appointment. Oh, Jack, that such a sweet girl should be a rogue! Her morning gown was a pale primrose-colored paduasoy, the cuffs and robins curiously embroidered by the fingers of this ever-charming Arachne in a running pattern of violets and their leaves, the light in the flowers silver, gold in the leaves. A pair of diamond snaps in her ears, a white handkerchief wrought by the same inimitable fingers, concealed, O Bedford, what still more inimitable beauties did it conceal. And I saw, all the way we rode, the bounding heart, by its throbbing motions I saw it, dancing beneath her charming umbrage. Her ruffles were the same as her mob, her apron a flowered lawn, her coat white satin quilted, blue satin her shoes, braided with the same color, without lace. For what need has the prettiest foot in the world of ornament? Neat buckles in them, and on her charming arms a pair of black velvet glove-like muffs of her own invention, for she makes and gives fashions as she pleases. Her hands velvet of themselves, thus uncovered the freer to be grasped by those of her adorer. I have told thee what were my transports when the undrawn bolt presented to me my long-expected goddess. Her emotions were more sweetly feminine after the first moments, for then the fire of her starry eyes began to sink into a less dazzling languor. She trembled, nor knew she how to support the agitations of a heart she had never found so ungovernable. She was even fainting when I clasped her in my supporting arms. What a precious moment that! How near, how sweetly near the throbbing partners! By her dress I saw, as I observed before, how unprepared she was for a journey. And not doubting her intention once more to disappoint me, I would have drawn her after me. Then began a contention, the most vehement that ever I had with woman. I would pain thy friendly heart to be told the infinite trouble I had with her. I begged, I prayed, on my knees, yet in vain. I begged and prayed her to answer her own appointment. And had I not happily provided for such a struggle, knowing whom I had to deal with, I had certainly failed in my design, and as certainly would have accompanied her in, without thee and thy brethren, and who knows what might have been the consequence? But my honest agent answering my signal, though not quite so soon as I expected, in the manner thou knowest I had prescribed, "They are coming, they are coming! Fly, fly, my beloved creature!" cried I, drawing my sword with a flourish as if I would have slain 100 of the supposed intruders, and seizing her trembling hand, I drew her after me so swiftly that my feet, winged by love, could hardly keep pace with her feet, agitated by fear, and so I became her emperor. I'll tell thee all when I see thee, and thou shalt then judge of my difficulties and of her perverseness, and thou wilt rejoice with me at my conquest over such a watchful and open-eyed charmer. But seest thou not now, as I think I do, the wind outstripping fair one flying from her love to her love? Is there not such a game? Nay, flying from her friend she was resolved not to abandon, to the man she was determined not to go off with. The sex, all over! Charming contradiction! I must here lay down my pen to hold my sides, for I must have my laugh out now, for fit is upon me. I believe, I believe, Jack, my dogs conclude me mad, for here has one of them popped in as if to see what ailed me, or whom I had with me. An impudent dog! Oh, Jack, knewest thou my conceit, and were but thy laugh joined to mine, I believe it would hold me for an hour longer. But, O my best beloved fair one, repine not thou at the arts by which thou suspectest thy fruitless vigilance has been ever overwatched. Take care that thou provokest not new ones, that they may be still more worthy of thee. If once thy emperor decrees thy fall, thou shalt greatly fall. Thou shalt have cause, if that come to pass, which may come to pass. For why wouldst thou put off marriage to so long a day, as till thou hadst reason to be convinced of my reformation, dearest? Thou shalt have cause, never fear, to sit down more dissatisfied with the stars than with thyself. And come the worst to the worst, glorious terms will I give thee. Thy garrison with General Prudence at the head, the Governor Watchfulness bringing up the rear, shall be allowed to march out with all the honours due to so brave a resistance. And all thy sex, all mine, that hear my stratagems and of thy conduct, shall acknowledge the fortress as nobly won as defended. Thou wilt not dare, methinks, I hear thee say, to attempt to reduce such a goddess as this to a standard unworthy of her excellencies. It is impossible, Lovelace, that thou shouldst intend to break through oaths and protestations so solemn. That I did not intend it is certain. That I do intend it, I cannot, my heart, my reverence for her will not let me, say. But knowest thou not my aversion to the state of shackles? And is she not in my power? And wilt thou, Lovelace, abuse that power which what, Bedford? Which I obtained not by her own consent, but against it? But which thou never hadst obtained had she not esteemed thee above all men, and which I had never taken so much pains to obtain, had I not loved her above all women. So far upon a par, Jack. And if thou pleadest honour, ought not honour to be mutual? If mutual, does it not imply mutual trust, mutual confidence? And what have I had of that from her to boast of? Thou knowest the whole progress of our warfare, for a warfare it has truly been, and far, very far from an amorous warfare too. Doubts, mistrusts, upbraidings on her part, humiliations the most abject on mine. Obliged to assume such airs of reformation that every varlet of ye has been afraid, I should reclaim in good earnest. And hast thou not thyself frequently observed to me how awkwardly I returned to my usual gaiety, after I had been within a mile of her father's garden wall, although I had not seen her? Does she not deserve to pay for all this? To make an honest fellow look like an hypocrite? What a vile thing is that! Then thou knowest what a false little rogue she has been, how little conscience she has made of disappointing me. Hast thou not been a witness of my ravings on this score? Have I not, in the height of them, vowed revenge upon the faithless charmer? And if I must be forsworn, whether I answer her expectations or follow my own inclinations, and if the option be in my own power, can I hesitate a moment which to choose? Then I fancy by her circumspection and her continual grief that she expects some mischief from me. I don't care to disappoint anybody I have a value for. But oh, the noble, the exalted creature! Who can avoid hesitating when he thinks of an offence against her? Who can but pity, yet on the other hand so loath to last to venture, though threatened to be forced into the nuptial fetters with a man whom to look upon as a rival is to disgrace myself, so sullen now she has ventured? What title has she to pity, and to a pity which her pride would make her disclaim? But I resolve not any way. I will see how her will works, and how my will leads me on. I will give the combatants fair play. And yet every time I attend her, I find that she is less in my power, I more in hers. Yet what a foolish little rogue, to forbid me to think of marriage till I am a reformed man, till the implacables of her family change their natures and become placable. It is true, when she was for making those conditions, she did not think that without any she should be cheated out of herself. For so the dear soul, as I may tell thee, in its place, phrases it. How it swells my pride to have been able to outwit such a vigilant charmer! I am taller by half a yard in my imagination than I was. I look down upon everybody now. Last night I was still more extravagant. I took off my hat as I walked, to see if the lace were not scorched, supposing it had brushed down a star. And before I put it on again in mere wantonness and heart's ease, I was for buffeting the moon. In short, my whole soul is joy. When I go to bed, I laugh myself to sleep, and I awake either laughing or singing, yet nothing nearly in view, neither. For why? I am not yet reformed enough. I told thee at the time, if thou rememberest, how capable this restriction was of being turned upon the over-scrupulous dear creature, could I once get her out of her father's house, and were I disposed to punish her for her family's faults, and for the infinite trouble she herself had given me. Little thinks she that I have kept an account of both, and that when my heart is soft, and all her own, I can but turn to my memoranda and harden myself once again. O my charmer, look to it. Abate of thy haughty airs. Value not thyself upon thy sincerity if thou art indifferent to me. I will not bear it now. Art thou not in my power? Nor, if thou lovest me, think that the female affection of denying thy love will avail thee now, with a heart so proud and jealous as mine. Remember, moreover, that all thy family sins are upon thy head. But ah, Jack, when I see my angel, when I am admitted to the presence of this radiant beauty, what will become of all this vaporing? But be my end what it may, I am obliged by thy penetration, fair one, to proceed by the sap. Fair and softly, a wife at any time, marriage will be always in my power. When put out, When put to the university, the same course of initial studies will When put to the university, the same course of initial studies will qualify the younker for the one line or the other. The genius ought to point out the future lawyer, divine, or physician. So the same cautious conduct, with such a vigilance, will do either for the wife or for the no wife. When I reform, I'll marry. 'Tis time enough for the one, the lady must say, for the other, say I. But how I ramble! This is to be in such a situation that I know not what to resolve upon. I'll tell thee my inclinings as I proceed. The pros and the cons I'll tell thee. But being got too far from the track I set out in, I will close here. I may, however, write every day something and send it as opportunity offers. Regardless, nevertheless, I shall be in all I write, of connection, accuracy, or of anything but my own imperial will and pleasure. End of Letter 7.
Letter 8 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 3, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 8. Miss Howe to Miss Clarissa Harlowe, Wednesday night, April 12th. I have your narrative, my dear. You are the same noble creature you ever were, above disguise, above art, above attempting to extenuate a failing. The only family in the world, yours surely, that could have driven such a daughter upon such extremities. But you must not be so very much too good for them, and for the case. You lay the blame so properly and so unsparingly upon your meeting him, that nothing can be added to that subject by your worst enemies, were they to see what you have written. I am not surprised, now I have read your narrative, that so bold and so contriving a man I am forced to break off. You stood it out much better and longer. Here again comes my bustling, jealous mother. Don't be angry at yourself. Did you not do for the best at the time? As to your first fault, the answering his letters, it was always incumbent upon you to assume the guardianship of such a family, when the bravo of it had run riot, as he did, and brought himself into danger. Except your mother, who has no will of her own, have any of them common sense? Forgive me, my dear. Here is that stupid Uncle Antony of yours, a pragmatical, conceited positive. He came yesterday in a fearful pucker, and puffed and blowed and stumped about our hall and parlour while his message was carried up. My mother was dressing. These widows are as starched as the old bachelors. She would not see him in a dishabille for the world. What can she mean by it? His errand was to set her against you, and to show her the determined rage on your going away. The issue proved too evidently that this was the principal end of his visit. The odd creature desired to speak with her alone. I am not used to such exceptions whenever any visits are made to my mother. When she was primed out, down she came to him. They locked themselves in. The two positive heads were put together, close together, I suppose, for I listened but could hear nothing distinctly, though they both seemed full of their subject. I had a good mind, once or twice, to have made them open the door. Could I have been sure of keeping but tolerably my temper, I would have demanded admittance, but I was afraid, if I had obtained it, that I should have forgot it was my mother's house, and been for turning him out of it. To come to rave against and abuse my dearest, dearest, faultless friend, and the ravings to be encouraged, and perhaps joined in order to justify themselves. the one for contributing to drive that dear friend out of her father's house, the other for refusing her a temporary asylum till the reconciliation could have been effected, which her dutiful heart was set upon, and which it would have become the love which my mother had ever pretended for you to have mediated for, could I have had patience. The issue, as I said, showed what the errand was. Its fusty appearance, after the old fusty fellow was marched off, you must excuse me, my dear, was in a kind of gloomy, Harlowe-like reservedness in my mother, which upon a few resenting flirts of mine was followed by a rigorous prohibition of correspondence. This puts us, you may suppose, upon terms not the most agreeable. I desired to know if I were prohibited dreaming of you, for, my dear, you have all my sleeping as well as waking hours. I can easily allow for your correspondence with your wretch at first, and yet your notions were excellent, by the effect this prohibition has on me, since, if possible, it has made me love you better than before, and I am more desirous than ever of corresponding with you. But I have nevertheless a much more laudable motive. I should think myself the unworthiest of creatures, should I be brought to slight a dear friend, and such a meritorious one, in her distress. I would die first, and so I told my mother, and I have desired her not to watch me in my retired hours, nor to insist upon my lying with her constantly, which she now does more earnestly than ever. 'Twere better, I told her, that the Harlowe Betty were borrowed to be set over me. Mr. Hickman, who so greatly honours you, has, unknown to me, interposed so warmly in your favour with my mother, that it makes for him no small merit with me. I cannot at present write to every particular, unless I would be in set defiance. Tease, tease, tease for ever, the same thing, though answered 50 times over, in every hour to be repeated. Lord bless me, what a life must my poor father— but let me remember to whom I am writing. If this ever active, ever mischievous monkey of a man, this Lovelace, contrived as you suspect—but here comes my mother again. Ay, stay a little longer, my mamma, if you please. I can but be chidden for making you wait, and chidden I am sure to be, whether I do or not, in the way you, my good mamma, are Antony'd into. Bless me, how impatient she is! How she thunders at the door! This moment, madam! How came I to double lock myself in? What have I done with the key? Deuce take the key, dear madam, you flutter one so. You may believe, my dear, that I took care of my papers before I opened the door. We have had a charming dialogue, she flung from me in a passion. So, what's now to be done? Sent for down in a very peremptory manner, I assure you. What an incoherent letter you will have, when I get it to you! But now I know where to send it. Mr. Hickman shall find me a messenger. Yet, if he be detected, poor soul, he will be Harlowed off, as well as his meek mistress. Thursday, April 13. I have this moment your continuation letter, and am favoured at present with the absence of my argus-eyed mother. Dear creature, I can account for all your difficulties. A young lady of your delicacy, and with such a man! I must be brief. The man's a fool, my dear, with all his pride, and with all his complaisance and affected regards to your injunctions. Yet his ready inventions— sometimes I think you should go to Lady Betty's. I know not what to advise you to do. I should, if you were not so intent upon reconciling yourself to your relations. Yet they are implacable. You can have no hopes of them. Your uncle's errand to my mother may convince you of that, and if you have an answer to your letter to your sister, that will confirm you, I dare say. You are not to have been afraid of asking me, whether upon reading your narrative I thought any extenuation could lie for what you have done. I have, as above, before I had your question, told you my mind as to that, and I repeat, I think, your provocations and inducements considered, that every young creature was who took such a step. But you took it not. You were driven on one side, and possibly tricked on the other. If any woman on earth shall be circumstanced as you were, and shall hold out so long as you did, against her persecutors on one hand, and her seducer on the other, I will forgive her for all the rest of her conduct, be it what it will. All your acquaintance, you may suppose, talk of nobody but you. Some indeed bring your admirable character for a plea against you, but anybody does, or can, acquit your father and uncles. Everybody seems apprised of your brothers' and sisters' motives. Your flight is, no doubt, the very thing they aimed to drive you to, by the various attacks they made upon you, unhoping, as they must do all the time, the success of their schemes in Solmes's behalf. They knew that if once you were restored to favour, the suspended love of your father and uncles, like a river breaking down a temporary obstruction, would return with double force, and that then you would expose and triumph over all their arts. And now I hear they enjoy their successful malice. Your father is all rage and violence. He ought, I am sure, to turn his rage inward. All your family accuse you of acting with deep art, and are put upon supposing that you are actually every hour exulting over them, with your man, in the success of it. They all pretend now that your trial of Wednesday was to be the last. Advantage would indeed, my mother owns, have been taken of your yielding, if you had yielded. But had you not been prevailed upon, they would have given up their scheme, and taken your promise for renouncing Lovelace, believe them who will. They own, however, that a minister was to be present, Mr. Solmes was to be at hand, and your father was previously to try his authority over you, in order to make you sign the settlements. All of it a romantic contrivance of your wild-headed foolish brother, I make no doubt. Is it likely that he and Bell would have given way to your restoration to favour, supposing it in their power to hinder it, on any other terms than those their heart had been so long set upon? How they took your flight, when they found it out, may be better supposed than described. Your aunt Hervey, it seems, was the first that went down to the Ivy summer-house, in order to acquaint you that their search was over. Betty followed her, and they not finding you there, went on toward the cascade, according to a hint of yours. Returning by the garden door, they met a servant. They don't say it was Joseph Leman, but it is very likely that it was he, running, as he said, from pursuing Mr. Lovelace, a great hedge-stake in his hand, and out of breath, to alarm the family. If it were this fellow, and if he were employed in the double agency of cheating them and cheating you, what shall we think of the wretch you are with? Run away from him, my dear, if so, no matter to whom, or marry him if you cannot. Your aunt and all your family were accordingly alarmed by this fellow, evidently when too late for pursuit. They got together, and when a posse ran to the place of interview, and some of them as far as to the tracks of the chariot wheels, without stopping. And having heard the man's tale upon the spot, a general lamentation, a mutual upbraiding, and rage, and grief, were echoed from the different persons according to their different tempers and conceptions, and they returned like fools as they went. Your brother at first ordered horses and armed men to be got ready for a pursuit. Solmes and your uncle Tony were to be of that party, but your mother and your aunt Hervey dissuaded them from it, for fear of adding evil to evil, not doubting but Lovelace had taken measures to support himself in what he had done, and especially when the servant declared that he saw you run with him as fast as you could set foot to the ground, and that there were several armed men on horseback at a small distance off. My mother's absence was owing to her suspicion that the Knollys were to assist in our correspondence. She made them a visit upon it. She does everything at once, and they have promised that no more letters shall be left there without her knowledge. But Mr. Hickman has engaged one Filmer, a husbandman in the lane we call Finch Lane, near us, to receive them. Thither you will be pleased to direct yours, under cover, to Mr. John Soberton, and Mr. Hickman himself will call for them there, and there shall leave mine. It goes against me, too, to make him so useful to me. He looks already so proud upon it. I shall have him, who knows, give himself airs. He had best consider that the favour he has been long aiming at may put him into a very dangerous, a very ticklish situation. He that can oblige may disoblige. Happy for some people not to have it in their power to offend. I will have patience, if I can, for a while, to see if these bustlings in my mother will subside, but upon my word I will not bear this usage. Sometimes I am ready to think that my mother carries it thus on purpose to tire me out, and to make me the sooner marry. If I find it to be so, and that Hickman, in order to make a merit with me, is in the low plot, I will never bear him in my sight. Plotting wretch, as I doubt your man is, I wish to heaven that you were married, that you might brave them all, and not be forced to hide yourself, and be hurried from one inconvenient place to another. I charge you, omit not to lay hold on any handsome opportunity that may offer for that purpose. Here again comes my mother. We look mighty glum upon each other, I can tell you. She had not best Harlowe me at this rate. I won't bear it. I have a vast deal to write. I know not what to write first, yet my mind is full and ready to run over. I am got into a private corner of the garden, to be out of her way. Lord help these mothers! Do they think they can prevent a daughter's writing, or doing anything she has a mind to do, by suspicion, watchfulness, and scolding? She had better place a confidence in one by half. A generous mind scorns to abuse a generous confidence. You have a very nice part to act with this wretch, who yet has, I think, but one plain path before him. I pity you, but you must make the best of the lot you have been forced to draw. Yet I see your difficulties. But if you do not offer to abuse your confidence, I would have you seem at least to place some in him. If you think not of marrying soon, I approve of your resolution to fix somewhere out of his reach, and if he know not where to find you, so much the better. Yet I verily believe they would force you back, could they but come at you, if they were not afraid of him. I think by all means you should demand of both your trustees to be put in possession of your own estate. Meantime I have 60 guineas at your service. I beg you will command them. Before they are gone, I'll take care you shall be further supplied. I don't think you'll have a shilling, or a shilling's worth of your own, from your relations, unless you extort it from them. As they believe you went away by your own consent, they are, it seems, equally surprised and glad that you have left your jewels and money behind you, and have contrived for clothes so ill. Very little likelihood this shows of their answering your requests. Indeed, every one who knows not what I now know must be at a loss to account for your flight, as they will call it. And how, my dear, can one report it with any tolerable advantage to you? To say you did not intend it when you met him, who will believe it? To say that a person of your known steadiness and punctilio was over-persuaded when you gave him the meeting, how will that sound? To say you were tricked out of yourself, and people were given credit to it, how disreputable! And while unmarried, and yet with him, the man a man of such a character, what would it not lead a censuring world to think? I want to see how you put it in your letter for your clothes. As you may depend upon all the little spiteful things they can offer, instead of sending you what you write for, pray accept the sum that I tender. What will 7 guineas do? And I will find a way to send you also any of my clothes and linen for present supply. I beg, my dear Clarissa, that you will not put your Anna Howe upon a footing with Lovelace, in refusing to accept of my offer. If you do not oblige me, I shall be apt to think you rather inclined to be obliged to him, than to favour me. And if I find this, I shall not know how to reconcile it with your delicacy in other respects. Pray inform me of everything that passes between you and him. My cares for you, however needless from your own prudence, make me wish you to continue to be every minute. If anything occur that you would tell me of, if I were present, fail not to put it down in writing, although from your natural diffidence it should not appear to you altogether so worthy of your pen, or my knowing. A stander-by may see more of the game than one that plays. Great consequences, like great folks, generally owe their greatness to small causes and little incidents. Upon the whole, I do not now think it is in your power to dismiss him when you please. I apprized you beforehand that it would not. I repeat, therefore, that were I you, I would at least seem to place some confidence in him. So long as he is decent, you may. Very visibly observable to such delicacy as yours must be that behaviour in him, which will make him unworthy of some confidence. Your relations, according to what old Antony says to my mother, and she to me, by way of threatening that you will not gain your supposed ends upon them by your flight, seem to expect that you will throw yourself into Lady Betty's protection, and that she will offer to mediate for you. And they vow that they will never hearken to any terms of accommodation that shall come from that quarter. For I dare aver that your brother and sister will not let them cool, at least till their uncles have made such dispositions, and perhaps your father too, as they would have them make. As this letter will apprise you of my alteration in the place to which you must direct your letter, I send it by a friend of Mr. Hickman, who may be depended upon. He has business in the neighbourhood of Mrs. Sorlings, and he knows her. He will return to Mr. Hickman this night, and bring back any letter you shall have ready to send, or can get ready. It is moonlight. He'll not mind waiting for you. I choose not to send by any of Mr. Hickman's servants, at present, however. Every hour is now, or may be, important, and may make an alteration in your resolutions necessary. I hear at this instant my mother calling about her, and putting everybody into motion. She will soon, I suppose, make me and my employment the subjects of her inquiry. Adieu, my dear. May Heaven preserve you, and restore you with honour as unsullied as your mind, to your ever affectionate Anna Howe. End of Letter 8.
Letter 9 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 3, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 9. Miss Clarissa Harlowe to Miss Howe, Thursday afternoon, April 13th. I am infinitely concerned, my ever dear and ever kind friend, that I am the sad occasion of the displeasure between your mother and you. How many persons have I made unhappy! Had I not to console myself that my error is not owing to wicked precipitation, I should be the most miserable of all creatures. As it is, I am enough punished in the loss of my character, more valuable to me than my life, and in the cruel doubts and perplexities which, conflicting with my hopes, and each getting the victory by turns, harrow up my soul between them. I think, however, that you should obey your mother, and decline a correspondence with me, at least for the present. Take care how you fall into my error, for that begun with carrying on a prohibited correspondence, a correspondence which I thought it in my power to discontinue at pleasure. My talent is scribbling, and I the readier fell into this freedom, as I found delight in writing, having motives too which I thought laudable, and at one time the permission of all my friends to write to him. Yet, as to this correspondence, what hurt could arise from it, if your mother could be prevailed upon to permit it to be continued? So much prudence and discretion as you have, and you in writing to me, lying under no temptation of following so bad an example as I have set. My letters too occasionally filled with self-accusation. I thank you, my dear, most cordially I thank you, for your kind offers. You may be assured that I will sooner be beholden to you than to anybody living. To Mr. Lovelace, the last. Do not therefore think that by declining your favours I have an intention to lay myself under obligations to him. I am willing to hope, notwithstanding what you write, that my friends will send me my little money together with my clothes. They are too considerate, some of them at least, to permit that I should be put to such low difficulties. Perhaps they will not be in haste to oblige me, but if not, I cannot yet want. I believe you think I must not dispute with Mr. Lovelace the expenses of the road and lodgings, till I can get a fixed abode. But I hope soon to put an end even to those small sort of obligations. Small hopes indeed of a reconciliation from your account of my uncle's visit to your mother, in order to set her against an almost friendless creature whom once he loved. But is it not my duty to try for it? Ought I to widen my error by obstinacy and resentment, because of their resentment, which must appear reasonable to them, as they suppose my flight premeditated, and as they are made to believe that I am capable of triumphing in it, and over them, with the man they hate? When I have done all in my power to restore myself to their favour, I shall have the less to reproach myself with. These considerations make me waver about following your advice in relation to marriage, and the rather, as he is so full of complaisance with regard to my former conditions, which he calls my injunctions. Nor can I now, that my friends, as you inform me, have so strenuously declared against accepting of the mediation of the ladies of Mr. Lovelace's family, put myself into their protection, unless I am resolved to give up all hopes of a reconciliation with my own. Yet, if any happy introduction could be thought of to effect this desirable purpose, how shall terms be proposed to my father, while this man is with me or near me? On the other hand, should they in his absence get me back by force, and this you are of opinion they would attempt to do, but in fear of him, how will their severest acts of compulsion be justified by my flight from them? Meanwhile, to what censures, as you remind me, do I expose myself, while he and I are together and unmarried? Yet, can I with patience ask the question, is it in my power? O my dear Miss Howe, and am I so reduced as that, to save the poor remains of my reputation in the world's eye, I must watch the gracious motion from this man's lips? Were my cousin Morden in England, all might still perhaps be determined happily. If no other mediation than this can be procured to set on foot the wished-for reconciliation, and if my situation with Mr. Lovelace alter not in the interim, I must endeavour to keep myself in a state of independence till he arrive, that I may be at liberty to govern myself by his advice and direction. I will acquaint you, as you desire, with all that passes between Mr. Lovelace and me. Hitherto I have not discovered anything in his behaviour that is very exceptionable. Yet I cannot say that I think the respect he shows me an easy, unrestrained, and natural respect, although I can hardly tell where the fault is. But he has doubtless an arrogant and encroaching spirit, nor is he so polite as his education and other advantages might have made one expect him to be. He seems, in short, to be one who has always had too much of his own will to study, to accommodate himself to that of others. as to the placing of some confidence in him, I shall be as ready to take your advice in this particular as in all others, and as he will be to deserve it. But tricked away as I was by him, not only against my judgment, but my inclination, can he or anybody expect that I should immediately treat him with complaisance, as if I acknowledged obligation to him for carrying me away? If I did, must he not either think me a vile dissembler before he gained that point, or afterwards? Indeed, my dear, I could tear my hair, on reconsidering what you write, as to the probability that the dreaded Wednesday was more dreaded than it needed to be, to think that I should be thus tricked by this man, and that, in all likelihood, through his vile agent, Joseph Leman. So premeditated and elaborate a wickedness as it must be, must I not, with such a man, be wanting to myself if I were not jealous and vigilant? Yet what a life to live for a spirit so open and naturally so unsuspicious as mine! I am obliged to Mr. Hickman for the assistance he is so kindly ready to give to our correspondence. He is so little likely to make to himself an additional merit with the daughter upon it, that I shall be very sorry if he risk anything with the mother by it. I am now in a state of obligation, so must rest satisfied with whatever I cannot help. Whom have I the power, once so precious to me, of obliging? What I mean, my dear, is, that I ought, perhaps, to expect that my influences over you are weakened by my indiscretion. Nevertheless, I will not, if I can help it, desert myself, nor give up the privilege you used to allow me of telling you what I think of such parts of your conduct as I may not approve. You must permit me, therefore, severe as your mother is against an undesigning offender, to say that I think your liveliness to her inexcusable. To pass over, for this time, what nevertheless concerns me not a little, the free treatment you almost indiscriminately give to my relations. If you will not, for your duty's sake, forbear your tauntings and impatience, let me beseech you that you will for mine, since otherwise your mother may apprehend that my example, like a leaven, is working itself into the mind of her beloved daughter, and may not such an apprehension give her an irreconcilable displeasure against me. I enclose the copy of my letter to my sister, which you are desirous to see. You will observe that although I have not demanded my estate in form, and of my trustees, yet that I have hinted at leave to retire to it. How joyfully would I keep my word, if they would accept of the offer I renew! It was not proper, I believe you will think, on many accounts, to own that I was carried off against my inclination. I am, my dearest friend, your ever obliged and affectionate Clarissa Harlowe. End of Letter 9. Letter 10 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 3, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 10. To Miss Arabella Harlowe, enclosed to Miss Howe in the preceding. St. Albans, April 11th. My dear sister, I have, I confess, been guilty of an action which carries with it a rash and undutiful appearance, and I should have thought it an inexcusable one had I been used with less severity than I have been of late, and had I not had too great reason to apprehend that I was to be made a sacrifice to a man I could not bear to think of. But what is done is done. Perhaps I could wish it had not, and that I had trusted to the relenting of my dear and honourable parents. Yet this from no other motives but those of duty to them, to whom I am ready to return, if I may not be permitted to retire to the grove, on conditions which I before offered to comply with. Nor shall I be in any sort of dependence upon the person by whose means I have taken this truly reluctant step, inconsistent with any reasonable engagement I shall enter into, if I am not further precipitated. Let me not have it to say, now at this important crisis, that I have a sister, but not a friend in that sister. My reputation, dearer to me than life, whatever you may imagine from the step I have taken, is suffering. A little lenity will, even yet, in a great measure restore it, and make that pass for a temporary misunderstanding only, which otherwise will be a stain as durable as life, upon a creature who has already been treated with great unkindness, to use no harsher a word. For your own sake, therefore, for my brother's sake, by whom, I must say, I have been thus precipitated, and for all the family's sake, aggravate not my fault, if, on recollecting everything, you think it one, nor, by widening the unhappy difference, expose a sister for ever. Praise your affectionate Clarissa Harlowe. I shall take it for a very great favour to have my clothes directly sent me, together with 50 guineas, which you will find in my escritoire, of which I enclose the key, as also of the divinity and miscellany classes of my little library, and if it be thought fit, my jewels, directed for me, to be left till called for at Mr. Osgood's, near Soho Square. End of Letter 10.
Letter 11 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Larry Wilson. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 3, by Samuel Richardson, Chapter 11. Mr. Lovelace to John Belford, Esquire. The people who came about us as we alighted seemed by their jaw-fallen faces and goggling eyes to wonder at beholding a charming young lady, majesty in her air and respect, so composedly dressed, yet with features so discomposed, come off a journey which made the cattle smoke and the servants sweat. I read their curiosity in their faces, and my beloved's uneasiness in hers. She cast a conscious glance as she alighted upon her habit, which was no habit, and repulsively, as I must say, quitting my assisting hand, hurried into the house. Ovid was not a greater master of metamorphosis than thy friend. To the mistress of the house I instantly changed her into a sister brought off by surprise from a near relation's, where she had wintered, to prevent her marrying a confounded rake. I love always to go as near the truth as I can. Whom her father and mother, her elder sister, and all her loving uncles, aunts, and cousins abhorred. This accounted for my charmer's expected sullens, for her displeasure when she was to join me again, were it to hold. for her unsuitable dress upon the road, and at the same time gave her a proper and seasonable assurance of my honourable views. All these and still more mortifying things she said. I heard her in silence, but when it came to my turn, I pleaded, I argued, I answered her as well as I could. And when humility would not do, I raised my voice, and suffered my eyes to sparkle with anger, hoping to take advantage of that sweet cowardice which is so amiable in the sex, and to which my victory over this proud beauty is principally owing. She was not intimidated, however, and was going to rise upon me in her temper, and would have broken in upon my defence. But when a man talks to a woman upon such subjects, let her be ever so much in alt, 'tis strange if he cannot throw out a tub to the whale. That is to say, if he cannot divert her from resenting one bold thing by uttering two or three full as bold, but for which more favourable interpretations will lie. Very true, my precious, and innumerable have been the difficulties thou hast made me struggle with. But one day thou mayest wish that thou hadst spared this boast, as well as those other pretty haughtinesses, that thou didst not reject Solmes for my sake, that my glory, if I valued myself upon carrying thee off, was thy shame, that I have more merit with myself than with thee or anybody else. What a coxcomb she makes me, Jack! That thou wishest thyself in thy father's house again, whatever were to be the consequence. If I forgive thee, charmer, for these hints, for these reflections, for these wishes, for these contempts, I am not the Lovelace I have been reputed to be, and that thy treatment of me shows that thou thinkest I am. In short, her whole air throughout this debate expressed a majestic kind of indignation, which implied a believed superiority of talents over the person to whom she spoke. Thou hast heard me often expatiate upon the pitiful figure a man must make whose wife has or believes she has more sense than himself. 1,000 reasons could I give why I ought not to think of marrying Miss Clarissa Harlowe, at least till I can be sure that she loves me with the preference I must expect from a wife. I begin to stagger at my resolutions. Ever averse as I was to the hymeneal shackles, how easily will prejudices recur. Heaven give me the heart to be honest to my Clarissa. There's a prayer, Jack. If I should not be heard, what a sad thing would that be for the most admirable of women! Yet, as I do not often trouble heaven with my prayers, who knows but this may be granted? But there lie before me such charming difficulties, such scenery for intrigue, for stratagem, for enterprise. What a horrible thing that my talents point all that way, when I know what is honourable and just, and would almost wish to be honest. Almost, I say, for such a varlet am I, that I cannot altogether wish it for the soul of me. Such a triumph over the whole sex, if I can subdue this lady, my maiden vow, as I may call it. For did not the sex begin with me? And does this lady spare me? Thinkest thou, Jack, that I should have spared my rosebud had I been set at defiance thus? Her grandmother besought me at first to spare her rosebud. And when a girl is put or puts herself into a man's power, what can he wish for further? While I always considered opposition with resistance as a challenge to do my worst. Why will the dear creature take such pains to appear all ice to me? Why will she by her pride awaken mine? Hast thou not seen in the above how contemptibly she treats me? What have I not suffered for her, and even from her? Ought I to bear being told that she'll despise me if I value myself above that odious Solmes? Then she cuts me short in all my ardours. To vow fidelity is by curse turned upon me, to show that there is reason in my own opinion for doubt of it, the very same reflection upon me once before. In my power or out of my power, all one to this lady. So, Belford, my poor vows are crammed down my throat before they can well rise to my lips. And what can a lover say to his mistress if she will neither let him lie nor swear? One little piece of artifice I had recourse to. When she pushed so hard for me to leave her, I made a request to her upon a condition she could not refuse, and pretended as much gratitude upon her granting it as if it were a favour of the last consequence. And what was this? But to promise that she had before promised never to marry any other man while I am living and single, unless I should give her cause for high disgust against me. This, you know, was promising nothing, because she could be offended at any time, and was to be the sole judge of the offence. But it showed her how reasonable and just my expectations were, and that I was no encroacher. She consented, and asked what security I expected. Her word only. She gave me her word, but I besought her excuse for sealing it, and in the same moment, since to have waited for consent would have been asking for denial, saluted her. And believe me or not, but as I hope to live, it was the first time I had the courage to touch her charming lips with mine. And this I tell thee, Bedford, that single pressure, as modestly put to, as if I were as much a virgin as herself, that she might not be afraid of me another time, delighted me more than ever I was delighted by the ultimatum with any other woman. So precious do awe, reverence, and apprehended prohibition make a favour. And now, Belford, I am only afraid that she shall be too cunning, for she does not at present talk enough for me. I hardly know what to make of the dear creature yet. I topped the brother's part on Monday night before the landlady at St. Albans, asking my sister's pardon for carrying her off so unprepared for a journey. Prated of the joy my father and mother and all our friends would have in receiving her, and this with so many circumstances that I perceived by a look she gave me that went through my very reins that I had gone too far. I apologized for it indeed when alone, but could not penetrate for the soul of me whether I made the matter better or worse by it. But I am of too frank a nature. My success and the joy I have because of the jewel I am half in possession of has not only unlocked my bosom, but left the door quite open. This is a confounded sly sex. Would she but speak out as I do, but I must learn reserves of her. She must needs be unprovided of money, but has too much pride to accept of any from me. I would have had her go to town. To town, if possible, must I get her consent to go, in order to provide herself with the richest of silks which that can afford. But neither is this to be assented to. And yet, as my intelligencer acquaints me, her implacable relations are resolved to distress her all they can. These wretches have been most gloriously raving ever since her flight, and still, thank heaven, continue to rave, and will, I hope, for a 12-month to come. Now at last it is my day. Bitterly do they regret that they permitted her poultry visits and garden walks, which gave her the opportunity to effect an escape which they suppose preconcerted. For as to her dining in the ivy bower, they had a cunning design to answer upon her in that permission, as Betty told Joseph, her lover. They lost, they say, an excellent pretence for confining her more closely on my threatening to rescue her. If they offered to carry her against her will to old Anthony's moated house, for this, as I told thee, at the Hart, and as I once hinted to the dear creature herself, they had it in deliberation to do, apprehending that I might attempt to carry her off either with or without her consent on some one of those connived at excursions. But here my honest Joseph, who gave me the information, was of admirable service to me, I had taught him to make the Harlowes believe that I was as communicative to my servants as their stupid James was to Joseph. Joseph, as they had supposed, by tampering with Will, got all my secrets and was acquainted with all my motions, and having also undertaken to watch all those of his young lady. The wise family were secure, and so was my beloved, and so was I. I once had it in my head, and I hinted it to thee in a former, in case such a step should be necessary, to attempt to carry her off by surprise from the wood house, as it is remote from the dwelling house. This, had I attempted, I should have certainly effected, by the help of the confraternity, and it would have been an action worthy of us all. But Joseph's conscience, as he called it, stood in my way, for he thought it must have been known to be done by his connivance. I could, I dare say, have overcome this scruple as easily as I did many of the others, had I not depended at one time upon her meeting me at midnight or late hour, and if she had, she never would have gone back. At other times, upon the cunning family's doing my work for me, equally against their knowledge or their wills. For well I knew that James and Arabella were determined never to leave off their foolish trials and provocations, till by tiring her out they had either made her Solmes' wife, or guilty of some rashness as should throw her for ever out of favour of both her uncles, though they had too much malice in their heads to intend service to me by their persecutions of her. End of Letter 11. Letter 12 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Larry Wilson. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 3, by Samuel Richardson, Chapter 12. Mr. Lovelace to John Belford, Esquire, in continuation. I obliged the dear creature highly, I could perceive, by bringing Mrs. Graham to attend her, and to suffer that good woman's recommendations of lodgings to take place, on her refusal to go to the Lawn. She must believe all my views to be honourable, when I had provided for her no particular lodgings, leaving it to her choice, whether she would go to M. Hall, to the Lawn, to London, or to either of the dowagers of my family. She was visibly pleased with my motion of putting Mrs. Graham into the chaise with her, and riding on horseback myself. Some people would have been apprehensive of what might pass between her and Mrs. Graham, but as all my relations either know or believe the justice of my intentions by her, I was in no pain on that account, and she the less. And the less, as I have always been above hypocrisy, or wishing to be thought better than I am. And indeed, what occasion has a man to be a hypocrite who has hitherto found his views upon the sex better answered for his being known to be a rake? Why, even my beloved here denied not to correspond with me, though her friends had taught her to think me a libertine. Who then would be trying a new and worse character? And then Mrs. Graham is a pious matron, and would not have been biased against truth on any consideration. She used formerly, while there were any hopes of my reformation, to pray for me. She hardly continues the good custom, I doubt, for her worthy lord makes no scruple occasionally to rave against me to man, woman, and child as they come in his way. He is very undutiful, as thou knowest. Surely I may say so, since all duties are reciprocal. But for Mrs. Graham, poor woman, when my lord has the gout, and is at the Lawn, and the chaplain not to be found, she prays by him, or reads a chapter to him in the Bible, or some other good book. Was it not therefore right to introduce such a good sort of woman to the dear creature, and to leave them without reserve to their own talk? And very busy in talk I saw they were as they rode, and I felt it too, for most charmingly glowed my cheeks. I hope I shall be honest, I once more say, but as we frail mortals are not our own masters at all times, I must endeavour to keep the dear creature unapprehensive until I can get her to our acquaintances in London, or to some other safe place there. Should I, in the interim, give her the least room for suspicion, or offer to restrain her, she can make her appeals to strangers, and call the country in upon me, and perhaps throw herself upon her relations on their own terms. And were I now to lose her, how unworthy should I be to be the prince and leader of such a confraternity as ours! How unable to look up among men, or to show my face among women! As things at present stand, she dare not own that she went off against her own consent, and I have taken care to make all the implacables believe that she escaped with it. She has received an answer from Miss Howe to the letter written to her from St. Albans. Whatever are the contents I know not, but she was drowned in tears on perusal of it, and I am the sufferer. Miss Howe is a charming creature too, but confoundedly smart and spiritful. I am a good deal afraid of her. Her mother can hardly keep her in. I must continue to play off old Anthony, by my honest Joseph, upon that mother, in order to manage that daughter, and oblige my beloved to an absolute dependence upon myself. Mrs. Howe is impatient of contradiction. So is Miss, a young lady who is sensible that she has all the materials requisites herself to be under maternal control. Fine ground for a man of intrigue to build upon. A mother over notable, a daughter over sensible, and their Hickman, who is over neither, but merely a passive. Only that I have an object still more desirable. Yet how unhappy that these two young ladies lived so near each other, and are so well acquainted! Else how charmingly might I have managed them both! But one man cannot have every woman worth having. Pity, though, when the man is such a very clever fellow. End of Letter 12. Letter 13 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Larry Wilson. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 3, by Samuel Richardson, Chapter 13. Mr. Lovelace to John Belford, Esquire, in continuation. Never was there such a pair of scribbling lovers as we, yet perhaps whom it so much concerns to keep from each other what each writes. She won't have anything else to do. I would, if she'd let me. I am not reformed enough for a husband. Patience is a virtue, Lord M. says. Slow and sure is another of his sentences. If I had not a great deal of that virtue, I should not have waited the Harlowes' own time of ripening into execution of my plots upon themselves and upon their goddess daughter. My beloved has been writing to her saucy friend, I believe, all that has befallen her, and what has passed between us hitherto. She will possibly have fine subjects for her pen, if she be as minute as I am. I would not be so barbarous as to permit old Anthony to set Mrs. Howe against her, did I not dread the consequences of the correspondence between the two young ladies. So lively the one, so vigilant, so prudent both. Who would not wish to outwit such girls, and to be able to twirl them round his finger? My charmer has written to her sister for her clothes, for some gold, and for some of her books. What books can tell her more than she knows? But I can, so she had better study me. She may write. She must be obliged to me at last, with all her pride. Miss Howe, indeed, will be ready enough to supply her. but I question whether she can do it without her mother, who is as covetous as the grave. And my agent's agent, old Anthony, has already given the mother a hint which will make her jealous of pecuniaries. Besides, if Miss Howe has money by her, I can put her mother upon borrowing it of her. Nor blame me, Jack, for contrivances that have their foundation in generosity. Thou knowest my spirit, and that I should be proud to lay an obligation upon my charmer to the amount of half, nay, to the whole of my estate. Lord M. has more for me than I can ever wish for. My predominant passion is girl, not gold. Nor value I this, but as it helps me to that, and gives me independence. I was forced to put it into the sweet novice's head, as well for my sake as for hers, lest we should be traceable by her direction, whither to direct the sending of her clothes, if they incline to do her that small piece of justice. If they do, I shall begin to dread a reconciliation, and must be forced to muse for a contrivance or two to prevent it, and to avoid mischief. For that, as I have told honest Joseph Leman, is a great point with me. Thou wilt think me a sad fellow, I doubt. But are not all rakes sad fellows? And art not thou, to thy little power, as bad as any? If thou dost all that's in thy head and in thy heart to do, thou art worse than I, for I do not, I assure you. I proposed, and she consented, that her clothes, or whatever else her relations should think fit to send her, should be directed to thy cousin Osgood's. Let a special messenger at my charge bring me any letter or portable parcel that shall come. If not portable, give me notice of it. But thou'lt have no trouble of this sort from her relations, I dare be sworn. And in this assurance I will leave them, I think, to act upon their own heads. A man would have no more to answer for than needs must. But one thing, while I think of it, which is of great importance to be attended to. You must hereafter write to me in character, as I shall do to you. It would be a confounded thing to be blown up by a train of my own laying. And who knows what opportunities a man in love may have against himself? In changing a coat or a waistcoat, something might be forgotten. I once suffered that way. Then for the sex's curiosity, it is but remembering, in order to guard against it, that the name of their common mother was Eve. Another thing, remember. I have changed my name, changed it without an act of Parliament. Robert Huntingford it is now. Continue, Esquire. It is a respectable addition, although every sorry fellow assumes it, almost to the banishment of the usual travelling one of captain, to be left till called for at the post-house at Hertford. Upon naming thee, she asked thy character. I gave thee a letter that thou deservest, in order to do credit to myself. Yet I told her that thou wert an awkward fellow, and this to do credit to thee, that she may not, if ever she be to see thee, expect a cleverer man than she'll find. Yet thy apparent awkwardness befriends thee not a little, for wert thou a sightly mortal, people would discover nothing extraordinary in thee when they conversed with thee, whereas, seeing a bear, they are surprised to find in thee anything that is like a man. Felicitate thyself then upon thy defects, which are evidently thy principal perfections, and which occasion thee a distinction which otherwise thou wouldst never have. The lodgings we are in at present are not convenient. I was so delicate as to find fault with them, as communicating with each other, because I knew she would, and I told her that were I sure she was safe from pursuit, I would leave her in them, since such was her earnest desire and expectation, to go to London. She must be an infidel against all reason and appearances, if I do not banish even the shadow of mistrust from her heart. Here are two young likely girls, daughter of the widow Sorlings. That's the name of our landlady. I have only at present admired them in their dairy works. How greedily do the sex swallow praise! Did I not once in the streets of London see a well-dressed, handsome girl laugh, bridle, and visibly enjoy the praises of a sooty dog, a chimney-sweeper, who with his empty sack across his shoulder, after giving her the way, stopped and held up his brush and shovel in admiration of her? Egad, girl, thought I despised thee as Lovelace, but were I the chimney-sweeper, I could only contrive to get into thy presence my life to thy virtue. I would have thee. So pleased was I with the young Sorlings for the elegance of her works, that I kissed her, and she made me a courtesy for my condescension, and blushed, and seemed sensible all over. Encouraging, yet innocently, she adjusted her handkerchief, and looked towards the door, as much as to say, she would not tell were I to kiss her again. Her eldest sister popped upon her. The conscious girl blushed again, and looked so confounded that I made an excuse for her, which gratified both Mrs. Betty. Said I have been so much pleased with the neatness of your dairy works, that I could not help saluting your sister. You have your share of merit in them, I am sure. Give me leave. Good souls! I like them both. She courtesied too. How I love a grateful temper! Oh, that my Clarissa were but half so acknowledging! I think I must get one of them to attend my charmer when she removes. The mother seems to be a notable woman. She had not best, however, be too noticeable, since were she by suspicion to give me a face of difficulty to the matter, it would prepare me for a trial with one or both the daughters. Allow me a little rhodomontade, Jack. But really and truly, my heart is fixed. I can think of no creature breathing of the sex but my Gloriana. End of letter 13. Letter 14 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Larry Wilson. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 3, by Samuel Richardson. Chapter 14. Mr. Lovelace to John Belford, Esquire, in continuation. This is Wednesday, the day that I was to have lost my charmer forever to the hideous Solmes. With what high satisfaction and heart's ease can I now sit down and triumph over my men in straw at Harlowe Place! Yet 'tis perhaps best for them that she got off as she did. Who knows what consequences might have followed upon my attending her in, or, if she had not met me, upon my projected visit, followed by my myrmidons. But had I even gone in with her unaccompanied, I think I had but little reason for apprehension. For well thou knowest that the tame spirits which value themselves upon reputation, and are held within the skirts of the law by political considerations only, may be compared to an infectious spider, which will run into his hole the moment one of his threads is touched by a finger that can crush him, leaving all his toils defenceless, and to be brushed down at the will of the potent invader. While a silly fly that has neither courage nor strength to resist, no sooner gives notice by its buzz and its struggles of its being entangled, but outsteps the self-circumscribed tyrant, winds round and round the poor insect, till he covers it with his bowel-spun toils, and when so fully secured that it can neither move leg nor wing, suspends it, as if for a spectacle to be exulted over, then stalking to the door of his cell, turns about, gloats over it at a distance, and sometimes advancing, sometimes retiring, preys at leisure upon its vitals. But now I think of it, will not this comparison do as well for the entangled girls as for the tame spirits? Better, oh, my conscience, 'tis but comparing the spider to us brave fellows, and it quadrates. Whatever our hearts are in, our heads will follow. Begin with spiders, with flies, with what we will. Girl is the centre of gravity, and we all naturally tend to it. Nevertheless, to recur, I cannot but observe that these tame spirits stand a poor chance in a fairly offensive war with such of us mad fellows as are above all law, and scorn to sulk behind the hypocritical screen of reputation. Thou knowest that I never scruple to throw myself amongst numbers of adversaries, the more the safer. One or two, no fear, will take the part of a single adventurer, if not intentionally, in fact, holding him in, while others hold in the principal antagonist to the argumentation of their mutual prowess, till both are prevailed upon to compromise, or one to be absent, so that upon the whole the lawbreakers have the advantage of the law-keepers all the world over, at least for a time, and till they have run to the end of their race. Add to this in the question between me and the Harlowes, and the whole family of them must know that they have injured me, must therefore be afraid of me. Did they not at their own church cluster together like bees when they saw me enter it? Nor knew they which should venture out first when the service was over. James, indeed, was not there. If he had, he would perhaps have endeavored to look valiant. But there was a sort of valor in his face which shows fear in the heart. Just such a face would James Harlowe's have been, had I made them a visit. When I have had such a face and such a heart as I have described to deal with, I have been all calm and serene, and left it to the friends of the blusterer, as I have done to the Harlowes, to do my work for me. I am about mustering up in my memory all that I have ever done that has been thought praiseworthy, or but barely tolerable. I am afraid thou canst not help me to many remembrances of this sort, because I never was so bad as since I have known thee. Have I not had it in my heart to do some good that thou canst not remind me of? Study for me, Jack. I have recollected some instances which I think will tell in, but see if thou canst not help me to some which I may have forgot. This I may venture to say, that the principal blot on my escutcheon is owing to these girls, these confounded girls. But for them I could go to church with a good conscience. But when I do, there they are. Everywhere does Satan spread his snares for me. But how I think of it, what if our governor should appoint churches for the women only, and others for the men? Full as proper, I think, for the promoting of true piety in both. Much better than the synagogue lattices, as separate boarding schools for their education. There are already male and female dedications of churches. St. Swithin's, St. Stephen's, St. Thomas's, St. George's, and so forth, might be appropriated to the men, and Santa Catarina's, Santa Anna's, Santa Maria's, Santa Margareta's for the women. Yet were it so, and life to be the forfeiture of being found at the female churches, I believe that I, like a second Clodius, should change my dress, to come to my Portia or Pompeia, though one the daughter of Cato, the other the wife of Caesar. But how I excurse! Yet thou usest to say thou likest my excursions. If thou dost, thou'lt have enough of them, for I never had a subject so much adored, and with which I shall probably be compelled to have so much patience before I strike the blow, if the blow I do strike. But let me call myself back to my recordation subject. Thou needest not to remind me of my rosebud. I have her in my head, and moreover I have contrived to give my fair one an hint of that affair, by the agency of honest Joseph Leman, although I have not reaped the hoped-for credit of her acknowledgment. That's the devil. It was always my hard fate. Everything I do that is good is but as I ought. Everything of a contrary nature is brought into the most glaring light against me. Is this fair? Ought not a balance to be struck, and the credit carried to my account? Yet I must own too that I half grudge Johnny this blooming maiden. For in truth I think a fine woman too rich a jewel to hang about a poor man's neck. Surely, Jack, if I am guilty of a fault in my universal adoration of the sex, the women in general ought to love me the better for it. And so they do. I thank them heartily, except here and there a covetous little rogue comes across me, who, under the pretence of loving virtue for its own sake, wants to have me all to herself. I have rambled enough. Adieu for the present. End of Letter 14.
Letter 15 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 3, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 15. Miss Clarissa Harlowe to Miss Howe, Thursday night, April 13th. I always loved writing, and my unhappy situation gives me now enough of it, and you, I fear, too much. I have had another very warm debate with Mr. Lovelace. It brought on the subject which you advised me not to decline when it was handsomely offered, and I want to have either your acquittal or blame for having suffered it to go off without effect. The impatient wretch sent up to me several times while I was writing my last to you to desire my company. Yet his business nothing particular, only to hear him talk. The man seems pleased with his own volubility, and whenever he has collected together abundance of smooth things, he wants me to find an ear for them. Yet he need not, for I don't often gratify him either with giving him the praise for his verboseness, or showing the pleasure in it that he would be fond of. When I had finished the letter and given it to Mr. Hickman's friend, I was going up again, and had got up half a dozen stairs, when he besought me to stop and hear what he had to say. Nothing, as I said, to any new purpose had he to offer, but complainings, and those in a manner and with an air, as I thought, that bordered upon insolence. He could not live, he told me, unless he had more of my company, and of my indulgence too, than I had yet given him. Hereupon I stepped down and into the parlour, not a little out of humour with him, and the more as he has very quietly taken up his quarters here, without talking of removing as he had promised. We began instantly our angry conference. He provoked me, and I repeated several of the plainest things I had said in our former conversations, and particularly told him that I was every hour more and more dissatisfied with myself and with him, that he was not a man who, in my opinion, improved upon acquaintance, and that I should not be easy till he had left me to myself. He might be surprised at my warmth perhaps, but really the man looked so like a simpleton, hesitating and having nothing to say for himself, or that should excuse the peremptoriness of his demand upon me, when he knew I had been writing a letter which a gentleman waited for, that I flung from him, declaring that I would be mistress of my own time and of my own actions, and not to be called to account for either. He was very uneasy till he could again be admitted into my company, and when I was obliged to see him, which was sooner than I liked, never did the man put on a more humble and respectful demeanour. He told me that he had, upon this occasion, been entering into himself, and had found a great deal of reason to blame himself for an impertinency and inconsideration which, although he meant nothing by it, must be very disagreeable to one of my delicacy, that, having always aimed at a manly sincerity and openness of heart, he had not till now discovered that both were very consistent with that true politeness which he feared he had too much disregarded, while he sought to avoid the contrary extreme, knowing that in me he had to deal with a lady who despised an hypocrite, and who was above all flattery. But from this time forth I should find such an alteration in his whole behaviour as might be expected from a man who knew himself to be honoured with the presence and conversation of a person who had the most delicate mind in the world. That was his flourish. I said that he might perhaps expect congratulations upon the discovery he had just now made, to wit, that true politeness and sincerity were reconcilable, but that I, who had, by a perverse fate, been thrown into his company, had abundant reason to regret that he had not sooner found this out, since, I believed, very few men of birth and education were strangers to it. He knew not, neither, he said, that he had so badly behaved himself as to deserve so very severe a rebuke. Perhaps not, I replied, but he might, if so, make another discovery from what I had said, which might be to my own disadvantage, since, if he had so much reason to be satisfied with himself, he would see what an ungenerous person he spoke to, who, when he seemed to give himself airs of humility, which perhaps he thought beneath him to assume, had not the civility to make him a compliment upon them, but was ready to take him at his word. He had long, with infinite pleasure, the pretended flattery-hater said, admired my superior talents, and a wisdom in so young a lady perfectly surprising. Let me, madam, said he, stand ever so low in your opinion, I shall believe all you say to be just, and that I have nothing to do but to govern myself for the future by your example, and by the standard you shall be pleased to give me. I know better, sir, replied I, than to value myself upon your volubility of speech. As you pretend to pay so preferable a regard to sincerity, you shall confine yourself to the strict rules of truth when you speak of me to myself. And then, although you shall be so kind as to imagine that you have reason to make me a compliment, you will have much more to pride yourself in those arts which have made so extraordinary a young creature so great a fool. Really, my dear, the man deserves not politer treatment. And then has he not made a fool, an egregious fool of me? I am afraid he himself thinks he has. I am surprised, I am amazed, madam, returned he, at so strange a turn upon me. I am very unhappy, that nothing I can do or say will give you a good opinion of me. Would to heaven that I knew what I can do to obtain the honour of your confidence. I told him that I desired his absence of all things. I saw not, I said, that my friends thought it worth their while to give me disturbance. Therefore, if he would set out for London or Berkshire, or whither he pleased, it would be most agreeable to me, and most reputable too. He would do so, he said. He intended to do so the moment I was in a place to my liking, in a place convenient for me. This, sir, will be so, said I, when you are not here to break in upon me and make the apartments inconvenient. He did not think this place safe, he replied, and as I intended not to stay here, he had not been so solicitous as otherwise he should have been to enjoin privacy to his servants, nor to Mrs. Greme at her leaving me. That there were 2 or 3 gentlemen at the neighbourhood, he said, with whose servants his gossiping fellows had scraped acquaintance, so that he could not think of leaving me here unguarded and unattended, but fix upon any place in England where I could be out of danger, and he would go to the furthermost part of the king's dominions, if by doing so he could make me easy. I told him plainly that I should never be in humour with myself for meeting him, nor with him for seducing me away, that my regrets increased instead of diminished, that my reputation was wounded, that nothing I could do would now retrieve it, and that he must not wonder if I every hour grew more and more uneasy both with myself and him, that upon the whole I was willing to take care of myself, and when he had left me I should best know what to resolve upon and whither to go. He wished, he said, he were at liberty, without giving me offence, or being thought to intend to infringe the articles I had stipulated and insisted upon, to make one humble proposal to me. But the sacred regard he was determined to pay to all my injunctions, reluctantly as I had on Monday last put it into his power to serve me, would not permit him to make it, unless I would promise to excuse him if I did not approve of it. I asked in some confusion what he would say. He prefaced and paraded on, and then out came, with great diffidence and many apologies, and a bashfulness which sat very awkwardly upon him, a proposal of speedy solemnization, which, he said, would put all right, and make my first 3 or 4 months, which otherwise must be passed in obscurity and apprehension, a round of visits and visitings to and from all his relations, to Miss Howe, to whom I pleased, and would pave the way to the reconciliation I had so much at heart. Your advice had great weight with me just then, as well as his reasons, and the consideration of my unhappy situation. But what could I say? I wanted somebody to speak for me. The man saw I was not angry at his motion. I only blushed, and that I am sure I did up to the ears, and looked silly and like a fool. He wants not courage. Would he have had me catch at his very first word? I was silent too, and do not the bold sex take silence for a mark of favour? Then, so lately in my father's house, having also declared to him in my letters, before I had your advice, that I would not think of marriage till he had passed through a state of probation, as I may call it. How was it possible I could encourage, with very ready signs of approbation, such an early proposal, especially so soon after the free treatment he had provoked from me? If I were to die, I could not. He looked at me with great confidence, as if, notwithstanding his contradictory bashfulness, he would look me through, while my eye but now and then could glance at him. He begged my pardon with great humility. He was afraid I would think he deserved no other answer but that of a contemptuous silence. True love was fearful of offending. Take care, Mr. Lovelace, thought I, how yours is tried by that rule. Indeed, so sacred a regard, foolish man, would he have to all my declarations made before I honored him. I would hear him no further, but withdrew in a confusion too visible, and left him to make his nonsensical flourishes to himself. I will only add that, if he really wishes for a speedy solemnization, he never could have had a luckier time to press for my consent to it. But he let it go off, and indignation has taken place of it, and now it shall be a point with me to get him at a distance from me. I am, my dearest friend, your ever faithful and obliged Clarissa Harlowe. End of Letter 15.
Letter 16 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Larry Wilson. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 3, by Samuel Richardson. Chapter 16. Mr. Lovelace to John Belford, Esquire, Tuesday, April 13th. Why, Jack, thou needest not make such a wonderment, as the girls say, if I should have taken large strides already towards reformation. For dost thou not see that while I have been so assiduously night and day pursuing this single charmer, I have infinitely less to answer for than otherwise I should have had? Let me see, how many days and nights? 40, I believe, after open trenches, spent in the sap only, and never a mine sprung yet. By a moderate computation, a dozen kites might have fallen, while I have been only trying to ensnare this single lark. Nor yet do I see when I shall be able to bring her to my lure. More innocent days yet, therefore. But reformation for my stalking horse, I hope, will be sure, though a slow method to effect all my purposes. Then, Jack, thou wilt have a merit too in engaging my pen, since thy time would be otherwise worse employed. And after all, who knows but by creating new habits at the expense of the old, a real reformation might be brought about? I have promised it, and I believe there is pleasure to be found in being good, reversing that of Nat Lee's madman, which none but good men know. By all this, seest thou not how greatly preferable it is, on 20 accounts, to pursue a difficult rather than an easy chase? I have a desire to inculcate this pleasure upon thee, and to teach thee to fly at nobler game than draws crows and widgeons. I have a mind to show thee from time to time, in the course of the correspondence thou hast so earnestly wished me to begin on this illustrious occasion, that these exalted ladies may be abased, and to obviate one of the objections that thou madest to me when we were last together, that the pleasure which attends these nobler aims remunerates not the pains they bring with them. Since like a paltry fellow as thou wert, thou assertest that all women are alike. Thou knowest nothing, Jack, of the delicacies of intrigue, nothing of the glory of outwitting the witty and the watchful, of the joys that fill the mind of the inventive and contriving genius, ruminating which to use of the different webs that offer to him for the entanglement of a haughty charmer, who in her day has given him unnumbered torments. Thou, Jack, who like a dog at his ease contentest thyself to growl over a bone thrown out to thee, dost not know the joys of a chase, and in pursuing a winding game. These I will endeavour to rouse thee to, and then thou wilt have reason doubly and trebly to thank me, as well because of thy present delight as with regard to thy prospect beyond the moon. To this place I had written purely to amuse myself before I was admitted to my charmer. But now I have to tell thee that I was quite right in my conjecture that she would set up for herself and dismiss me, for she has declared in so many words that such was her resolution. And why? Because, to be plain with me, the more she saw of me and of my ways, the less she liked of either. This cut me to the heart. I did not cry, indeed. Had I been a woman, I should, though, and that most plentifully. But I pulled out a white cambric handkerchief, and I could command but not my tears. She finds fault with my protestations, with my professions, with my vows. I cannot curse a servant, the only privilege a master is known by, but I am supposed to be a trooper. I must not say by my soul, nor as I hope to be saved. Why, Jack, how particular this is! Would she not have me think I have a precious soul, as well as she? If she thinks my salvation hopeless, what a devil, another exceptional word, does she propose to reform me for? So I have not an ardent expression left me. What can be done with a woman who is above flattery, and despises all praise but that which flows from the approbation of her own heart? Well, Jack, thou seest it is high time to change my measures. I must run into the pious a little faster than I had designed. What a sad thing it would be, were I, after all, to lose her person, as well as her opinion. The only time that further acquaintance, and no blow struck nor suspicion given, ever lessened me in a lady's favour. Accursed mortification! 'Tis certain I can have no pretence of holding her if she will go. No such thing as force is to be used, or so much hinted at. Lord, send us safe to London. That's all I have for it now, and yet it must be the least part of my speech. But why will this admirable creature urge her destiny? Why will she defy the power she is absolutely dependent upon? Why will she wish to my face that she had never left her father's house? Why will she deny me her company till she makes me lose my patience and lay myself open to her resentment? And why, when she is offended, does she carry her indignation to the utmost length, that a scornful beauty, in the very height of her power and pride, can go? Is it prudent, thinkest thou, in her circumstances, to tell me, repeatedly to tell me, that she is every hour more and more dissatisfied with herself and me? That I am not one who improve upon her in my conversation and address? Couldst thou, Jack, bear this from a captive? That she shall not be easy while she is with me? That she knows better than to value herself upon my volubility? That if I think she deserves the compliments I make her, I may pride myself in those arts by which I have made a fool of so extraordinary a person? That she shall never forgive herself for meeting me, nor me for seducing her away, her very words. that her regrets increase instead of diminish, that she will take care of herself, and since her friends think it not worth while to pursue her, she will be left to her own care. That I shall make Mrs. Sorling's house more agreeable by my absence, and go into Berks, to town, or wherever I will, to the devil, I suppose, with all her heart. The impolitic charmer! To a temper so vindictive as she thins mine. To a free liver, as she believes me to be, who was in his power, I was before, as thou knowest, balancing, now this scale, now that, the heaviest. I only waited to see how her will would work, how mine would lead me on. Thou seest what bias here takes, and wilt thou doubt that mine will be determined by it? Were not her faults before this numerous enough, why will she put me upon looking back? I will sit down to argue with myself by and by, and thou shalt be acquainted with the result. If thou didst but know, if thou hadst but beheld what an abject slave she made me look like! I had given myself high airs, as she called them, but they were airs that showed my love for her, that showed I could not live out of her company. But she took me down with a vengeance. She made me look about me. So much advantage had she over me, such severe turns upon me by my soul. Jack, I had hardly a word to say for myself. I am ashamed to tell thee what a poor creature she made me look like. But I could have told her something that would have humbled her pretty pride at an instant, had she been in a proper place and proper company about her. To such a place, then, and where she cannot fly me, and then to see how my will works, and what can be done with the amorous seesaw, now humble, now proud, now expecting or demanding, now submitting or acquiescing, till I have tried resistance. But these hints are at present enough. I may further explain myself as I go along, and as I confirm or recede in my future motions. If she will revive past disobligations, if she will, but no more, as I said, at present, of threatenings. End of Letter 16. Letter 17 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Larry Wilson. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 3, by Samuel Richardson, Chapter 17. Mr. Lovelace to John Belford, Esquire, in continuation. And do I not see that I shall need nothing but patience in order to have all power with me? For what shall we say of all these complaints of a character wounded, these declarations of increasing regrets for meeting me, of resentments never to be got over for my seducing her away, these angry commands to leave her? What shall we say if all were to mean nothing but matrimony? And what if my forbearing to enter upon that subject come out to be the true cause of their petulance and uneasiness? I had once before played about the skirts of the irrevocable obligation, but thought myself obliged to speak in clouds and to run away from the subject as soon as she took my meaning, lest she should imagine it to be ungenerously urged, now she was in some sort in my power, as she had forbid me beforehand to touch upon it, till I were in a state of visible reformation, until reconciliation with her friends were probable. But now, out-argued, out-talented, and pushed so vehemently to leave one of whom I had no good pretence to hold if she would go, and who could so easily, if I had given her cause to doubt, have thrown herself into other protection, or have returned to Harlowe Place and Solmes, I spoke out upon the subject, and offered reasons, although with infinite doubt and hesitation, lest she should be offended at me, Belford, why she should assent to the legal tie, and make me the happiest of men. And oh, how the mantle cheek, the downcast eye, the silent yet trembling lip, and the heaving bosom, a sweet collection of heightened beauties, gave evidence that the tender was not mortally offensive. Charming creature, thought I, but I charge thee that thou let not any of the sex know my exultation. Is it so soon come to this? Am I already lord of the destiny of Clarissa Harlowe? Am I already the reformed man thou resolvest I should be, before I had the least encouragement given me? Is it thus that the more thou knowest me, the less thou seest reason to approve of me? And can art and design enter into a breast so celestial? To banish me from thee, to insist so rigorously upon my absence, in order to bring me closer to thee, and make the blessing dear? Well do the arts justify mine, and encourage me to let loose my plotting genius upon thee. But let me tell thee, charming maid, if thy wishes are at all to be answered, that thou hast yet to account to me for thy reluctance to go off with me, at a crisis when thy going off was necessary to avoid being forced into the nuptial fetters with a wretch, that were he not thy aversion, thou wert no more honest to thy own merit than to me. I am accustomed to be preferred, let me tell thee, by thy equals in rank too, though thy inferiors in merit. But who is not so? And shall I marry a woman who has given me reason to doubt the preference she has for me? No, my dearest love, I have too sacred a regard for thy injunctions to let them be broken through, even by myself. Nor will I take in thy full meaning by blushing silence only. Nor shalt thou give me room to doubt whether it be necessity or love that inspires this condescending impulse. Upon these principles, what had I to do but to construe their silence into contemptuous displeasure? And I begged her pardon for making a motion which I had so much reason to fear would offend her. For the future I would pay a sacred regard to her previous injunctions, and prove to her by all my conduct the truth of that observation, that true love is always fearful of offending. And what could the lady say to this, methinks thou askest? Say? Why, she looked vexed, disconcerted, teased, was at a loss, I thought, whether to be more angry with herself or with me. She turned about, however, as to hide a starting tear, and drew a sigh into 2 or 3 but just audible quavers, trying to suppress it, and withdrew, leaving me master of the field. Tell me not of politeness, tell me not of generosity, tell me not of compassion. Is she not a match for me? More than a match? Does she not outdo me at every fair weapon? Has she not made me doubt her love? Has she not taken officious pains to declare that she was not averse to Solmes for any respect she had to me? And her sorrow for putting herself out of his reach, that is to say, for meeting me. Then what a triumph would it be to the Harlowe pride were I now to marry this lady, a family beneath my own, no one in it worthy of an alliance with but her. My own estate not contemptible, living within the bounds of it to avoid dependence upon their betters, and obliged to no man living. My expectation still is so much more considerable. My person, my talents, not to be despised, surely, yet rejected by them with scorn. Obliged to carry on an underhanded address to their daughter, when 2 of the most considerable families in the kingdom have made overtures which I have declined, partly for her sake, and partly because I never will marry, if she not be the person. To be forced to steal her away, not only from them, but from herself, and I must be brought to implore forgiveness and reconciliation from the Harlowes? Beg to be acknowledged as the son of a gloomy tyrant, whose only boast is his riches, as a brother to a wretch who has conceived immortal hatred to me, and to a sister who was beneath my attempts, or I would have had her in my own way, and that with a 10th part of the trouble and pains that her sister has cost me, and finally as a nephew to uncles who value themselves upon their acquired fortunes, would insult me as creeping to them on that account. Forbid it in the blood of the Lovelaces that your last, and let me say not the meanest of your stock, should thus creep, thus fawn, thus lick the dust for a wife. Proceed anon. End of letter 17. Letter 18 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Larry Wilson. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 3, by Samuel Richardson. Chapter 18. Mr. Lovelace to John Belford, Esquire, in continuation. But is it not the divine Clarissa? Harlowe let me not say, my soul spurns them all but her, whom I am thus by application threatening? If virtue be the true nobility, how she is ennobled! And how shall an alliance with her ennoble, were not contempt due to the family from whom she sprang, and prefers to me? But again, let me stop. Is there not something wrong? Has there not been something wrong in the divine creature? And will not the reflections upon that wrong, what though it may be construed in my favour, make me unhappy, when novelty has lost its charms, and when mind and person she is all my own? Libertines are nicer, if at all nice, than other men. They seldom meet with the stand of virtue in the women whom they attempt, and by the frailty of those they have triumphed over, they judge of all the rest. Importunity and opportunity no woman is proof against, especially from the persevering lover, who knows how to suit temptation's inclinations. This, thou knowest, is a prime article of the rake's creed. And what, methinks thou askest with surprise, dost thou question this most admirable of women? The virtue of a Clarissa dost thou question? I do not, I dare not question it. My reverence for her will not let me directly question it. But let me in my turn ask thee, may not her virtue be founded rather in pride than in principle? Whose daughter is she? And is she not a daughter? If impeccable, how came she by her impeccability? The pride of setting an example to her sex has run away with her hitherto, and may have made her till now invincible. But is not that pride abated? What may not both men and women be brought to do in a mortified state? What mind is superior to calamity? Pride is, perhaps, the principal bulwark of female virtue. Humble a woman, and may she not be effectually humbled? Then who says Miss Clarissa Harlowe is the paragon of virtue? Is virtue itself? All who know her and have heard of her, it will be answered. Common bruit. Is virtue to be established by common bruit only? Has her virtue ever been proved? Who has dared to try her virtue? I told thee I would sit down to argue with myself, and I have drawn myself into argumentation before I was aware. Let me enter into a strict discussion of this subject. I know how ungenerous an appearance what I have said, and what I have further to say on this topic, will have from me. But am I not bringing virtue to a touchstone with a view to exalt it, if it come out to be proof? Avaunt then for one moment all consideration that may arise from a weakness, which some would miscall gratitude, and is oft times the corrupter of a heart most ignoble. To test then, and I will bring this charming creature to the strictest test, that all the sex who may be shown any passages in my letters, and I know thou cheerest the hearts of all thy acquaintance with such detached parts of mine as tend not to dishonour characters or reveal names, and this gives me an appetite to oblige thee by interlardment, that all the sex, I say, may see what they ought to be, what is expected from them, and if they have to deal with a person of reflection and punctilio, of pride if thou wilt, how careful they ought to be, by regular and uniform conduct, not to give him cause to think lightly of them for favours granted, which may be interpreted into natural weakness. For is not a wife the keeper of a man's honour? And do not her faults bring more disgrace upon a husband than even upon herself? It is not for nothing, Jack, that I have disliked the life of shackles. To the test then, as I said, since now I have the question brought home to me, whether I am to have a wife, and whether she be to be a wife at the first or at the second hand. I will proceed fairly. I do the dear creature not only strict but generous justice, for I will try her by her own judgment, as well as by our principles. She blames herself for having corresponded with me, a man of free character, and one indeed whose first view it was to draw her into this correspondence, and who succeeded in it by means unknown to herself. Now what were her inducements to this correspondence? If not what her niceness makes her think blameworthy, why does she blame herself? Has she been capable of error, of persisting in that error? Whoever was the tempter, that is not the thing, nor what the temptation. The fact, the error, is now before us. Did she persist in it against parental prohibition? She owns she did. Was a daughter ever known who had higher notions of the filial duty, of the parental authority? Never. What must be the inducements, how strong, that they were too strong for duty in a daughter so dutiful? What must my thoughts have been of these inducements, what my hopes built upon them at the time taken in this light? Well, but it will be said that her principal view was to prevent mischief between her brother and her other friends, and the man vilely insulted by them all. But why should she be more concerned for the safety of others than they were for their own? And had not the recounter then happened? Was it a person of virtue to be prevailed upon to break through her apparent, her acknowledged duty upon any consideration? And if not, was she to be so prevailed upon to prevent an apprehended evil only? Thou, Lovelace, the tempter, thou wilt break out and say, to be the accuser. But I am not the accuser. I am the arguer only, and in my heart all the time acquit and worship the divine creature. But let me nevertheless examine whether the acquittal be owing to her merit or to my weakness, the true name of love. But shall we suppose another motive, and that is love, a motive which all the world will excuse for her? But let me tell all the world that do, not because they ought, but because all the world is apt to be misled by it. Let love then be the motive. Love of whom? A Lovelace is the answer. Is there but one Lovelace in the world? May not more Lovelaces be attracted by so fine a figure, by such exalted qualities? It was her character that drew me to her, and it was her beauty and good sense that riveted my chains, and now all together make me think her a subject worthy of my attempts, worthy of my ambition. But has she had the candour, the openness, to acknowledge that love? She has not. Well, then, if love be at the bottom, is there not another fault lurking beneath the shadow of that love? Has she not affectation, or is it pride of heart? And what results? Is then the divine Clarissa capable of loving a man whom she ought not to love? And is she capable of affectation? And is her virtue founded in pride? And if the answer to these questions be affirmative, must she not then be a woman? And can she keep this love at bay? Can she make him who has been accustomed to triumph over other women tremble? Can she conduct herself as to make him at times question whether she loves him or any man, yet not have the requisite command over the passion itself, in steps of the highest consequence to her honour, as she thinks? I'm trying her, Jack, by her own thoughts. But suffer herself to be provoked to promise to abandon her father's house, and go off with him, knowing his character, and even conditioning not to marry till improbably the remote contingencies were to come to pass? What though the provocations were such as would justify any other woman? Yet was a Clarissa to be susceptible to provocations which she thinks herself highly censurable for being so much moved by. But let us see the dear creature resolve to revoke her promise, yet meeting her lover, a bold and intrepid man, who was more than once before disappointed by her, and who comes, as she knows, prepared to expect the fruits of her appointment, and resolved to carry her off. And let us see him actually carrying her off, and having her at his mercy. May there not be, I repeat, other Lovelaces, other like intrepid, persevering enterprisers, although they may not go to work in the same way? And has then a Clarissa, herself her judge, failed? In such great points failed? And may she not further fail? Fail in the greatest point, to which all the other points in which she has failed have but a natural tendency? Nor say thou that virtue in the eye of heaven is as much a manly as a womanly grace. By virtue in this place I mean chastity, and to be superior to temptation. My Clarissa out of the question. Nor ask thou, shall the man be guilty, yet expect the woman to be guiltless, and even unsusceptible? Urge thou not these arguments, I say, since the wife by a failure may do much more injury to the husband than the husband can do to the wife, and not only to her husband, but to all his family, by obtruding another man's children into his possessions, perhaps to the exclusion of, at least to a participation with, his own, he believing them all the time to be his. In the eye of heaven, therefore, the sin cannot be equal. Besides, I have read in some places that the woman was made for the man, not the man for the woman. Virtue, then, is less to be dispensed with in the woman than in the man. Thou, Lovelace, methinks some better man than myself will say, to expect such perfection in a woman. Yes, I may answer. Was not the great Caesar a great rake as to women? Was he not called by his very soldiers on one of his triumphant entries into Rome the bald-pated lecher? And warning given of him to his wives as well as to the daughters of his fellow citizens. Yet did not Caesar repudiate his wife for being only in the company with Clodius, or rather because Clodius, though by surprise upon her, was found in hers? And what was the reason he gave for it? It was this, though a rake himself, as I have said, and only this: the wife of Caesar must not be suspected. Caesar was not a prouder man than Lovelace. Go to, then, Jack, nor say, nor let anybody say in thy hearing, that Lovelace, a man valuing himself upon his ancestry, is singular in his expectations of a wife's purity, though not pure himself. As to my Clarissa, I own that I hardly think there ever was such an angel of a woman. But has she not, as above, already taken steps which she herself condemns? Steps which the world and her own family did not think her capable of taking, and for which her own family will not forgive her. Nor think it strange that I refuse to hear anything pleaded in behalf of a standard virtue from high provocations. Are not provocations and temptations the tests of virtue? A standard virtue must not be allowed to be provoked to destroy or annihilate itself. May not the success of him who could carry her thus far be allowed to be an encouragement for him to try to carry her farther? 'Tis but to try. Who will be afraid of a trail for this divine creature? Thou knowest that I have more than once, twice, or thrice put to the fiery trial young women of name and character, and never yet met with one who held out a month, nor indeed so long as I could puzzle my invention. I have concluded against the whole sex upon it. And now, if I have not found a virtue that cannot be corrupted, I will swear that there is not one such in the whole sex. Is not then the whole sex concerned that this trial should be made? And who is it that knows this lady, that would not stake upon her head the honour of the whole? Let her who would refuse it come forth, and desire to stand in her place. I must assure thee that I have a prodigious high opinion of virtue, as I have of all those graces and excellencies which I have not been able to attain myself. Every free liver would not say this, nor think thus. Every argument he uses condemnatory of his own actions, as some would think. But ingenuousness was ever a signal part of my character. Satan, whom thou mayest, if thou wilt in this case, call my instigator, put the good man of old upon the severest trial. To his behaviour under these trials that good man owed his honour and his future rewards. An innocent person, if doubted, must wish to be brought to a fair and candid trial. Rinaldo, indeed, in Ariosto, put the Mantua knight's cup of trial before him, which was to be the proof of his wife's chastity. This was the argument for forbearing the experiment. Why should I seek a think I should be loth to find? My wife is a woman. The sex is frail. I cannot believe better of her than I do. It will be to my own loss if I find reason to think worse. But Rinaldo would not have refused the trial of the lady before she became his wife, and when he might have found his account in detecting her. For my part, I would not have put the cup from me, though married, had it been but in hope of finding reason to confirm my good opinion of my wife's honour, and that I might know whether I had a snake or a dove in my bosom. To my point, what must that virtue be which will not stand a trial? What that woman who would wish to shun it? Well, then, a trial seems necessary for the furthest establishment of the honour of so excellent a creature. And who shall put her to this trial? Who but the man who has, as she thinks, already induced her in lesser points to swerve? And this for her own sake in a double sense, not only as he has been able to make some impression, but as she regrets the impression made, and so may be presumed to be guarded against his further attempts. The situation she is at present in it must be confessed, is a disadvantageous one to her. But if she overcome, that will redound to her honour. Shun not, therefore, my dear soul, further trials, nor hate me for making them. For what woman can be said to be virtuous till she has been tried? Nor is one effort, one trial, to be sufficient. Why? Because a woman's heart may at one time be adamant, at another wax, as I have often experienced, and so, no doubt, hast thou. A fine time of it, methinks, thou sayest, would the woman have, if they were all to be tried. But, Jack, I am not for that neither. Though I am a rake, I am not a rake's friend, except thine and company's. And be this one of the morals of my tedious discussion. Let the little rogues, who would not be put to the question, as I may call it, choose accordingly. Let them prefer to their favour good, honest, sober fellows, who have not been used to play dogs' tricks, who will be willing to take them as they offer, and who, being tolerable themselves, are not suspicious of others. But what, methinks thou askest, is to become of the lady if she fail? What? Why will she not, if once subdued, be always subdued? Another of our libertine maxims. And what an immense pleasure to a marriage-hater, what rapture to thought, to be able to prevail upon such a woman as Miss Clarissa Harlowe to live with him, without real change of name. But if she resist, if nobly she stand her trial, why then I will marry her, and bless my stars for such an angel of a wife. But will she not hate thee? Will she not refuse? No, no, Jack, circumstanced and situated as we are, I am not afraid of that. And hate me? Why should she hate the man who loves her upon proof? And then for a little hint at reprisal, am I not justified in my resolutions of trying her virtue, who is resolved, as I may say, to try mine? Who has declared that she will not marry me till she has hopes of my reformation? And now, to put an end to this sober argumentation, wilt thou not thyself, whom I have supposed an advocate for the lady, because I know that Lord M. has put thee upon using the interest he thinks thou hast in me, to persuade me to enter the pale, wilt thou not thyself allow me to try if I cannot awaken the woman in her? To try if she, with all that glowing symmetry of parts, and that full bloom of vernal graces by which she attracts every eye, be really inflexible as the grand article? Let me begin then, as opportunity presents, I will, and watch her every step to find one sliding one, her every moment to find the moment critical, and the rather as she spares me not, but takes every advantage that offers to puzzle and plague me, nor expect nor thinks me to be a good man. If she be a woman, and love me, I shall surely catch her once tripping. For love was never a traitor to its harbourer, and love within and I without, she will be more than woman, as the poet says, or I less than a man, if I succeed not. Now, Belford, all is out. The lady is mine, shall be more mine. Marriage, I see, is in my power, now she is so, else perhaps it had not. If I can have her without marriage, who can blame me for trying? If not, great will be her glory, and my future confidence. And well will she merit the sacrifice I shall make her of my liberty, and from all her sex honours next to divine, for giving a proof that there was once a woman whose virtue no trials, no stratagems, no temptations, even from the man she hated not, could overpower. Now wilt thou see all my circulation, as in a glass wilt thou see it. Kabbalah, however, is in the word, nor let the secret escape thee even in thy dreams. Nobody doubts that she is to be my wife. Let her pass for such when I give the word. Meantime, reformation shall be my stalking horse. some one of the women in London, if I can get her hither, my bird. And so much for this time. End of Letter 18.
Letter 19 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 3, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 19. Miss Howe to Miss Clarissa Harlowe, in answer to Letters 9 and 15. Do not be so much concerned, my dearest friend, at the bickerings between my mother and me. We love one another dearly, notwithstanding. If my mother had not me to find fault with, she must find fault with someone else. And as to me, I am a very saucy girl, and were not this occasion, there would be some other to show it. You have heard me say that this was always the case between us. You could not otherwise have known it, for when you was with us, you harmonized us both, and indeed I was always more afraid of you than of my mother. But then that awe is accompanied with love. Your reproofs, as I have always found, are so charmingly mild and instructive, so evidently calculated to improve, and not to provoke, that a generous temper must be amended by them. But here now, mind my good mamma, when you are not with us. You shall, I tell you, Nancy. I will have it so. Don't I know best? I won't be disobeyed. How can a daughter of spirits bear such language, such looks too with the language, and not have a longing mind to disobey? Don't advise me, my dear, to subscribe to my mother's prohibition of correspondence with you. She has no reason for it, nor would she of her own judgment have prohibited it. That odd old ambling soul, your uncle, whose visits are frequenter than ever, instigated by your malicious and selfish brother and sister in this occasion, and they have only borrowed my mother's lips, at the distance they are from you, for a sort of speaking trumpet for them. The prohibition, once more I say, cannot come from her heart, but if it did, is so much danger to be apprehended from my continuing to write to one of my own sex, as if I wrote to one of the other. Don't let dejection and disappointment, and the course of oppression which you have run through, weaken your mind, my dearest creature, and make you see inconveniences where there possibly cannot be any. If your talent is scribbling, as you call it, so is mine, and I will scribble on, at all opportunities, and to you, let them say what they will. Nor let your letters be filled with the self-accusations you mention. There is no cause for them. I wish that your Anna Howe, who continues in her mother's house, were but half as good as Miss Clarissa Harlowe, who has been driven out of her father's. I will say nothing upon your letter to your sister, till I see the effect it will have. You hope, you tell me, that you shall have your money and clothes sent you, notwithstanding my opinion to the contrary. I am sorry to have it to acquaint you, that I have just now heard that they have sat in council upon your letter, and that your mother was the only person who was for sending you your things, and was overruled. I charge you therefore to accept of my offer, as by my last, and give me particular directions for what you want, that I can supply you with besides. Don't set your thoughts so much upon a reconciliation as to prevent your laying hold of any handsome opportunity to give yourself a protector, such a one as a man will be who, I imagine, husband-like, will let nobody insult you but himself. What could he mean by letting slip such a one as that you mention? I don't know how to blame you, for how you go beyond silence and blushes, when the foolish fellow came with his observances of the restrictions which you laid him under, when in another situation. But, as I told you above, you really strike people into awe, and, upon my word, you did not spare him. I repeat what I said in my last, that you have a very nice part to act, and I will add, that you have a mind that is much too delicate for your part. But when the lover is exalted, the lady must be humbled. He is naturally proud and saucy. I doubt you must engage his pride, which he calls his honour, and that you must throw off a little more of the veil, and I would have you restrain your wishes before him, that you had not met him, and the like. What signifies wishing, my dear? He will not bear it. You can hardly expect that he will. Nevertheless, it vexes me to the very bottom of my pride that any wretch of that sex should be able to triumph over Clarissa. I cannot, however, but say that I am charmed with your spirit. So much sweetness where sweetness is requisite, so much spirit where spirit is called for. What a true magnanimity! But I doubt, in your present circumstances, you must endeavour after a little more of the reserve, in cases where you are displeased with him, and palliate a little. That humility which he puts on when you rise upon him is not natural to him. Methinks I see the man hesitating, and looking like the fool you paint him, under your corrective superiority. But he is not a fool. Don't put him upon mingling resentment with his love. You are very serious, my dear, in the first of the 2 letters before me, in relation to Mr. Hickman and me, and in relation to my mother and me. But as to the latter, you must not be too grave. If we are not well together at one time, we are not ill together at another. And while I am able to make her smile in the midst of the most angry fit she ever fell into on the present occasion, though sometimes she would not if she could help it, it is a very good sign, a sign that displeasure can never go deep, or be lasting. And then a kind word, or kind look, to her favourite Hickman, sets the one into raptures, and the other in tolerable humour at any time. But your case pains me at heart, and with all my levity, both the good folks most sometimes partake of that pain. Nor will it be over as long as you are in a state of uncertainty, and especially as I was not able to prevail for that protection for you which would have prevented the unhappy step, the necessity for which we both, with so much reason, deplore. I have only to add, and yet it is needless to tell you, that I am, and ever will be, your affectionate friend and servant, Anna Howe. End of Letter 19.
Letter 20 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 3, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 20. Miss Clarissa Harlowe to Miss Howe. You tell me, my dear, that my clothes and the little sum of money I left behind me will not be sent me, but I will still hope. It is yet early days. When their passions subside, they will better consider of the matter, and especially as I have my ever dear and excellent mother for my friend in this request. Oh, the sweet indulgence! How has my heart bled, and how does it still bleed for her! You advise me not to depend upon a reconciliation. I do not, I cannot depend upon it. But nevertheless it is the wish next my heart. And as to this man, what can I do? You see that marriage is not absolutely in my own power, if I were inclined to prefer it to the trial which I think I ought to have principally in view to make for a reconciliation. You say he is proud and insolent. Indeed he is. But can it be your opinion that he intends to humble me down to the level of his mean pride? And what mean you, my dear friend, when you say that I must throw off a little more of the veil? Indeed, I never knew that I wore one. Let me assure you that if I never see anything in Mr. Lovelace that looks like a design to humble me, his insolence shall never make me discover a weakness unworthy of a person distinguished by your friendship, that is to say, unworthy either of my sex or of my former self. But I hope, as I am out of all other protection, that he is not capable of mean or low resentments. If he has had any extraordinary trouble on my account, may he not thank himself for it? He may, and lay it, if he pleases, to his character, which, as I have told him, gave at least a pretence to my brother against him. And then, did I ever make him any promises? Did I ever profess a love for him? Did I ever wish for the continuance of his address? Had not my brother's violence precipitated matters? Would not my indifference to him in all likelihood, as I designed it should, have tired out his proud spirit, and make him set out for London, where he used chiefly to reside? And if he had, would not there have been an end of all his pretensions and hopes? For no encouragement had I given him, nor did I then correspond with him, nor, believe me, should I have begun to do so, the fatal rencounter not having then happened, which drew me in afterwards for others' sakes, fool that I was, and not for my own. And can you think, or can he, that even this but temporarily intended correspondence, which, by the way, my mother connived at, would have ended thus, had I not been driven on one hand, and teased on the other, to continue it, the occasion which had at first induced it continuing? What pretence then has he, were I to be absolutely in his power, to avenge himself on me for the faults of others, and through which I have suffered more than he? It cannot be that I should have cause to apprehend him to be so ungenerous, so bad a man. You bid me not to be concerned at the bickerings between your mother and you. Can I avoid concern when those bickerings are on my account? That they are raised, instigated, shall I say, by my uncle and my other relations, surely must add to my concern. But I must observe, perhaps too critically for the state my mind is in at present, that the very sentences you give from your mother, as in so many imperatives, which you take amiss, are very severe reflections upon yourself. For instance, you shall, I tell you, Nancy, implies that you had disputed her will, and so of the rest. And further let me observe, with respect to what you say, that there cannot be the same reason for a prohibition of correspondence with me as there was of mine with Mr. Lovelace. That I thought as little of bad consequences from my correspondence with him at the time as you can do from yours with me now. But if obedience be a duty, then breach of it is a fault, however circumstances may differ. Surely there is no merit in setting up our own judgment against the judgments of our parents. And if it is punishable so to do, I have been severely punished, and that is what I warned you of from my own dear experience. Yet, God forgive me, I advised thus against myself with very great reluctance, and to say truth, have not strength of mind at present to decline it myself. But if my occasion go not off, I will take it into further consideration. You give me very good advice in relation to this man, and I thank you for it. When you bid me be more upon the reserve with him, in expressing my displeasure, perhaps I may try for it. But to palliate, as you call it, That, my dearest Miss Howe, cannot be done by your own Clarissa Harlowe. End of Letter 20. Letter 21 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 3, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 21. Miss Clarissa Harlowe to Miss Howe. You may believe, my dear Miss Howe, that the circumstances of the noise and outcry within the garden door on Monday last gave me no small uneasiness to think that I was in the hands of a man who could, by such vile premeditation, lay a snare to trick me out of myself, as I have so frequently called it. Whenever he came in my sight, the thought of this gave me an indignation that made his presence disgustful to me, and the more as I fancied I beheld in his face a triumph which reproached my weakness on that account, although perhaps it was only the same vivacity and placidness that generally sit upon his features. I was resolved to task him upon this subject, the first time I could have patience to enter upon it with him. For besides that it piqued me excessively from the nature of the artifice, I expected shuffling and evasion, if he were guilty, that would have incensed me, and if not confessedly guilty, such unsatisfactory declarations as still would have kept my mind doubtful and uneasy, and would, upon every new offence that he might give me, sharpen my disgust to me. I have had the opportunity I waited for, and will lay before you the result. He was making his court to my good opinion in very polite terms, and with great seriousness lamenting that he had lost it, declaring that he knew not how he had deserved to do so, attributing to me an indifference to him that seemed, to his infinite concern, hourly to increase. And he besought me to let him know my whole mind, that he might have an opportunity either to confess his faults and amend them, or clear his conduct to my satisfaction, and thereby entitle himself to a greater share of my confidence. I answered him with quickness. Then, Mr. Lovelace, I will tell you one thing with a frankness that is perhaps more suitable to my character than to yours. He hoped not, he said, which gives me a very bad opinion of you as a designing, artful man. I am all attention, madam. I never can think tolerably of you, while the noise and voice I heard at the garden door, which put me into the terror you took so much advantage of, remains unaccounted for. Tell me fairly, tell me candidly, the whole of that circumstance, and of your dealings with that wicked Joseph Leman, and according to your explicitness in this particular, I shall form a judgment of your future professions. I will, without reserve, my dearest life, said he, tell you the whole, and hope that my sincerity in the relation will atone for anything you may think wrong in the fact. I knew nothing, said he, of this man, this Leman, and should have scorned a resort to so low a method as bribing the servant of any family to let me into the secrets of that family, if I had not detected him in attempting to corrupt a servant of mine, to inform him of all my motions, of all my supposed intrigues, and in short, of every action of my private life, as well as of my circumstances and engagements, and this for motives too obvious to be dwelt upon. My servant told me of his offers, and I ordered him, unknown to the fellow, to let me hear a conversation that was to pass between them. In the midst of it, and just as he had made an offer of money for a particular piece of intelligence, promising more when procured, I broke in upon them, and by bluster, calling for a knife to cut off his ears, one of which I took hold of, in order to make a present of it, as I said, to his employers, I obliged him to tell me who they were. Your brother, madam, and your uncle Antony, he named. It was not difficult, when I had given him my pardon on naming them, after I had set before him the enormity of the task he had undertaken, and the honourableness of my intentions to your dear self, to prevail upon him by a larger reward to serve me, since, at the same time, he might preserve the favour of your uncle and brother, as I desired to know nothing but what related to myself and to you, in order to guard us both against the effects of an ill will, which all his fellow servants, as well as himself, as he acknowledged, thought undeserved. By this means, I own to you, madam, I frequently turned his principles about upon a pivot of my own, unknown to themselves. And the fellow, who is always calling himself a plain man, and boasting of his conscience, was the easier, as I condescended frequently to assure him of my honourable views, and as he knew that the use I made of his intelligence, in all likelihood, prevented fatal mischiefs. I was the more pleased with his services, as, let me acknowledge to you, madam, they procured to you, unknown to yourself, a safe and uninterrupted egress, which perhaps would not otherwise have been continued to you so long as it was, to the garden and the wood-house. For he undertook, to them, to watch all your motions, and the more cheerfully, for the fellow loves you, as it kept off the curiosity of others. So, my dear, it comes out, that I myself was obliged to this deep contriver. I sat in silent astonishment, and thus he went on. As to the circumstance for which you think so hardly of me, I do freely confess that, having a suspicion that you would revoke your intention of getting away, and in that case apprehending that we should not have the time together that was necessary for that purpose, I had ordered him to keep off everybody he could keep off, and to be himself within a view of the garden door, for I was determined, if possible, to induce you to adhere to your resolution. But pray, sir, interrupting him, how came you to apprehend that I should revoke my intention? I had indeed deposited a letter to that purpose, but you had it not. And how, as I had reserved to myself the privilege of a revocation, did you know but I might have prevailed upon my friends, and so have revoked upon good grounds? I will be very ingenuous, madam. You had made me hope that if you changed your mind, you would give me a meeting to apprise me of the reasons for it. I went to the loose bricks, and I saw the letter there. And as I knew your friends were immovably fixed in their schemes, I doubted not but the letter was to revoke or suspend your resolution, and probably to serve instead of a meeting too. I therefore let it lie, that if you did revoke, you might be under the necessity of meeting me for the sake of the expectation you had given me. And as I came prepared, I was resolved, pardon me, madam, whatever were your intentions, that you should not go back. Had I taken your letter, I must have been determined by the contents of it, for the present at least. But not having received it, and you having reason to think I wanted not resolution in a situation so desperate to make your friends a personal visit, I depended upon the interview you had bid me hope for. Wicked wretch, said I, it is my grief that I gave you opportunity to take so exact a measure of my weakness. But would you have presumed to visit the family had I not met you? Indeed I would. I had some friends in readiness who were to have accompanied me to them, and had your father refused to give me audience, I would have taken my friends with me to Solmes. And what did you intend to do to Mr. Solmes? Not the least hurt, had the man been passive. And had he not been passive, as you call it, what would you have done to Mr. Solmes? He was loath, he said, to tell me, yet not the least hurt to his person. I repeated my question. If he must tell me, he only proposed to carry off the poor fellow and to hide him for a month or two. And this he would have done, let what would have been the consequence. Was ever such a wretch heard of? I sighed from the bottom of my heart, but bid him proceed from the part I had interrupted him at. I ordered the fellow, as I told you, madam, said he, to keep within view of the garden door, and if he found any parley between us, and anybody coming, before you could retreat undiscovered, whose coming might be attended with violent effects, he should cry out. And this not only in order to save himself from their suspicions of him, but to give me warning to make off, and, if possible, to induce you, I own it, madam, to go off with me, according to your own appointment. And I hope, all circumstances considered, and the danger I was in of losing you forever, that the acknowledgment of that contrivance, or, if you had not met me, that upon Solmes, will not procure me your hatred. For had they come as I expected, as well as you, what a despicable wretch had I been, could I have left you to the insults of a brother and other of your family, whose mercy was cruelty when they had not the pretence with which this detected interview would have furnished them. What a wretch, said I. But if, sir, taking your own account of this strange matter to be fact, anybody were coming, how happened it that I saw only that man Leman, I thought it was he, out at the door, and at a distance look after us? Very lucky, said he, putting his hand first in one pocket, then in another. I hope I have not thrown it away. It is, perhaps, in the coat I had on yesterday. Little did I think it would be necessary to be produced, but I love to come to a demonstration whenever I can. I may be giddy, I may be heedless. I am, indeed, but no man, as to you, madam, ever had a sincerer heart. He then, stepping to the parlour door, called his servant to bring him the coat he had on yesterday. The servant did, and in the pocket, rumpled up as a paper he regarded not, he pulled out a letter, written by that Joseph, dated Monday night, in which he begs pardon for crying out so soon, says that his fears of being discovered to act on both sides had made him take the rushing of a little dog, that always follows him, through the phaleria hedge, for Betty's being at hand, or some of his master's; and that when he found his mistake, he opened the door by his own key, which the contriving wretch confessed he had furnished him with, and inconsiderately ran out in a hurry, to have apprized him that his crying out was owing to his fright only; and he added that they were upon the hunt for me by the time he returned. I shook my head. Deep, 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 said I, at the best. O Mr. Lovelace, God forgive and reform you! But you are, I see plainly, upon the whole of your own account, a very artful, a very designing man. Love, my dearest life, is ingenious. Night and day have I racked my stupid brain. Oh, sir, thought I, not stupid, 'twere well perhaps if it were, to contrive methods to prevent the sacrifice designed to be made of you, and the mischief that must have ensued upon it. So little hold in your affections, such undeserved antipathy from your friends, so much danger of losing you for ever from both causes. I have not had for the whole fortnight before last Monday half an hour's rest at a time, and I own to you, madam, that I should never have forgiven myself had I omitted any contrivance or forethought that would have prevented your return without me. Again I blamed myself for meeting him, and justly, for there were many chances to one that I had not met him, and if I had not, all his fortnight's contrivances, as to me, would have come to nothing, and perhaps I might nevertheless have escaped Solmes. Yet, had he resolved to come to Harlowe Place with his friends, and been insulted, as he certainly would have been, what mischiefs might have followed! But his resolutions to run away with, and to hide the poor Solmes for a month or so, oh, my dear, what a wretch have I let run away with me, instead of Solmes! I asked him if he thought such enormities as these, such defiances of the laws of society, would have passed unpunished. He had the assurance to say, with one of his usual gay airs, that he should by this means have disappointed his enemies, and saved me from a forced marriage. He had no pleasure in such desperate pushes. Solmes he would not have personally hurt. He must have fled his country for a time at least, and truly, if he had been obliged to do so, as all his hopes of my favour must have been at an end, he would have had a fellow-traveller of his own sex out of our family, whom I little thought of. Was ever such a wretch? To be sure he meant my brother. And such, sir, said I, in high resentment, are the uses you make of your corrupt intelligencer. My corrupt intelligencer, madam, interrupted he is to this hour your brother's as well as mine. By what I have ingenuously told you, you may see who began this corruption. Let me assure you, madam, that there are many free things which I have been guilty of as reprisals, in which I would not have been the aggressor. All that I shall further say on this head, Mr. Lovelace, is this, that as this vile, double-faced wretch has probably been the cause of great mischief on both sides, and still continues, as you own, his wicked practices, I think it would be but just to have my friends apprized what a creature he is, whom some of them encourage. What you please, madam, as to that. My service, as well as your brother's, is now almost over for him. The fellow has made a good hand of it. He does not intend to stay long in his place. He is now actually in treaty for an inn, which will do his business for life. I can tell you further, that he makes love to your sister's Betty, and that by my advice. They will be married when he is established. An innkeeper's wife is every man's mistress, and I have a scheme in my head to set some engines at work to make her repent her saucy behaviour to you to the last day of her life. What a wicked schemer you are, sir! Who shall avenge upon you the still greater evils which you have been guilty of? I forgive Betty with all my heart. She was not my servant, and but too probably, in what she did, obeyed the commands of her to whom she owed duty, better than I obeyed those to whom I owed more. No matter for that, the wretch said. To be sure, my dear, he must design to make me afraid of him. The decree has gone out. Betty must smart too by an act of her own choice. He loved, he said, to make bad people their own punishers. Nay, madam, excuse me, but if this Joseph, in your opinion, deserves punishment, mine is a complicated scheme. A man and his wife cannot well suffer separately, and it may come home to him too. I had no patience with him. I told him so. I see, sir, said I see what a man I am with. Your rattle warns me of the snake. And away I flung, leaving him seemingly vexed and in confusion. End of Letter 21. Letter 22 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 3. This is the LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 3, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 22, Miss Clarissa Harlowe to Miss Howe. My plain dealing with Mr. Lovelace on seeing him again, and the free dislike I expressed to his ways, his manners, and his contrivances, as well as to his speeches, have obliged him to recollect himself a little. He will have it that the menaces which he threw out just now against my brother and Mr. Solmes are only the effect of an unmeaning pleasantry. He has too great a stake in his country, he says, to be guilty of such enterprises as should lay him under a necessity of quitting it forever. 20 things particularly, he says, he has suffered Joseph Leman to tell him of, that were not and could not be true, in order to make himself formidable in some people's eyes, and this purely with a view to prevent mischief. He is unhappy, as far as he knows, in a quick invention, in hitting readily upon expedients, and many things are reported of him which he never said, and many which he never did, and others which he has only talked of, as just now, and which he has forgot as soon as the words have passed his lips. This may be so in part, my dear. No one man so young could be so wicked as he has been reported to be. But such a man at the head of such wretches as he is said to have at his beck, all men of fortune and fearlessness, and capable of such enterprises as I have unhappily found him capable of, What is not to be apprehended from him? His carelessness about his character is one of his excuses, a very bad one. What hope can a woman have of a man who values not his own reputation? These gay wretches may, in mixed conversation, divert for an hour or so, but the man of probity, the man of virtue, is the man that is to be the partner for life. What woman who could help it would submit it to the courtesy of a wretch who avows a disregard to all moral sanctions, whether he will perform his part of the matrimonial obligation and treat her with tolerable politeness? With these notions, and with these reflections, to be thrown upon such a man myself, would to heaven! But what avail wishes now? To whom can I fly if I would fly from him? End of Letter 22.
Letter 23 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Larry Wilson. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 3, by Samuel Richardson. Chapter 23. Mr. Lovelace to John Belford, Esquire, Friday, April 14th. Never did I hear of such a parcel of foolish toads as these Harlowes. Why, Belford, the lady must fall, if every hair of her head were a guardian angel, unless they were to make a visible appearance for her, or, snatching her from me at unawares, would draw her after them into the starry regions. All I had to apprehend was that a daughter, so reluctantly carried off, would offer terms to her father, and would be accepted upon a mutual concedence. They to give up Solmes, she to give up me. And so I was contriving to do all I could to guard against the latter. But they seem resolved to perfect the work they have begun. What stupid creatures are there in the world! This foolish brother not to know that he who would be bribed to undertake a base thing by one would be overbribed to retort the baseness, especially when he could be put into the way to serve himself by both. Thou, Jack, wilt never know one half of my contrivances. To what a capacity for glorious mischief has thy friend! Yet how near the truth all of it! The only derivation, my asserting that the fellow made the noises by mistake, and through fright, and not by previous direction. Had she known the precise truth, her anger, to be so taken in, would never have let her forgive me. Had I been a military hero, I should have made gunpowder useless, for I should have blown up all my adversaries by dint of stratagem, turning their own devices upon them. But these fathers and mothers, Lord help them! Were not the powers of nature stronger than those of discretion, and were not that busy Dea Bona to afford her genial aids, till tardy prudence qualified parents to manage their future offspring, how few people would have children! James and Arabella may have their motives, but what can be said for a father, acting as this father has acted? What for a mother? What for an aunt? What for uncles? Who can have patience with such fellows and fellowesses? Soon will the fair one hear how high their foolish resentments run against her. And then will she, it is to be hoped, have a little more confidence in me. Then will I be jealous that she loves me not with the preference my heart builds upon. Then will I bring her to confessions of grateful love. And then will I kiss her when I please, and not stand trembling as now, like a hungry hound who sees a delicious morsel within his reach, the froth hanging upon his vermilion jaws. yet dares not leap at it for his life. But I was originally a bashful mortal. Indeed, I am bashful still with regard to this lady. Bashful, yet know the sex so well. But that indeed is the reason that I know it so well. For, Jack, I have had abundant cause, when I have looked into myself by way of comparison with the other sex, to conclude that a bashful man has a good deal of the soul of a woman, and so, like Tiresias, I can tell what they think, and what they drive at, as well as themselves. The modest ones, and I particularly, are pretty much upon a par. The difference between us is only what they think I act. But the immodest ones outdo the worst of us by a bar's length, both in thinking and acting. One argument let me plead in proof of my assertion, that even we rakes love modesty in a woman, while the modest woman, as they are accounted, that is to say, the slyest, love and generally prefer an impudent man. Whence can this be but from a likeness in nature? And this made the poet say that every woman is a rake in her heart. It concerns them by their actions to prove the contrary, if they can. Thus have I read in some of the philosophers that no wickedness is comparable to the wickedness of a woman. Canst thou tell me, Jack, who says this? Was it Socrates? For he had the devil of a wife. Or who? Or is it Solomon? King Solomon, thou rememberest to have read of such a king. Dost thou not, Solomon? I learned in my infant state, my mother was a good woman, to answer, when asked, who was the wisest man. But my indulgent questioner never asked me how he came by the uninspired part of his wisdom. Come, come, Jack, you and I are not so very bad, could we but stop where we are. End of Letter 23.
Letter 24 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 3, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 24, Miss Clarissa Harlowe to Miss Howe, Friday, April 14th. I will now give you the particulars of a conversation that has just passed between Mr. Lovelace and me, which I must call agreeable. It began with his telling me that he had just received intelligence that my friends were, on a sudden, come to a resolution to lay aside all thoughts of pursuing me or of getting me back, and that therefore he attended me to know of my pleasure, and what I would do or have him do. I told him that I would have him leave me directly, and that when it was known to everybody that I was absolutely independent of him, it would pass that I had left my father's house because of my brother's ill usage of me, which was a plea that I might make with justice, and to the excuse of my father as well as of myself. He mildly replied that if we could be certain that my relations would adhere to this their new resolution, he could have no objection, since such was my pleasure. But as he was well assured that they had taken it only from apprehensions that a more active one might involve my brother, who had breathed nothing but revenge, in some fatal misfortune, there was too much reason to believe that they would resume their former purpose the moment they should think they safely might. This, madam, said he, is a risk I cannot run. You would think it strange if I could. And yet, as soon as I knew they had so given out, I thought it proper to apprise you of it, and take your commands upon it. Let me hear, said I, willing to try if he had any particular view, what you think most advisable. 'Tis very easy to say that, if I durst, if I might not offend you, if it were not to break conditions that shall be inviolable with me. Say then, sir, what you would say. I can approve or disapprove as I think fit. Had not the man fine opportunity here to speak out? He had, and thus he used it. To waive, madam, what I would say till I have more courage to speak out. More courage! Mr. Lovelace, more courage, my dear. I will only propose what I think will be most agreeable to you. Suppose, if you choose not to go to Lady Betty's, that you take a turn cross the country to Windsor. Why to Windsor? Because it is a pleasant place, because it lies in the way either to Berkshire, to Oxford, or to London. Berkshire, where Lord M. is at present, Oxford, in the neighbourhood of which lives Lady Betty, London, whither you may retire at your pleasure, or, if you will have it so, whither I may go, you staying at Windsor, and yet be within an easy distance of you if anything should happen, or if your friends should change their new-taken resolution. This proposal, however, displeased me not, but I said my only objection was the distance of Windsor from Miss Howe, of whom I should be glad to be always within 2 or 3 hours' reach of by messenger, if possible. If I had thoughts of any other place than Windsor, or nearer to Miss Howe, he wanted but my commands, and would seek for proper accommodations. But, fix as I pleased, farther or nearer, he had servants, and they had nothing else to do but to obey me. A grateful thing then he named to me, to send for my Hannah as soon as I shall be fixed, unless I would choose one of the young gentlewomen here to attend me, both of whom, as I had acknowledged, were very obliging, and he knew I had generosity enough to make it worth their while. This of Hannah, he might see, I took very well. I said I had thoughts of sending for her as soon as I got to more convenient lodgings. As to these young gentlewomen, it were pity to break in upon that usefulness which the whole family were of to each other, each having her proper part, and performing it with an agreeable alacrity, insomuch that I liked them all so well that I could even pass my days among them, were he to leave me, by which means the lodgings would be more convenient to me than now they were. He need not repeat his objections to this place, he said, but as to going to Windsor, or wherever else I thought fit, or as to his personal attendance, or leaving me, he would assure me, he very agreeably said, that I could propose nothing in which I thought my reputation, and even my punctilio, concerned, that he would not cheerfully come into. And since I was so much taken up with my pen, he would instantly order his horse to be got ready, and would set out. Not to be off my caution. Have you any acquaintance at Windsor? said I. Know you of any convenient lodgings there? Except the forest, replied he, where I have often hunted, I know the least of Windsor, of any place so noted and so pleasant. Indeed, I have not a single acquaintance there. Upon the whole, I told him, that I thought his proposal of Windsor not amiss, and that I would remove thither, if I could get a lodging only for myself, and an upper chamber for Hannah, for that my stock of money was but small, as was easy to be conceived, and I should be very loath to be obliged to anybody. I added that the sooner I removed the better, for that then he could have no objection to go to London or Berkshire as he pleased, and I should let everybody know my independence. He again proposed himself in very polite terms for my banker, but I as civilly declined his offer. This conversation was to be, all of it, in the main, agreeable. He asked whether I would choose to lodge in the town of Windsor or out of it. As near the castle, I said, as possible, for the convenience of going constantly to the public worship, an opportunity I had been very long deprived of. He should be very glad, he told me, if he could procure me accommodations in any one of the canon's houses, which he imagined would be more agreeable to me than any other, on many accounts. And as he could depend upon my promise never to have any other man but himself, on the condition to which he had so cheerfully subscribed, he should be easy, since it was now his part, in earnest, to set about recommending himself to my favour by the only way he knew it would be done, adding, with a very serious air, "I am but a young man, madam, but I have run a long course. Let not your purity of mind incline you to despise me for the acknowledgment. It is high time to be weary of it, and to reform, since, like Solomon, I can say, there is nothing new under the sun, but that it is my belief that a life of virtue can afford such pleasures, on reflection, as will be forever blooming, forever new." I was agreeably surprised. I looked at him, I believe, as if I doubted my ears and my eyes. His aspect, however, became his words. I expressed my satisfaction in terms so agreeable to him that he said, he found a delight in this early dawning of a better day to him, and in my approbation, which he had never received from the success of the most favoured of his pursuits. Surely, my dear, the man must be in earnest. He could not have said this, he could not have thought it, had he not. What followed made me still readier to believe him. "In the midst of my wild vagaries," said he, "I have ever preserved a reverence for religion, and for religious men. I always called another cause, when any of my libertine companions, in pursuance of Lord Shaftesbury's test, which is a part of the rake's creed, and what I may call the whetstone of infidelity, endeavour to turn the sacred subject into ridicule. On this very account I have been called by good men of the clergy, who nevertheless would have it that I was a practical rake, the decent rake. And indeed I had too much pride in my shame to disown the name of rake. This, madam, I am the readier to confess, as it may give you hope that the generous task of my reformation, which I flatter myself you will have the goodness to undertake, will not be so difficult a one as you may have imagined, for it has afforded me some pleasure in my retired hours, when a temporary remorse has struck me for anything I have done amiss, that I should one day delight in another course of life. For unless we can, I dare say, no durable good is to be expected from the endeavour. Your example, madam, must do all, must confirm all. The divine grace or favour, Mr. Lovelace, must do all, and confirm all. You know not how much you please me, that I can talk to you in this dialect. And I then thought of his generosity to his pretty rustic, and of his kindness to his tenants. Yet, madam, be pleased to remember one thing. Reformation cannot be a sudden work. I have infinite vivacity. It is that which runs away with me. Judge, dearest madam, by what I am going to confess, that I have a prodigious way to journey on, before a good person will think me tolerable. Since though I have read in some of our perfectionists enough to make a better man than myself either run into madness or despair about the grace you mention, yet I cannot enter into the meaning of the word, nor into the modus of its operation. Let me not, then, be checked when I mention your example for my visible reliance, and instead of using such words, till I can better understand them, suppose all the rest included in the profession of that reliance. I told him that although I was somewhat concerned at his expression, and surprised at so much darkness, as, for want of another word, I would call it, in a man of his talents and learning, yet I was pleased with his ingenuousness. I wished him to encourage this way of thinking. I told him that his observation, that no durable good was to be expected from any new course, where there was not a delight taken in it, was just, but that the delight would follow by use. And 20 things of this sort I even preached to him, taking care, however, not to be tedious, nor to let my expanded heart give him a contracted or impatient blow. And indeed he took visible pleasure in what I said, and even hung upon the subject when I, to try him once or twice, seemed ready to drop it, and proceeded to give me a most agreeable instance that he could at times think both deeply and seriously. Thus it was. He was once, he said, dangerously wounded in a duel, in the left arm, bearing it to show me the scar, that this, notwithstanding a great effusion of blood, it being upon an artery, was followed by a violent fever, which at last fixed upon his spirits, and that so obstinately that neither did he desire life nor his friends expect it, that for a month together his heart, as he thought, was so totally changed that he despised his former courses, and particularly that rashness which had brought him to the state he was in, and his antagonist, who, however, was the aggressor, into a much worse. That in this space he had thought which at times still gave him pleasure to reflect upon. And although these promising prospects changed as he recovered health and spirits, yet he parted with them with so much reluctance that he could not help showing it in a copy of verses, truly blank ones, he said, some of which he repeated, and, advantaged by the grace which he gives to everything he repeats, I thought them very tolerable ones, the sentiments, however, much graver than I expected from him. He has promised me a copy of the lines, and then I shall judge better of their merit, and so shall you. The tendency of them was, that since sickness only gave him a proper train of thinking, and that his restored health brought with it a return to his evil habits, he was ready to renounce those gifts of nature for those of contemplation. He farther declared that although these good motions went off, as he had owned, on his recovery, yet he had better hopes now from the influence of my example and from the reward before him, if he persevered, and that he was the more hopeful that he should, as his present resolution was made in a full tide of health and spirits, and when he had nothing to wish for but perseverance, to entitle himself to my favour. I will not throw cold water, Mr. Lovelace, said I, on a rising flame, but look to it, for I shall endeavour to keep you up to this spirit. I shall measure your value of me by this test, and I would have you bear those charming lines of Mr. Rowe for ever in your mind, you who have, by your own confession, so much to repent of, and as the scar indeed you showed me will in one instance remind you to your dying day. The lines, my dear, are from the poet's Ulysses. You have heard me often admire them, and I repeated them to him. Habitual evils change not on a sudden, but many days must pass, and many sorrows. Conscious remorse and anguish must be felt to curb desire, to break the stubborn will, and work a second nature in the soul, ere virtue can resume the place she lost. 'Tis else dissimulation. He had often read these lines, he said, but never tasted them before. By his soul, the unmortified creature swore, and as he hoped to be saved, he was now in earnest in his good resolutions. He had said, before I repeated those lines from Rowe, that habitual evils could not be changed on a sudden, but he hoped he should not be thought a dissembler if he were not enabled to hold his good purposes, since ingratitude and dissimulation were vices that of all others he abhorred. May you ever abhor them, said I. They are the most odious of all vices. I hope, my dear Miss Howe, I shall not have occasion, in my future letters, to contradict these promising appearances. Should I have nothing on his side to combat with, I shall be very far from being happy, from the sense of my fault, and the indignation of all my relations. So shall not fail of condign punishment for it, from my inward remorse on account of my forfeited character. But the least ray of hope could not dart in upon me, without my being willing to lay hold of the very first opportunity to communicate it to you, who take so generous a share in all my concerns. Nevertheless, you may depend upon it, my dear, that these agreeable assurances, and hopes of his begun reformation, shall not make me forget my caution. Not that I think, at worst, any more than you, that he dare to harbour a thought injurious to my honour, but he is very various, and there is an apparent and even an acknowledged unfixedness in his temper, which at times gives me uneasiness. I am resolved, therefore, to keep him at a distance from my person and my thoughts, as much as I can, for whether all men are or are not encroachers, I am sure Mr. Lovelace is one. Hence it is that I have always cast about, and will continue to cast about, what ends he may have in view from this proposal, or from that report. In a word, though hopeful of the best, I will always be fearful of the worst, in everything that admits of doubt. For it is better, in such a situation as mine, to apprehend without cause than to subject myself to surprise for want of forethought. Mr. Lovelace is gone to Windsor, having left 2 servants to attend me. He purposes to be back to-morrow. I have written to my Aunt Hervey to supplicate her interest in my behalf for my clothes, books, and money, signifying to her that, if I may be restored to the favour of my family, and allowed a negative only as to any man who may be proposed to me, and be used like a daughter, a niece, and a sister, I will stand by my offer to live single and submit, as I ought, to a negative from my father, intimating, nevertheless, that it were perhaps better, after the usage I have received from my brother and sister, that I may be allowed to be distant from them, as well for their sakes as for my own, meaning, as I suppose it will be taken, at my dairy house, offering to take my father's directions as to the manner I shall live in, the servants I shall have, and in everything that shall show the dutiful subordination to which I am willing to conform. My aunt will know by my letter to my sister how to direct to me, if she be permitted to favour me with a line. I am equally earnest with her in this letter, as I was with my sister in that I wrote to her, to obtain for me a speedy reconciliation, that I not be further precipitated, intimating that by a timely lenity all may pass for a misunderstanding only, which otherwise will be thought equally disgraceful to them and to me, appealing to her for the necessity I was under to do what I did. Had I owned that I was overreached and forced away against my intention, might they not, as a proof of the truth of my assertion, have insisted upon my immediate return to them? And if I did not return, would they not have reason to suppose that I had now altered my mind, if such were my mind, or had not the power to return? Then, were I to have gone back, must it not have been upon their own terms? No conditioning with a father is a maxim with my father and with my uncles. If I would have gone, Mr. Lovelace would have opposed it. So I must have been under his control, or have run away from him, as it is supposed I did to him, from Harlowe Place. In what a giddy light would this have made me appear! Had he constrained me, could I have appealed to my friends for their protection, without risking the very consequences, to prevent which, setting up myself presumptuously as a middle person between flaming spirits, I have run into such terrible inconveniencies? But after all, must it not give me great anguish of mind to be forced to sanctify, as I may say, by my seeming after approbation, a measure I was so artfully tricked into, and which I was so much resolved not to take? How one evil brings on another is sorrowfully witnessed to by your ever obliged and affectionate Clarissa Harlowe. End of Letter 24.
Letter 25 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Larry Wilson. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 3, by Samuel Richardson. Chapter 25. Mr. Lovelace to John Belford, Esquire, Friday, April 14th. Thou hast oft reproached me, Jack, with my vanity, without distinguishing the humorous turn that accompanies it, and at the same time that thou robbest me of the merit of it, thou admirest me highly. Envy gives thee the indistinction. Nature inspires the admiration. Unknown to thyself, it inspires it. But thou art too clumsy and too short-sighted a mortal to know how to account even for the impulses by which thou thyself art moved. Well, but this acquits thee not of my charge of vanity, Lovelace, methinks thou sayest. And true thou sayest, for I have indeed a confounded parcel of it. But if men of parts may not be allowed to be in vain, who should? And yet, upon second thoughts, men of parts have the least occasion of any to be vain, since the world, so few of them there are in it, are ready to find them out, and extol them. If a fool can be made sensible that there is a man who has more understanding than himself, he is ready enough to conclude that such a man must be a very extraordinary creature. He is ready enough to conclude that such a man must be a very extraordinary creature. And what, at this rate, is the general conclusion to be drawn from the premises? Is it not that no man ought to be vain? But what if a man can't help it? This perhaps may be my case. But there is nothing upon which I value myself so much as upon my inventions, and for the soul of me, I cannot help letting it be seen that I do. Yet this vanity may be a means, perhaps, to overthrow me with this sagacious lady. She is very apprehensive of me, I see. I have studied before her and Miss Howe, as often as I have been with them, to pass for a giddy, thoughtless creature. What a folly, then, to be so expatiatingly sincere in my answer to her home put upon the noises within the garden. But such success having attended that contrivance, success, Jack, has blown many a man up. My cursed vanity got uppermost and kept down my caution. The menace to have secreted Solmes, and that other, that I had thoughts to run away with her foolish brother, and of my project to revenge her upon the two servants, so much terrified the dear creature that I was forced to sit down to muse after means to put myself right in her opinion. Some favourable incidents at the time tumbled in from my agent in her family, at least such as I was determined to make favourable, and therefore I desired admittance, and this before she could resolve anything against me, that is to say, while her admiration of my intrepidity kept resolution in suspense. Accordingly, I prepared myself to be all gentleness, all obligingness, all serenity, and as I have now and then, and always had more or less good motions pop up in my mind, I encouraged and collected everything of this sort that I had ever had from novicehood to maturity, not long in recollecting, Jack, in order to bring the dear creature into good humour with me. And who knows that if I can hold it and proceed, but I may be able to lay a foundation fit to build my grand scheme upon. Love, thought I, is not naturally a doubter. Fear is. I will try to banish the latter. Nothing then but love will remain. Credulity is the god of love's prime minister, and they never are asunder. Now, Belford, can it enter into thy leaden head what I meant by this proposal? I know it cannot, and so I'll tell thee. I leave her for a day or two, with a view to serve her by my absence, would, as I thought, look like a confiding in her favour. I could not think of leaving her, thou knowest, while I had reason to believe her friends would pursue us, and I began to apprehend that she would suspect that I made a pretence at that intentional pursuit to keep about her and with her. But now that they had declared against it, and that they would not receive her if she went back, a declaration she had better hear first from me than from Miss Howe or any other, what should hinder me from giving her this mark of my obedience? especially as I could leave Will, who is a clever fellow, and can do anything but write and spell. The Lord's M's Jonas, not as guards to be sure, but as attendants only, the latter to be dispatched to me occasionally by the former, whom I could acquaint with my motions. Then I wanted to inform myself why I had not congratulatory letters from Lady Sarah and Lady Betty, and from my cousins Montague, to whom I had written, glorying in my beloved's escape, which letters, if properly worded, might be made necessary to show her as matters proceed. As to Windsor, I had no design to carry her particularly thither, but somewhere it was proper to name, as she condescended to ask for my advice about it, London. I durst not, but very cautiously, and so as to make it her own option, for I must tell thee that there is such a perverseness in the sex, that when they ask your advice, they do it only to know your opinion, that they may oppose it, though had not the thing in question been your choice, perhaps it had been theirs. I could easily give reasons against Windsor after I had pretended to be there, and this would have looked the better as it was a place of my own nomination, and shown her that I had no fixed scheme. Never was there in woman such a sagacious, such an all-alive apprehension as in this. Yet it is a grievous thing to an honest man to be suspected. Then in my going or return I can call upon Mrs. Greme. She and my beloved had a great deal of talk together. If I knew what it was about, and that either upon her first acquaintance was for benefiting herself by the other, I might contrive to serve them both without hurting myself. For these are the most prudent ways of doing friendships, and what are not followed by regrets, though the served should prove ingrateful. Then Mrs. Greme corresponds by pen and ink with her farmer's sister, where we are. Something may possibly arise that way, either of a convenient nature, which I may pursue, or of an inconvenient nature, which I may avoid. Always be careful of back doors, is the maxim with me in all my exploits. Whoever knows me knows that I am no proud man. I can talk as familiarly to servants as to principals, when I have a mind to make it worth their while to oblige me in anything. Then servants are but as the common soldiers in the army. They do all the mischief frequently without malice, and merely good souls for mischief's sake. I am most apprehensive about Miss Howe. She has a confounded deal of wit, and wants only a subject to show as much roguery. And should I be outwitted by all my sententious boasting of conceit, of my own nostrum mongership, I love to plague thee, who art a pretender to accuracy, and a surface skimmer in learning, with out-of-the-way words and phrases. I should certainly hang, drown, or shoot myself. Poor Hickman! I pity him for the prospect he has with such a virago. But the fellow's a fool, God wot. And now I think of it, it is absolutely necessary for complete happiness in the married state that one should be a fool, an argument I once held with this very Miss Howe. But then the fool should know the other's superiority. Otherwise the obstinate one will disappoint the wise one. But my agent Joseph has helped me to secure this quarter, as I have hinted to thee more than once. End of Letter 25. Letter 26 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Larry Wilson. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 3, by Samuel Richardson, Chapter 26. Mr. Lovelace to John Belford, Esquire, in continuation. But is it not a confounded thing that I cannot fasten an obligation upon this proud beauty? I have two motives in endeavouring to prevail upon her to accept of money and raiment from me. One, the real pleasure I should have in the accommodating of the haughty maid, and to think that there was something near her and upon her that I could call mine. The other, in order to abate her severity and humble her a little. Nothing more effectually brings down a proud spirit than a sense of lying under pecuniary obligations. This has always made me solicitous to avoid laying myself under any such. Yet sometimes formerly I have been put to it, and cursed the tardy resolution of the quarterly periods. And yet I have ever made shift to avoid anticipation. I never would eat the calf in the crow's belly, as Lord M.'s phrase is. For what is that but to hold our hands up tenant courtesy, the vilest of all tenures? To be denied a fox chase for breaking down a fence upon my own grounds? To be clamoured at for repairs studied for rather than really wanted? To be prated to by a bumpkin with his hat on, and his arms folded as if he defied your expectations of that sort? His foot firmly fixed as if upon his own ground, and you forced to take his arch leers and stupid gibes, he intimating by the whole of his conduct that he had it in his power to oblige you, and if you behave civilly, may oblige you again. I, who think I have a right to break every man's head I pass by, if I like not his looks, to bear this? No more could I do it, than I could borrow of an insolent uncle or inquisitive aunt, who would thence think themselves entitled to have an account of all my life and actions laid before them for their review and censure. My charmer, I see, has a pride like my own, but she has no distinction in her pride, nor knows the pretty fool that there is nothing nobler, nothing more delightful than for loves to be conferring and receiving obligations from each other. In this very farmyard, to give thee a familiar instance, I have more than once seen this remark illustrated. A strutting rascal of a cock have I beheld, chucking his mistress to him, when he has found a single barley-corn, taking it up with his bill, and letting it drop 5 or 6 times, still repeating his chucking invitation, and when 2 or 3 of his feathered ladies strive who shall be the first for it. Oh, Jack, a cock is a grand seigneur of a bird. He directs the bill of the foremost to it, and when she has got the dirty pearl, he struts over her with an erected crest, cling round her with dropped wings, sweeping the dust in humble courtship, while the obliged she, half shy, half willing, by her cowering tell, prepared wings, yet seemingly affrighted eyes, and contracted neck, lets one see that she knows the barley-corn was not all he called her for. Now, Belford, canst thou imagine what I meant by proposing Hannah, or one of the girls here, for her attendant? I'll give thee a month to guess. Thou wilt not pretend to guess, thou sayest. Well, then I'll tell thee. Believing she would certainly propose to have that favourite wench about her, as soon as she was a little settled, I had caused the girl to be inquired after, with an intent to make interest, somehow or other, that a month's warning should be insisted on by her master or mistress, or by some other means, which I had not determined upon, to prevent her coming to her. But fortune fights for me. The wench is luckily ill. A violent rheumatic disorder, which has obliged her to leave her place, confines her to her chamber. Poor Hannah! How I pity the girl! These things are very hard upon industrious servants. I intend to make the poor wench a small present on the occasion. I know it will oblige my charmer. And so, Jack, pretending not to know anything of the matter, I pressed her to send for Hannah. She knew I had always a regard for this servant, because of her honest love to her lady. But now I have greater regard for her than ever. Calamity, though a poor servant's calamity, will rather increase than diminish goodwill, with a truly generous master or mistress. As to one of the young Sorling's attendants, there was nothing at all in proposing that, for if either of them had been chosen by her and permitted by the mother, 2 chances in that, it would have been only till I had fixed upon another. And if afterwards they had been loth to part, I could easily have given my beloved to a jealousy which would have done the business, or to the girl who would have quitted her country dairy, such a relish for a London one, and as would have made it very convenient for her to fall in love with Will. Or perhaps I could have done still better for her with Lord M.'s chaplain, who is very desirous of standing well with his lord's presumptive heir. A blessing on thy honest heart, Lovelace, thou'lt say, for thou art providing for everybody. Is not this fair play? Is it not dealing ingenuously? Then the observation, I will be bold to say, is founded in truth and nature. But there was a little touch of policy in it besides, that the lady, if I should fly out again, should not think me too gross an hypocrite, for, as I plainly told her, I was afraid that my fits of reformation were but fits and sallies, but I hoped her example would fix them into habits. But it is so discouraging a thing to have my monitress so very good. I protest I know not how to look up at her. Now, as I am thinking, if I could pull her down a little nearer to my own level, that is to say, could prevail upon her to do something that would argue imperfection, something to repent of, we should jog on much more equally, and be better able to comprehend one another, and so the comfort would be mutual, and the remorse not all on one side. This lady says serious things in so agreeable a manner, and then her voice is all harmony when she touches a subject she is pleased with, that I could have listened to her for half a day together. But yet I am afraid, if she falls, as they call it, she will lose a good deal of that pathos, of that noble self-confidence which gives a good person, as I now see, a visible superiority over one not so good. But after all, Belford, I would fain know why people call such free livers as you and me hypocrites. That's a word I hate, and should take it very ill to be called by it. For myself, I have as good motions, and perhaps have them as frequently as anybody. All the business is, they don't hold, or speak more in character. I don't take the care some do to conceal my lapses. End of letter 26.
Letter 27 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 3, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 27. Miss Howe to Miss Clarissa Harlowe, Saturday, April 15. Though pretty much pressed in time, and depressed by my mother's watchfulness, I will write a few lines upon the new light that has broken in upon your gentleman, and send it by a particular hand. I know not what to think of him upon it. He talks well, but judge him by Rowe's lines. He is certainly a dissembler, odious as the sin of hypocrisy, and, as he says, that other of ingratitude, are to him. And pray, my dear, let me ask, could he have triumphed, as it is said he has done, over so many of our sex, had he not been egregiously guilty of both sins? His ingenuousness is the thing that staggers me, yet he is cunning enough to know that whoever accuses him first blunts the edge of an adversary's accusation. He is certainly a man of sense. There is more hope of such a one than a fool, and there must be a beginning to a reformation. These I will allow in his favour. But this that follows, I think, is the only way to judge of his specious confessions and self-accusations. Does he confess anything that you knew not before, or that you are not likely to find out from others? If nothing else, what does he confess to his own disadvantage? You have heard of his duels, you have heard of his seductions, all the world has. He owns, therefore, what it would be to no purpose to conceal. And his ingenuousness is a salvo. Why, this, madam, is no more than Mr. Lovelace himself acknowledges. Well, but what is now to be done? You must make the best of your situation. And, as you say, so he has proposed to you of Windsor, and his canon's house. His readiness to leave you, and go himself in quest of a lodging, likewise looks well. And I think there is nothing can be so properly done as, whether you get to a canon's house or not, that the canon should join you together in wedlock as soon as possible. I much approve, however, of all your cautions, of all your vigilance, and of everything you have done, but of your meeting him. Yet, in my disapprobation of that, I judge by that event only, for who would have divined it would have been concluded as it did? But he is the devil by his own account, and had he run away with the wretched Solmes, and your more wretched brother, and himself been transported for life, he should have had my free consent for all three. What use does he make of that Joseph Leman? His ingenuousness, I must more than once say, confounds me. But if, my dear, you can forgive your brother for the part he put that fellow upon acting, I don't know whether you ought to be angry at Lovelace. Yet I have wished 50 times, since Lovelace got you away, that you were rid of him, whether it were by a burning fever, by hanging, by drowning, or by a broken neck, provided it were before he laid you under a necessity to go into mourning for him. I repeat my hitherto rejected offer. May I send it safely by your old man? I have reasons for not sending it by Hickman's servant, unless I had a bank-note. Inquiring for such may cause distrust. My mother is so busy, so inquisitive. I don't love suspicious tempers. And here she is continually in and out. I must break off. Mr. Hickman begs his most respectful compliments to you, with offers of his services. I told him I would oblige him, because minds in trouble take kindly anybody's civilities, but that he was not to imagine that he particularly obliged me by this, since I should think the man or woman either blind or stupid who admired not a person of your exalted merit for your own sake, and wished not to serve you without view to other reward than the honour of serving you. To be sure, that was his principal motive. With great daintiness he said it, but with a kiss of his hand and a bow to my feet he hoped that a fine lady's being my friend did not lessen the merit of the reverence he really had for her. Believe me ever what you, my dear, shall ever find me, your faithful and affectionate Anna Howe. End of Letter 27.
Letter 28 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 3, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 28. Miss Clarissa Harlowe to Miss Howe, Saturday afternoon. I detain your messenger while I write an answer to yours, the poor old man not being very well. You dishearten me a good deal about Mr. Lovelace. I may be too willing from my sad circumstances to think the best of him. If his pretenses to reformation are but pretenses, what must be his intent? But can the heart of a man be so very vile? Can he, dare he, mock the Almighty? But I may not, from one very sad reflection, think better of him. that I am thrown too much into his power to make it necessary for him, except he were to intend the very utmost villainy by me, to be such a shocking hypocrite? He must at least be in earnest at the time he gives the better hopes. Surely he must. You yourself must join with me in this hope, or you could not wish me to be so dreadfully yoked. But after all, I had rather, much rather, be independent of him and of his family, although I have an high opinion of them, at least till I see what my own may be brought to. Otherwise, I think, it were best for me at once to cast myself into Lady Betty's protection. All would then be conducted with decency, and perhaps many mortifications would be spared me. But then I must be his, at all adventures, and be thought to defy my own family. And shall I not first see the issue of one application? And yet I cannot make this till I am settled somewhere and at a distance from him. Mrs. Sorling showed me a letter this morning which she had received from her sister Greme last night, in which Mrs. Greme, hoping I would forgive her forward zeal if her sister thinks fit to show her letter to me, wishes, and that for all the noble family's sake, and she hopes she may say for my own, that I will be pleased to yield to make his honour, as she calls him, happy. She grounds her officiousness, as she calls it, upon what he was so condescending, her word also, to say to her yesterday, in his way to Windsor, on her presuming to ask if she might soon give him joy, that no man ever loved a woman as he loves me, that no woman ever so well deserved to be beloved, that he loves me with such a purity as he had never believed himself capable of, or that a mortal creature could have inspired him with, looking upon me as all soul, as an angel sent down to save his, and a great deal more of this sort. But that he apprehends my consent to make him happy is at a greater distance than he wishes, and complained of too severe restrictions I had laid upon him before I honoured him with my confidence, which restrictions must be as sacred to him as if they were parts of the marriage contract, etc. What, my dear, shall I say to this? How shall I take it? Mrs. Greme is a good woman. Mrs. Sorlings is a good woman. And this letter agrees with a conversation between Mr. Lovelace and me, which I thought, and still think, so agreeable. Yet what means the man by foregoing the opportunities he has had to declare himself? What mean his complaints of my restrictions to Mrs. Greme? He is not a bashful man. But you say I inspire people with an awe of me. An awe, my dear. As how? I am quite petulant, fretful, and peevish with myself at times, to find that I am bound to see the workings of the subtle, or this giddy spirit, which shall I call it? How am I punished, as I frequently think, for my vanity, in hoping to be an example to young persons of my sex? Let me be but a warning, and I will now be contented. For, be my destiny what it may, I shall never be able to hold up my head again among my best friends and worthiest companions. It is one of the cruellest circumstances that attends the faults of the inconsiderate, that she makes all who love her unhappy, and gives joy only to her enemies, and to the enemies of her family. What an useful lesson would this afford, were it properly inculcated at the time that the tempted mind was balancing upon a doubtful adventure. You know not, my dear, the worth of a virtuous man, and noble-minded as you are in most particulars, you partake of the common weakness of human nature, in being apt to slight what is in your own power. You would not think of using Mr. Lovelace, were he your suitor, as you do the much worthier Mr. Hickman, would you? You know who says, in my mother's case, much will bear, much shall bear, all the world through. Mr. Hickman, I fancy, would be glad to know the lady's name who made such an observation. He would think it hardly possible but such a one should benefit by her own remark, and would be apt to wish his Miss Howe acquainted with her. Gentleness of heart, surely, is not despicable in a man. Why, if it be, is the highest distinction a man can arrive at that of a gentleman, a distinction which a prince may not deserve. For manners, more than birth, fortune, or title, are requisite in this character. Manners are indeed the essence of it. And shall it be generally said, and Miss Howe not be an exception to it, as you once wrote, that our sex are best dealt with by boisterous and unruly spirits? Forgive me, my dear, and love me as you used to do. For although my fortunes are changed, my heart is not, nor ever will, while it bids my pen tell you that it must cease to bear when it is not as much yours as your Clarissa Harlowe. End of Letter 28. Letter 29 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 3. This is the LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 3, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 29. Miss Clarissa Harlowe to Miss Howe, Saturday evening. Mr. Lovelace has seen divers apartments at Windsor, but not one, he says, that he thought fit for me, and which at the same time answered my description. He has been very solicitous to keep to the letter of my instructions, which looked well, and the better I like him, as, although he proposed that town, he came back, dissuading me from it. For he said that, in his journey from thence, he had thought Windsor, although of his own proposal, a wrong choice, because I coveted privacy, and that was a place generally visited and admired. I told him that if Mrs. Sorlings thought me not an encumbrance, I would be willing to stay here a little longer, provided he would leave me and go to Lord M.'s or to London, whichever he thought best. He hoped, he said, that he might suppose me absolutely safe from the insults or attempts of my brother, and therefore, if it should make me easier, he would obey, for a few days at least. He again proposed to send for Hannah. I told him I designed to do so through you. And shall I beg of you, my dear, to cause the honest creature to be sent to? Your faithful Robert, I think, knows where she is. Perhaps she will be permitted to quit her place directly by allowing a month's wages, which I will repay her. He took notice of the serious humor he found me in, and of the redness of my eyes. I had just been answering your letter, and had he not approached me on his coming off his journey in a very respectful manner, Had he not made an unexceptionable report of his inquiries, and been so ready to go from me at the very first word, I was prepared, notwithstanding the good terms we parted upon when he set out for Windsor, to have given him a very unwelcome reception. For the contents of your last letter had so affected me, that the moment I saw him I beheld with indignation the seducer, who had been the cause of all the evils I suffer and have suffered. He hinted to me that he had received a letter from Lady Betty, and another, as I understood him, from one of the Miss Montagues. If they take notice of me in them, I wonder that he did not acquaint me with the contents. I am afraid, my dear, that his relations are among those who think I have taken a rash and inexcusable step. It is not to my credit to let even them know how I have been frighted out of myself, and yet perhaps they would hold me unworthy of their alliance if they were to think my flight a voluntary one. O my dear, how uneasy to us are our reflections upon every doubtful occurrence, when we know we have been prevailed upon to do a wrong thing. Sunday morning. Ah, this man, my dear! We have had warmer dialogues than ever yet we have had. At fair argument, I find I need not fear him, but he is such a wild, such an ungovernable creature, he reformed, that I am half afraid of him. He again, on my declaring myself uneasy at his stay with me here, proposed that I would put myself into Lady Betty's protection, assuring me that he thought he could not leave me at Mrs. Sorlings's with safety to myself, and upon my declining to do that, for the reasons I gave you in my last, he urged me to make a demand of my estate. He knew it, I told him, to be my resolution not to litigate with my father. Nor would he put me upon it, he replied, but as the last thing. But if my spirit would not permit me to be obliged, as I called it, to anybody, and yet if my relations would refuse me my own, he knew not how I could keep up that spirit without being put to inconveniences, which would give him infinite concern. Unless, he said, hesitating, as if afraid to speak out, unless I would take the only method I could take to obtain the possession of my own. What is that, sir? Sure the man saw by my looks, when he came with his creeping unlesses, that I guessed what he meant. Ah, madam, can you be at a loss to know what that method is? They will not dispute with a man that right which they contest with you. Why said he with a man instead of with him? Yet he looked as if he wanted to be encouraged to say more. So, sir, you would have me employ a lawyer, would you, notwithstanding what I have ever declared as to litigating with my father? No, I would not, my dearest creature, snatching my hand and pressing it with his lips, except you would make me the lawyer. Had he said me at first, I should have been above the affectation of mentioning a lawyer. I blushed. The man pursued not the subject so ardently, but that it was more easy as well as more natural to avoid it than to fall into it. Would to heaven he might, without offending, but I so overawed him, your notion, my dear. And so the overawed, bashful man went off from the subject, repeating his proposal that I would demand my own estate, or empower some man of the law to demand it, If I would not, he put in, empower a happier man to demand it. But it could not be amiss, he thought, to acquaint my 2 trustees that I intended to assume it. I should know better what to do, I told him, when he was at a distance from me, and known to be so. I suppose, sir, that if my father propose my return, and engage never to mention Solmes to me, nor any other man, but by my consent, and I agree upon that condition to think no more of you, you will acquiesce. I was willing to try whether he had the regard to all of my previous declarations, which he pretended to have to some of them. He was struck all of a heap. What say you, Mr. Lovelace? You know all you mean is for my good. Surely I am my own mistress. Surely I need not ask your leave to make what terms I please for myself, so long as I break none with you. He hemmed twice or thrice. Why, madam, I cannot say. Then, pausing, and rising from his seat with petulance, I see plainly enough, said he, the reason why none of my proposals can be accepted. At last I am to be a sacrifice to your reconciliation with your implacable family. It has always been your respectful way, Mr. Lovelace, to treat my family in this free manner. But pray, sir, when you call others implacable, see that you deserve not the same censure yourself. He must needs say there was no love lost between some of my family and him, but he had not deserved of them what they had of him. Yourself being judge, I suppose, sir? All the world, you yourself, madam, being judge. Then, sir, let me tell you, had you been less upon your defiances, they would not have been irritated so much against you. But nobody ever heard that avowed despite to the relations of a person was a proper courtship, either to that person or to her friends. Well, madam, all that I know is, that their malice against me is such, that, if you determine to sacrifice me, you may be reconciled when you please. And all I know, sir, is, that if I do give my father the power of a negative, and he will be contented with that, it will be but my duty to give it him. And if I preserve one to myself, I shall break through no obligation to you. Your duty to your capricious brother, not to your father, you mean, madam. If the dispute lay between my brother and me at first, surely, sir, a father may choose which party he will take. He may, madam, but that exempts him not from blame, for all that, if he take the wrong. Different people will judge differently, Mr. Lovelace, of the right and the wrong. You judge as you please. Shall not others as they please? And who has a right to control a father's judgment in his own family, and in relation to his own child? I know, madam, there is no arguing with you, but nevertheless I had hoped to have made myself some little merit with you, so as that I might not have been the preliminary sacrifice to a reconciliation. Your hope, sir, had been better grounded if you had had my consent to my abandoning of my father's house. Always, madam, and forever, to be reminded of the choice you would have made of that damned Solmes, rather than— Not so hasty, not so rash, Mr. Lovelace. I am convinced that there was no intention to marry me to that Solmes on Wednesday. So I am told they now give out, in order to justify themselves at your expense. Everybody living, madam, is obliged to you for your kind thoughts, but I. Excuse me, good Mr. Lovelace, waving my hand and bowing, that I am willing to think the best of my father. Charming creature, said he, with what a bewitching air is that said, and with a vehemence in his manner would have snatched my hand, but I withdrew it, being much offended with him. I think, madam, my sufferings for your sake might have entitled me to some favour. My sufferings, sir, for your impetuous temper, set against your sufferings for my sake, I humbly conceive, leave me very little your debtor. Lord, madam, assuming a drawling air, what have you suffered? Nothing but what you can easily forgive. You have been only made a prisoner in your father's house, by way of doing credit to your judgment. You have only had an innocent and faithful servant turned out of your service because you loved her. You have only had your sister's confident servant set over you, with leave to tease and affront you. Very well, sir. You have only had an insolent brother take upon him to treat you like a slave, and as insolent a sister to undermine you in everybody's favour, on pretence to keep you out of hands, which, if as vile as they vilely report, are not, however, half so vile and cruel as their own. Go on, sir, if you please. You have only been persecuted in order to oblige you to have a sordid fellow whom you have professed to hate, and whom everybody despises. The license has been only got. The parson has only been had in readiness. The day, a very near day, had been only fixed, and you were only to be searched for your correspondencies, and still closer confined till the day came, in order to deprive you of all means of escaping the snare laid for you. But all this you can forgive. You can wish you had stood all this, inevitable as the compulsion must have been, and the man who, at the hazard of his life, had delivered you from all these mortifications, is the only person you cannot forgive. Can't you go on, sir? You see I have patience to hear you. Can't you go on, sir? I can, madam, with my sufferings, which I confess ought not to be mentioned, were I at last to be rewarded in the manner I hoped. Your sufferings, then, if you please, sir, affrontingly forbidden your father's house, after encouragement given, without any reasons they knew not before to justify the prohibition, forced upon a rencounter I wish to avoid, the first I ever, so provoked, wished to avoid, and that because the wretch was your brother. Wretch, sir, and my brother, this could be from no man breathing but from him before me. Pardon me, madam, but oh, how unworthy to be your brother! The quarrel grafted upon an old one, when at college, he universally known to be the aggressor, and revived for views equally sordid and injurious both to yourself and me, giving life to him who would have taken away mine. Your generosity this, sir, not your sufferings. A little more of your sufferings, if you please. I hope you do not repent that you did not murder my brother, my private life hunted into, my morals decried, some of the accusers not unfaulty. That's an aspersion, sir. Spies set upon my conduct, one hired to bribe my own servant's fidelity, perhaps to have poisoned me at last, if the honest fellow had not. Facts, Mr. Lovelace. Do you want facts in the display of your sufferings? None of your perhapses, I beseech you. menaces every day and defiances put into everyone's mouth against me, forced to creep about in disguises and to watch all hours, and in all weathers, I suppose, sir, that, I remember, was once your grievance, in all weathers, sir, and all these hardships arising from yourself, not imposed by me. Like a thief or an eavesdropper, proceeded he, and yet neither by birth nor alliances, unworthy of their relation, whatever I may be and am of their admirable daughter, of whom they, every one of them, are at least as unworthy. These, madam, I call sufferings, justly call so. If at last I am to be sacrificed to an imperfect reconciliation, imperfect, I say, for can you expect to live so much as tolerably under the same roof, after all that has passed, with that brother and sister? Oh, sir, sir, what sufferings have yours been, and all for my sake, I warrant. I can never reward you for them. Never think of me more, I beseech you. How can you have patience with me? Nothing has been owing to your own behaviour, I presume, nothing to your defiances for defiances, nothing to your resolution, declared more than once, that you would be related to a family which, nevertheless, you would not stoop to ask a relation of, nothing, in short, to courses which everybody blamed you for, you not thinking it worth your while to justify yourself. Had I not thought you used in an ungentlemanly manner, as I have heretofore told you, you had not had my notice by pen and ink. That notice gave you a supposed security, and you generously defied my friends the more for it. And this brought upon me, perhaps not undeservedly, my father's displeasure, without which my brother's private pique and selfish views would have wanted a foundation to build upon, so that for all that followed of my treatment, and your redundant onlys, I might thank you principally, as you may yourself, for all your sufferings, your mighty sufferings. And if, voluble sir, you have founded any merit upon them, be so good as to revoke it, and look upon me, with my forfeited reputation, as the only sufferer. For what? Pray hear me out, sir, for he was going to speak, have you suffered in but your pride? Your reputation could not suffer. That it was beneath you to be solicitous about. And had you not been an unmanageable man, I should not have been driven to the extremity I now every hour, as the hour passes, deplore. With this additional reflection upon myself, that I ought not to have begun, or, having begun, not continued a correspondence with one who thought it not worth his while to clear his own character for my sake, or to submit to my father for his own, in a point wherein every father ought to have an option. Darkness, light, light, darkness, by my soul, just as you please to have it. O charmer of my heart, snatching my hand and pressing it between both of his to his lips, in a strange wild way, take me to yourself, mould me as you please. I am wax in your hands. Give me your own impression, and seal me forever yours. We were born for each other, you to make me happy and save a soul. I am all error, all crime. I see what I ought to have done. But do you think, madam, I can willingly consent to be sacrificed to a partial reconciliation, in which I shall be so great, so irreparable a sufferer? Anything but that. Include me in your terms. Prescribe to me. Promise for me as you please. Put a halter about my neck and lead me by it, upon condition of forgiveness on that disgraceful penance, and of a prostration as servile to your father's presence, your brother absent, and I will beg his consent at his feet, and bear anything but spurning from him, because he is your father. But to give you up upon cold conditions, damn me, said the shocking wretch, if I either will or can. These were his words, as near as I can remember them, for his behaviour was so strangely wild and fervent that I was perfectly frighted. I thought he would have devoured my hand. I wished myself 1,000 miles distant from him. I told him I by no means approved of his violent temper. He was too boisterous a man for my liking. I saw now, by the conversation that had passed, what was his boasted regard to my injunctions, and should take my measures accordingly, as he should soon find. And with a half-frighted earnestness, I desired him to withdraw and leave me to myself. He obeyed, and that with extreme complaisance in his manner, but with his complexion greatly heightened, and a countenance as greatly dissatisfied. But, on recollecting all that passed, I plainly see that he means not, if he can help it, to leave me to the liberty of refusing him, which I had nevertheless preserved a right to do, but looks upon me as his, by a strange sort of obligation, for having run away with me against my will. Yet you see he but touches upon the edges of matrimony neither, and that at a time, generally, when he has either excited one's passions or apprehensions, so that one cannot at once descend. But surely this cannot be his design, and yet such seemed to be his behaviour to my sister, when he provoked her to refuse him, and so tamely submitted, as he did, to her refusal. But he dare not. What can one say of so various a man? I am now again out of conceit with him. I wish I were fairly out of his power. He has sent up 3 times to beg admittance, in the 2 last with unusual earnestness. But I have sent him word I will finish what I am about. What to do about going from this place I cannot tell. I could stay here with all my heart, as I have said to him. The gentlewoman and her daughters are desirous that I will, although not very convenient for them, I believe, neither. But I see he will not leave me while I do, so I must remove somewhere. I have long been sick of myself, and now I am more and more so. But let me not lose your good opinion. If I do, that loss will complete the misfortunes of your Clarissa Harlowe. End of Letter 29. Letter 30 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 3, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 30, Miss Clarissa Harlowe to Miss Howe, Sunday night, April 16th. I may send to you, although you are forbid to write to me, may I not? For that is not a correspondence, is it, where letters are not answered? I am strangely at a loss what to think of this man. He is a perfect Proteus. I can but write according to the shape he assumes at the time. Don't think me the changeable person, I beseech you, if in one letter I contradict what I wrote in another. Nay, if I seem to contradict what I said in the same letter. For he is a perfect chameleon, or rather more variable than the chameleon. For that, it is said, cannot assume the red and the white, but this man can. And though black seems to be his natural color, yet has he taken great pains to make me think him nothing but white. But you shall judge of him as I proceed. Only, if I anywhere appear to you to be credulous, I beg you to set me right, for you are a stander-by, as you say in a former. Would to heaven I were not to play, for I think, after all, I am held to a desperate game. Before I could finish my last to you, he sent up twice more to beg admittance. I returned for answer that I would see him at my own time. I would neither be invaded nor prescribed to. Considering how we parted, and my delaying his audience, as he sometimes calls it, I expected him to be in no very good humour when I admitted of his visit, and by what I wrote you will conclude that I was not. Yet mine soon changed when I saw his extreme humility at his entrance, and heard what he had to say. I have a letter, madam, said he, from Lady Betty Lawrance, and another from my cousin Charlotte. But of these more by and by. I came now to make my humble acknowledgment to you upon the arguments that passed between us so lately. I was silent, wondering what he was driving at. I am a most unhappy creature, proceeded he, unhappy from a strange impatiency of spirit, which I cannot conquer. It always brings upon me deserved humiliation. But it is more laudable to acknowledge than to persevere when under the power of conviction. I was still silent. I have been considering what you proposed to me, madam, that I should acquiesce with such terms as you should think proper to comply with, in order to a reconciliation with your friends. Well, sir, and I find all just, all right, on your side, and all impatience, all inconsideration on mine. I stared, you may suppose. Whence this change, sir, and so soon? I am so much convinced that you must be in the right in all you think fit to insist upon, that I shall for the future mistrust myself, and if it be possible, whenever I differ with you, take an hour's time for recollection, before I give way to that vehemence which an opposition, to which I have not been accustomed, too often gives me. All this is mighty good, sir, but to what does it tend? Why, madam, when I came to consider what you had proposed as to the terms of reconciliation with your friends, and when I recollected that you had always referred to yourself to approve or reject me according to my merits or demerits, I plainly saw that it was rather a condescension in you, that you were pleased to ask my consent to those terms, than that you were imposing a new law. And I now, madam, beg your pardon for my impatience. Whatever terms you think proper to come into with your relations, which will enable you to honour me with the conditional effect of your promise to me, to these be pleased to consent. And if I lose you, insupportable as that thought is to me, yet, as it must be by my own fault, I ought to thank myself for it. What think you, Miss Howe? Do you believe he can have any view in this? I cannot see any he could have. And I thought it best, as he put it in so right a manner, to appear not to doubt the sincerity of his confession, and to accept of it as sincere. He then read to me part of Lady Betty's letter, turning down the beginning, which was a little too severe upon him, he said, for my eye, and I believe, by the style, the remainder of it was in a corrective strain. It was too plain, I told him, that he must have great faults, that none of his relations could write to him but with a mingled censure for some bad action. And it is as plain, my dearest creature, said he, that you, who know not of any such faults, but by surmise, are equally ready to condemn me. Will not charity allow you to infer that their charges are no better grounded, and that my principal fault has been carelessness of my character, and too little solicitude to clear myself when aspersed, which, I do assure you, is the case. Lady Betty, in her letter, expresses herself in the most obliging manner in relation to me. She wishes him so to behave as to encourage me to make him soon happy. She desires her compliments to me, and expresses her impatience to see, as her niece, so celebrated a lady. Those are her high words. She shall take it for an honour, she says, to be put into a way to oblige me. She hopes I will not too long delay the ceremony, because that performed will be to her and to Lord M. and Lady Sarah a sure pledge of her nephew's merits and good behaviour. She says she was always sorry to hear of the hardships I had met with on his account, that he will be the most ungrateful of men if he make it not all up to me, and that she thinks it incumbent upon all their family to supply to me the lost favour of my own, and for her part nothing of that kind, she bids him assure me, shall be wanting. Her ladyship observes, that the treatment he had received from my family would have been much more unaccountable than it was, with such natural and accidental advantages as he had it not been owing to his own careless manners. But she hopes that he will convince the Harlowe family that they had thought worse of him than he had deserved, since now it was in his power to establish his character for ever. This she prays to God to enable him to do, as well for his own honour as for the honour of their house, was the magnificent word. She concludes with desiring to be informed of our nuptials the moment they are celebrated, that she may be with the earliest in felicitating me on the happy occasion. But her ladyship gives me no direct invitation to attend her before the marriage, which I might have expected from what he had told me. He then showed me part of Miss Montague's more sprightly letter, congratulating him upon the honour he had obtained of the confidence of so admirable a lady. These are her words: confidence, my dear. Nobody, indeed, as you say, will believe otherwise, were they to be told the truth. and you see that Miss Montague, and all his family, I suppose, think that the step I have taken an extraordinary one. She also wishes for his speedy nuptials, and to see her new cousin at M. Hall, as do Lord M., she tells him, and her sister, and in general all the well-wishers of their family. Whenever this happy day shall be past, she proposes, she says, to attend me, and to make one in my train to M. Hall, if his lordship shall continue as ill of the gout as he is at present, but that, should he get better, he will himself attend me, she is sure, and conduct me thither, and afterwards quit either of his 3 seats to us, till we shall be settled to our mind. This young lady says nothing in excuse for not meeting me on the road, or St. Albans, as he had made me expect she would, yet mentions her having been indisposed. Mr. Lovelace had also told me that Lord M. was ill of the gout, which Miss Montague's letter confirms. But why did not the man show me these letters last night? Was he afraid of giving me too much pleasure? End of Letter 30. Letter 31 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 3, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 31. Miss Clarissa Harlowe to Miss Howe. You may believe, my dear, that these letters put me in a good humour with him. He saw it in my countenance, and congratulated himself upon it. Yet I cannot but repeat my wonder that I could not have the contents of them communicated to me last night. He then urged me to go directly to Lady Betty's on the strength of her letter. But how, said I, can I do that, were I even out of all hope of a reconciliation with my friends, which yet, however unlikely to be effected, is my duty to attempt, as her ladyship has given me no particular invitation? That, he was sure, was owing to her doubt that it would be accepted, else she would have done it with the greatest pleasure in the world. That doubt itself, I said, was enough to deter me, since her ladyship, who knew so well the boundaries to the fit and the unfit, by her not expecting I would accept of the invitation, had she given it, would have reason to think me very forward if I had accepted it, and much more forward to go without it. Then, said I thank you, sir, I have no clothes fit to go anywhere, or to be seen by anybody. Oh, I was fit to appear in the drawing-room, were full dress and jewels to be excused, and should make the most amiable, he must mean extraordinary, figure there. He was astonished at the elegance of my dress. By what art he knew not, but I appeared to such advantage as if I had a different suit every day. Besides, his cousins Montague would supply me with all I wanted for the present, and he would write to Miss Charlotte accordingly, if I would give him leave. Do you think me the jay in the fable? Said I. Would you have me visit the owners of the borrowed dresses in their own clothes? Surely, Mr. Lovelace, you think I have either a very low or a very confident mind. Would I choose to go to London, for a very few days only, in order to furnish myself with clothes? Not at your expense, sir, said I, in an angry tone. I could not have appeared in earnest to him in my displeasure at his artful contrivances to get me away, if I were not occasionally to show my real fretfulness upon the destitute condition to which he has reduced me. When people set out wrong together, it is very difficult to avoid recriminations. He wished he knew but my mind. That should direct him in his proposals, and it would be his delight to observe it, whatever it were. My mind is, that you, sir, should leave me out of hand. How often must I tell you so? If I were anywhere but here, he would obey me, he said, if I insisted upon it. But if I would assert my right, that would be infinitely preferable, in his opinion, to any other measure but one, which he durst only hint at. For then, admitting his visits or refusing them, as I pleased, granting a correspondence by letter only, it would appear to all the world that what I had done was but in order to do myself justice. How often, Mr. Lovelace, must I repeat that I will not litigate with my father? Do you think that my unhappy circumstances will alter my notions of my own duty, so far as I shall be enabled to perform it? How can I obtain possession without litigation, and but by my trustees? One of them will be against me, the other is abroad. Then the remedy proposed by this measure, were I disposed to fall in with it, will require time to bring it into effect. And what I want is present independence, and your immediate absence. Upon his soul, the wretch swore, he did not think it safe, for the reasons he had before given, to leave me here. He wished I would think of some place to which I should like to go, but he must take the liberty to say, that he hoped his behaviour had not been so exceptionable as to make me so very earnest for his absence in the interim, and the less surely as I was almost eternally shutting up myself from him, although he presumed to assure me that he never went from me but with a corrected heart, and with strengthened resolutions of improving by my example. Externally shutting myself up from you, repeated I. I hope, sir, that you will not pretend to take it amiss that I expect to be uninvaded in my retirements. I hope you do not think me so weak a creature, novice as you have found me in a very capital instance, as to be fond of occasions to hear your fond speeches, especially as no differing circumstances require your over-frequent visits, nor that I am to be addressed to as if I thought hourly professions needful to assure me of your honour. He seemed a little disconcerted. You know, Mr. Lovelace, proceeded I, why I am so earnest for your absence. It is, that I may appear to the world independent of you, and in hopes by that means to find it less difficult to set on foot a reconciliation with my friends. And now let me add, in order to make you easier as to the terms of that hoped-for reconciliation, that since I find I have the good fortune to stand so well with your relations, I will, from time to time, acquaint you, by letter, when you are absent, with every step I shall take, and with every overture that shall be made to me, but not with an intention to render myself accountable to you, neither as to my acceptance or non-acceptance of those overtures. They know that I have a power given me by my grandfather's will, to bequeath the estate he left me, with other of his bounties, in a way that may affect them, though not absolutely from them. This consideration, I hope, will procure me some from them, when their passion subsides, and when they know I am independent of you. Charming reasoning! And let him tell me that the assurance I had given him was all he wished for. It was more than he could ask. What a happiness to have a woman of honour and generosity to depend upon! Had he, on his first entrance into the world, met with such a one, he had never been other than a man of strict virtue. But all, he hoped, was for the best, since in that case he had never perhaps had the happiness he now had in view, because his relations had always been urging him to marry, and that before he had the honour to know me. And now, as he had not been so bad as some people's malice reported him to be, he hoped he should have near as much merit in his repentance as if he had never erred. A fine rakish notion and hope, and too much encouraged, I doubt, my dear, by the generality of our sex. This brought on a more serious question or two. You'll see by it what a creature an unmortified libertine is. I asked him if he knew what he had said, alluded to a sentence in the best of books, that there was more joy in heaven, he took the words out of my mouth, over one sinner that repenteth, than over 99 just persons which need no repentance, were his words. Yes, madam, I thought of it, as soon as I said it, but not before. I have read the story of the prodigal son, I'll assure you, and one day, when I am settled as I hope to be, will write a dramatic piece on the subject. I have at times had it in my head, and you will be too ready, perhaps, to allow me to be qualified fro it. You so lately, sir, stumbled at a word, with which you must be better acquainted, ere you can be thoroughly master of such a subject, that I am amazed you should know anything of the Scripture, and be so ignorant of that. Oh, madam, I have read the Bible, as a fine piece of ancient history, but as I hope to be saved, it has for some years past made me so uneasy when I have popped upon some passages in it, that I have been forced to run to music or company to divert myself. Poor wretch! Lifting up my hands and eyes. The denunciations come so slapdash upon one, so unceremoniously, as I may say, without even the by your leave of a rude London chairman, that they overturn one, horse and man, as St. Paul was overturned. There's another Scripture allusion, madam. The light, in short, as his was, is too glaring to be borne. Oh, sir, do you want to be complimented into repentance and salvation? But pray, Mr. Lovelace, do you mean anything at all, when you swear so often as you do, by your soul, or bind an asseveration with the words, as you hope to be saved? O my beloved creature, shifting his seat, let us call another cause. Why, sir, don't I neither use ceremony enough with you? Dearest madam, forbear for the present. I am but in my novitiate. Your foundation must be laid brick by brick. You'll hinder the progress of the good work you would promote, if you tumble in a whole wagon load at once upon me. Lord bless me, thought I, what a character is that of a libertine! What a creature am I, who have risked what I have risked with such a one. What a task before me, if my hopes continue of reforming such a wild Indian as this, nay, worse than a wild Indian, for a man who errs with his eyes open and against conviction is 1,000 times worse for what he knows, and much harder to be reclaimed than if he had never known anything at all. I was equally shocked at him and concerned for him, and having laid so few bricks, to speak to his illusion, and those so ill cemented, I was as willing as the gay and inconsiderate to call another cause, as he termed it, another cause, too, more immediately pressing upon me from my uncertain situation. I said, I took it for granted that he assented to the reasoning he seemed to approve, and would leave me. And then I asked him what he really, and in his most deliberate mind, would advise me to in my present situation. He must needs see, I said, that I was at a great loss what to resolve upon, entirely a stranger to London, having no adviser, no protector at present. Himself, he must give me leave to tell him, greatly deficient in practice, if not in the knowledge, of those decorums which, I had supposed, were always to be found in a man of birth, fortune, and education. He imagines himself, I find, to be a very polite man, and cannot bear to be thought otherwise. He put up his lip. I am sorry for it, madam. A man of breeding, a man of politeness, give me leave to say, colouring, is much more of a black swan with you than with any lady I ever met with. Then that is your misfortune, Mr. Lovelace, as well as mine at present. Every woman of discernment, I am confident, knowing what I know of you now, would say as I say, I had a mind to mortify a pride that I am sure deserves to be mortified, that your politeness is not regular, nor constant. It is not habit. It is too much seen by fits and starts and sallies, and those not spontaneous. You must be reminded into them. O Lord, poor I, was the light, yet the half-angry wretch's self-pitying expression. I proceeded. Upon my word, sir, you are not the accomplished man which your talents and opportunities would have led one to expect you to be. You are indeed in your novitiate, as to every laudable attainment. End of Letter 31. Letter 32 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 3, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 32, Miss Clarissa Harlowe to Miss Howe, in continuation. As this subject was introduced by himself, and treated so lightly by him, I was going on to tell him more of my mind, but he interrupted me. Dear, dear madam, spare me. I am sorry that I have lived to this hour for nothing at all. But surely you could not have quitted a subject so much more agreeable and so much more suitable, I will say, to your present situation, if you had not too cruel a pleasure in mortifying a man who the less needed to be mortified, as he before looked up to you with a diffidence in his own merits too great to permit him to speak half of his mind to you. Be pleased but to return to the subject we were upon, and at another time I will gladly embrace correction from the only lips in the world so qualified to give it. You talk of reformation sometimes, Mr. Lovelace, and in so talking acknowledge errors. But I see you can very ill bear the reproof, for which perhaps you are not solicitous to avoid giving occasion. Far be it from me to take delight in finding fault. I should be glad for both our sakes, since my situation is what it is, that I could do nothing but praise you. But failures which affect a mind that need not be very delicate to be affected by them are too grating to be passed over in silence by a person who wishes to be thought in earnest in her own duties. I admire your delicacy, madam, again interrupted he. Although I suffer by it, yet would I not have it otherwise. Indeed I would not, when I consider of it. It is an angelic delicacy, which sets you above all our sex, and even above your own. It is natural to you, madam, so you may think it extraordinary, but there is nothing like it on earth, said the flatterer. What company has he kept? But let us return to the former subject. You were so good as to ask me what I would advise you to do. I want but to make you easy. I want but to see you fixed to your liking, your faithful Hannah with you, your reconciliation with those to whom you wish to be reconciled, set on foot, and in a train. And now let me mention to you different expedients, in hopes that some one of them may be acceptable to you. I will go to Mrs. Howe, or to Miss Howe, or to whomsoever you would have me to go, and endeavour to prevail upon them to receive you. Do you incline to go to Florence, to your cousin Morden? I will furnish you with an opportunity of going thither, either by sea to Leghorn, or by land through France. Perhaps I may be able to procure one of the ladies of my family to attend you. Either Charlotte or Patty would rejoice in such an opportunity of seeing France and Italy. As for myself, I will only be your escort, in disguise, if you will have it so, even in your livery, that your punctilio may not receive offence by my attendance. I told him I would consider of all he had said, but that I hoped for a line or two from my Aunt Hervey, if not from my sister, to both of whom I had written, which, if I were to be so favoured, might help to determine me. Meantime, if he would withdraw, I would particularly consider of this proposal of his in relation to my cousin Morden, and if it held its weight with me so far as to write for your opinion upon it, he should know my mind in an hour's time. He withdrew with great respect, and in an hour's time returned, and I then told him it was unnecessary to trouble you for your opinion about it. My cousin Morden was soon expected. If he were not, I could not admit him to accompany me to him upon any condition. It was highly improbable that I should obtain the favour of either of his cousin's company, and, if that could be brought about, it would be the same thing in the world's eye as if he went himself. This led us into another conversation, which shall be the subject of my next. End of Letter 32. Letter 33 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 3, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 33. Miss Clarissa Harlowe, in continuation. Mr. Lovelace told me that on the supposition that his proposal in relation to my cousin Morden might not be accepted, he had been studying to find out, if possible, some other expedient that might be agreeable, in order to convince me that he preferred my satisfaction to his own. He then offered to go himself and procure my Hannah to come and attend me. As I had declined the service of either of the young Misses Sorlings, he was extremely solicitous, he said, that I should have a servant in whose integrity I might confide. I told him that you would be so kind as to send to engage Hannah, if possible. If anything, he said, should prevent Hannah from coming, suppose he himself waited upon Miss Howe to desire her to lend me her servant till I was provided to my mind. I said, your mother's high displeasure at the step I had taken, as she supposed voluntarily, had deprived me of an open assistance of that sort from you. He was amazed, so much as Mrs. Howe herself used to admire me, and so great an influence as Miss Howe was supposed and deserved to have over her mother, that Mrs. Howe should take upon herself to be so much offended with me. He wished that the man who took such pains to keep up and inflame the passions of my father and uncles were not at the bottom of this mischief too. I was afraid, I said, that my brother was, or else my Uncle Antony, I dared to say, would not have taken such pains to set Mrs. Howe against me, as I understood he had done. Since I had declined visiting Lady Sarah and Lady Betty, he asked me if I should admit of a visit from his cousin Montague, and accept of a servant of hers for the present. That was not, I said, an acceptable proposal. But I would first see if my friends would send me my clothes, that I might not make such a giddy and runaway appearance to any of his relations. If I pleased, he would take another journey to Windsor to make a more particular inquiry amongst the canons, or in any worthy family. Were not his objections as to the publicness of the place, I asked him, as strong now as before? I remember, my dear, in one of your former letters, you mentioned London as the most private place to be in. And I said that since he made such pretenses against leaving me here, as showed he had no intention to do so, and since he engaged to go from me, and leave me to pursue my own measures, if I were elsewhere, and since his presence made these lodgings inconvenient to me, I should not be disinclined to go to London, did I know anybody there. As he had several times proposed London to me, I expected that he would eagerly have embraced that motion from me. But he took not ready hold of it, yet I thought his eye approved of it. We are both great watchers of each other's eyes, and indeed seem to be more than half afraid of each other. He then made a grateful proposal to me. that I would send for my Norton to attend me. He saw by my eyes, he said, that he had at last been happy in an expedient, which would answer the wishes of us both. Why, says he, did I not think of it before? And snatching my hand, shall I write, madam? Shall I send? Shall I go and fetch the worthy woman myself? After a little consideration, I told him that this was indeed a grateful motion, but that I apprehended it would put her to a difficulty which she would not be able to get over, as it would make a woman of her known prudence appear to countenance a fugitive daughter in opposition to her parents, and as her coming to me would deprive her of my mother's favour, without its being in my power to make it up to her. "O my beloved creature," said he, generously enough, "let not this be an obstacle. I will do everything for Mrs. Norton you wish to have done. Let me go for her." More coolly than perhaps his generosity deserved, I told him it was impossible, but I must soon hear from my friends. I should not, meantime, embroil anybody with them, not Mrs. Norton especially, from whose interest in, and mediation with, my mother, I might expect some good, were she to keep herself in a neutral state. That, besides, the good woman had a mind above her fortune, and would sooner want than be beholden to anybody improperly. "Improperly," said he, "have not persons of merit a right to all the benefits conferred upon them? Mrs. Norton is so good a woman, that I shall think she lays me under an obligation if she will put it in my power to serve her, although she were not to augment it by giving me the opportunity at the same time of contributing to your pleasure and satisfaction." How could this man, with such powers of right thinking, be so far depraved by evil habits as to disgrace his talents by wrong acting? Is there not room, after all, thought I, at the time, to hope, as he so lately led me to hope, that the example it will behove me, for both our sakes, to endeavour to set him, may influence him to a change of manners, in which both may find our account? "Give me leave, sir," said I, "to tell you, there is a strange mixture in your mind. You must have taken pains to suppress many good motions and reflections as they arose, or levity must have been surprisingly predominant in it. But as to the subject we were upon, there is no taking any resolutions till I hear from my friends." "Well, madam, I can only say, I would find out some expedient, if I could, that should be agreeable to you. But since I cannot, will you be so good as to tell me what you would wish to have done? Nothing in the world but I will comply with, excepting leaving you here, at such a distance from the place I shall be in, if anything should happen, and in a place where my gossiping rascals have made me in a manner public, for want of proper cautions at first. These vermin," added he, "have a pride they can hardly rein in, when they serve a man of family. They boast of their master's pedigree and descent, as if they were related to him, nor is anything they know of him, or of his affairs, a secret to one another, were it a matter that would hang him. If so, thought I, men of family should take care to give them subjects worth boasting of." I am quite at a loss, said I, what to do or where to go. Would you, Mr. Lovelace, in earnest, advise me to think of going to London? And I looked at him with steadfastness, but nothing could I gather from his looks. At first, madam, said he, I was for proposing London, as I was then more apprehensive of pursuit. But as your relations seem cooler on that head, I am the more indifferent about the place you go to, so as you are pleased, so as you are easy, I shall be happy. This indifference of his to London, I cannot but say, made me incline the more to go thither. I asked him, to hear what he would say, if he could recommend me to any particular place in London. No, he said, none that was fit for me, or that I should like. His friend Belford, indeed, had very handsome lodgings near Soho Square, at a relation's, whose wife was a woman of virtue and honour. These, as Mr. Belford was generally in the country, he could borrow till I was better accommodated. I was resolved to refuse these at the first mention, as I should any other he had named. Nevertheless, I will see, thought I, if he has really thought of these for me. If I break off the talk here, and he resumes this proposal with earnestness in the morning, I shall apprehend that he is less indifferent than he seems to be about my going to London, and that he has already a lodging in his eye for me, and then I will not go at all. But after such generous motions from him, I really think it a little barbarous to act and behave as if I thought him capable of the blackest and most ungrateful baseness. But his character, his principles, are so faulty. He is so light, so vain, so various, that there is no certainty that he will be next hour what he is this. Then, my dear, I have no guardian now, no father, no mother, only God and my vigilance to depend upon, and I have no reason to expect a miracle in my favour. Well, sir, said I, rising to leave him, something must be resolved upon, but I will postpone this subject till to-morrow morning. He would fain have engaged me longer, but I said I would see him as early as he pleased in the morning. He might think of any convenient place in London, or near it, in meantime. And so I retired from him, as I do from my pen, hoping for better rest for the few hours that remain of this night than I have had of a long time. Clarissa Harlowe. End of Letter 33. Letter 34 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 3, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 34. Miss Clarissa Harlowe, in continuation. Monday morning, April 17th. Late as I went to bed, I have had very little rest. Sleep and I have quarrelled, and although I court it, it will not be friends. I hope its fellow irreconcilables at Harlowe Place enjoy its balmy comfort. Else that will be an aggravation of my fault. My brother and sister, I dare say, want it not. Mr. Lovelace, who is an early riser, as well as I, joined me in the garden about 6, and after the usual salutations, asked me to resume our last night's subject. It was upon lodgings at London, he said. I think you mentioned one to me, sir, did you not? Yes, madam, but, watching the turn of my countenance, rather as what you would be welcome to than perhaps approve of. I believe so too. To go to town upon an uncertainty, I own, is not agreeable. But to be obliged to any persons of your acquaintance, when I want to be thought independent of you, and to a person especially to whom my friends are to direct to me, if they vouchsafe to take notice of me at all, is an absurd thing to mention. He did not mention it as what he imagined I would accept, but only to confirm to me what he had said, that he himself knew of none fit for me. Has not your family, madam, some one tradesman they deal with, who has conveniences of this kind? I would make it worth such a person's while to keep his secret of your being at his house. Traders are dealers in pins, said he, and will be more obliged by a penny customer than by a pound present, because it is in their way, yet will refuse neither, any more than a lawyer or a man of office, his fee. My father's tradesmen, I said, would, no doubt, be the first employed to find me out, so that that proposal was as wrong as the other. And who is it that a creature so lately in favour with all her friends can apply to, in such a situation as mine, but must be, at least, equally the friends of her relations? We had a good deal of discourse upon the same topic, but at last the result was this. He wrote a letter to one Mr. Dolman, a married man, of fortune and character, I excepting to Mr. Belford, desiring him to provide decent apartments, ready furnished, I had told him what they should be, for a single woman, consisting of a bedchamber, another for a maidservant, with the use of a dining room or parlour. This letter he gave me to peruse, and then sealed it up, and dispatched it away in my presence, by one of his own servants, who, having business in town, is to bring back an answer. I attend the issue of it, holding myself in readiness to set out for London, unless you, my dear, advise the contrary. End of Letter 34.
Letter 35 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Larry Wilson. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 3 by Samuel Richardson, Chapter 35. Mr. Lovelace to John Belford, Esquire, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. Upon such good terms when we parted, I was surprised to find so solemn a brow upon my return, and her charming eyes red with weeping. But when I had understood she had received letters from Miss Howe, it was natural to imagine that that little devil had put her out of humour with me. It is easy for me to perceive that my charmer is more sullen when she receives and has perused a letter from that vixen, than at other times. But as the sweet maid shows, even then, more of passive grief than of active spirit, I hope she is rather lamenting than plotting. And indeed, for what now should she plot, when I am become a reformed man, and am hourly improving in my morals? Nevertheless, I must contrive some way or other to get at their correspondence, only to see the turn of it, that's all. But no attempt of this kind must be made yet. A detected invasion in an article so sacred would ruin me beyond retrieve. Nevertheless, it vexes me to the heart to think that she is hourly writing her whole mind on all that passes between her and me, I under the same roof with her, yet kept at such awful distance, that I dare not break into a correspondence that may perhaps be a mean to defeat all my devices. Would it be very wicked, Jack, to knock her messenger on the head as he is carrying my beloved's letters, or returning from Miss Howe's? To attempt to bribe him and not succeed would utterly ruin me. And the man seems to be one used to poverty, one who can sit down satisfied with it and enjoy it, contented with hand-to-mouth conveniencies, and not aiming to live better tomorrow than he does today, and than he did yesterday. Such a one is above temptation, unless it could come clothed in the guise of truth and trust. What likelihood of corrupting a man who has no hope, no ambition? Yet the rascal has but half life, and groans under that. Should I be answerable in his case for a whole life? But hang the fellow, let him live. Were I king or a minister of state, and Antonio Perez, it were another thing. And yet, on second thoughts, am I not a rake, as it is called? And who ever knew a rake stick at anything? But thou knowest, Jack, that the greatest half of my wickedness is vapour, to show my invention, and to prove that I could be mischievous if I would. I could hardly forbear taking her into my arms upon it, in spite of an expected tempest. So much wit, so much beauty, such a lively manner, and such exceeding quickness and penetration. Oh, Belford, she must be nobody's but mine. I can now account for and justify Herod's command to destroy his Mariamne, if he return not alive from his interview with Caesar. For were I to know that it were but probable that any other man were to have this charming creature, even after my death, the very thought would be enough to provoke me to cut that man's throat, were he a prince. I may be deemed by this lady a rapid, a boisterous lover, and she may like me the less for it. But all the ladies I have met with till now loved to raise a tempest and to enjoy it. Nor did they ever raise it, but I enjoyed it too. Lord, send us once happily to London. Darkness and light, I swore, were convertible at her pleasure. She could make any subject plausible. I was all air, she all perfection. And I snatched her hand, and more than kissed it. I was ready to devour it. There was, I believe, a kind of frenzy in my manner, which threw her into panic, like those of Semele, perhaps, when the Thunderer in all his majesty, surrounded with 10,000 celestial burning glasses, was about to scorch her into a cinder. Had not my heart misgiven me? And had I not just in time recollected that she was not so much in my power, but that she might abandon me at her pleasure, having more friends in that house than I had? I should at that moment have made offers that would have decided all, one way or other. But apprehending that I had shown too much meaning in my passion, I gave it another turn. But little did the charmer think that an escape either she or I had, as the event might have proved, from that sudden gust of passion, which had like to have blown me into her arms. She was born, I told her, to make me happy, and to save a soul. I saw she was frightened, and she would have had reason had the scene been London, and that place in London which I have in view to carry her to. She confirmed me in my apprehension that I had alarmed her too much. She told me that she saw what my boasted regard for her injunctions was, and she would take proper measure upon it, as I should find. That she was shocked at my violent airs, and if I hoped any favour from her, I must that instant withdraw, and leave her to her recollection. She pronounced this in such a manner as showed she was set upon it, and having stepped out of the gentle and polite part I had so newly engaged to act, I thought ready obedience was the best atonement, and indeed I was sensible, from her anger and repulses, that I wanted time myself for recollection, and so I withdrew with the same veneration as a petitioning subject would withdraw from the presence of his sovereign. But, oh, Belford, had she had but the least patience with me, had she but made me think she would forgive this initiatory ardour, surely she will not be always thus guarded. I had not been a moment by myself, but I was sensible that I had half forfeited my newly assumed character. It is exceedingly difficult, thou seest, for an honest man to act in disguises. As the poet says, thrust nature back with a pitchfork, it will return. I recollected that what she had insisted upon was really a part of that declared will before she left her father's house, to which in another case, to humble her, I had pretended to have an inviolable regard. And when I had remembered her words of taking her measures accordingly, I was resolved to sacrifice a leg or an arm to make all up again, before she had time to determine upon any new measures. How seasonably to this purpose have come in my aunt's and cousins' letters! I have sent them in again and again to implore her to admit me to her presence, but she will conclude a letter she is writing to Miss Howe before she will see me, I suppose to give her an account of what has just passed. Curse upon her perverse tyranny! How she makes me wait for an humble audience, though she has done writing for some time. A prince begging for her upon his knees shall not prevail upon me to spare her, if I can but get her to London. Oons! Jack, I believe I have bit my lip through a vexation, but one day hers shall smart for it. Thou seest, Belford, that my charmer has no notion that Miss Howe herself is but a puppet danced upon my wires at second or third hand, to outwit and impel as I please two such girls as these, who think they know everything, and by taking advantage of the pride and ill nature of the old ones of both families, to play them off likewise at the very time they think they are doing me spiteful displeasure. What a charming revenge! Then the sweet creature, when I wished that her brother was not at the bottom of Mrs. Howe's resentment, to tell me that she was afraid he was, or her uncle would not have appeared against her to that lady. Pretty dear, how innocent! But don't think me the cause neither of her family's malice and resentment. It is all in their hearts. I work but with their materials. They, if left to their own wicked direction, would perhaps express their revenge by fire and faggot, that is to say, by the private dagger, or by Lord Chief Justice warrants, by law, and so forth. I only point the lightning, and teach it where to dart without the thunder. In other words, I only guide the effects. The cause is in their malignant hearts, and while I am doing a little mischief, I prevent a great deal. Thus he exults on her mentioning London. I wanted her to propose London herself. This made me again mention Windsor. If you would have a woman do one thing, you must always propose another, and that the very contrary. The very sex, as I hope to be saved. Why, Jack, they lay a man under a necessity to deal doubly with them. And when they find themselves outwitted, they cry out upon an honest fellow who has been too hard for them at their own weapons. I could hardly contain myself. My heart was at my throat. Down, down, I said to myself, exuberant exultation. A sudden cough befriended me. I again turned to her, all as indifferent over as a girl at the first long-expected question, who waits for two more. I heard out the rest of her speech, and when she had done, instead of saying anything to her for London, I advised her to send for Mrs. Norton. As I knew she would be afraid of lying under obligation, I could have proposed to do so much for the good woman and her son as would have made her resolve that I should do nothing. This, however, not merely to avoid expense. But there was no such thing as allowing of the presence of Mrs. Norton. I might as well have had her mother or her Aunt Hervey with her. Hannah, had she been able to come, and had she actually come, I could have done well enough with. What do I keep fellows idling in the country for, but to fall in love, and even to marry those whom I would have them marry? Nor, upon second thoughts, would the presence of her Norton, or of her aunt, or even of her mother, have saved the dear creature, had I decreed her fall. How unequal is a modest woman to the adventure when she throws herself into the power of a rake! Punctilio will, at any time, stand for reason with such an one. She cannot break through a well-tested modesty. None but the impudent little rogues, who can name the person and the church before you think of either, and undress and go to bed before you the next hour, should think of running away with a man. I am not in the right train now. Every hour, I doubt not, will give me an increasing interest in the affections of this proud beauty. I have just carried unpoliteness far enough to make her afraid of me, and to show her that I am no whiner. Every instance of politeness now will give me double credit with her. My next point will be to make her acknowledge a lambent flame, a preference of me to all other men at least. And then my happy hour is not far off. And acknowledge reciprocality in love sanctifies every little freedom, and little freedoms beget greater. And if she call me ungenerous, I can call her cruel. The sex love to be called cruel. Many a time have I complained of cruelty even in the act of yielding, because I knew it gratified the fair one's pride. I had a mind to alarm her with something furthest from my purpose, for, as much as she disliked my motion, I intend nothing by it. Mrs. Osgood is too pious a woman, and would have been more her friend than mine. I had a view, moreover, to give her an high opinion of her own sagacity. I love, when I dig a put, to have my prey tumble in with secure feet and open eyes. Then a man can look down upon her with an "Oh-ho, charmer, how came you there?" Monday, April 17th. I have just now received a fresh piece of intelligence from my agent, honest Joseph Leman. Thou knowest the history of poor Miss Betterton of Nottingham. James Harlowe is plotting to revive the resentments of her family against me. The Harlowes took great pains some time ago to endeavour to get to the bottom of that story. But now the foolish devils are resolved to do something in it, if they can. My head is working to make this booby squire a plotter and a clever fellow, in order to turn his plots to my advantage, supposing his sister shall aim to keep me at arm's length when in town, and to send me from her. I will in proper time let thee see Joseph's letter, and what I shall answer to it. To know in time a designed mischief is, with me, to disappoint it, and to turn it upon the contriver's head. End of Letter 35.
Letter 36 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 3, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 36. Miss Howe to Miss Clarissa Harlowe, in answer to letters 28 through 34 inclusive. Tuesday, April 18. You have a most implacable family. Another visit from your Uncle Antony has not only confirmed my mother an enemy to our correspondence, but has almost put her upon treading in their steps. But to other subjects. You plead generously for Mr. Hickman. Perhaps, with regard to him, I may have done, as I have often done in singing, begun a note or key too high, and yet, rather than begin again, proceed, though I strain my voice, or spoil my tune. But this is evident, the man is the more observant for it, and you have taught me that the spirit which is the humbler for ill usage will be insolent upon better. So, good and grave Mr. Hickman, keep your distance a little longer, I beseech you. You have erected an altar to me, and I hope you will not refuse to bow to it. But you ask me if I would treat Mr. Lovelace, were he to be in Mr. Hickman's place, as I do Mr. Hickman. Why, really, my dear, I believe I should not. I have been very sagely considering this point of behaviour in general, on both sides in courtship, and I will very candidly tell you the result. I have concluded that politeness, even to excess, is necessary on the men's part, to bring us to listen to their first addresses, in order to induce us to bow our necks to a yoke so unequal. But upon my conscience, I very much doubt whether a little intermingled insolence is not requisite from them, to keep up that interest when once it has got footing. Men must not let us see that we can make fools of them, and I think that smooth love, that is to say, a passion without rubs, in other words, a passion without passion, is like a sleepy stream that is hardly seen to give motion to a straw. So that sometimes to make us fear, and even for a short space to hate the wretch, is productive of the contrary extreme. If this be so, Lovelace, than whom no man was ever more polite and obsequious at the beginning, has hit the very point. For his turbulence since, his readiness to offend, and his equal readiness to humble himself, as must keep a woman's passion alive, and at last tire her into a non-resistance that shall make her as passive as a tyrant husband would wish her to be, I verily think that the different behaviour of our two heroes to their heroines make out this doctrine to demonstration. I am so much accustomed, for my own part, to Hickman's whining, creeping, submissive courtship, that I now expect nothing but whine and cringe from him, and am so little moved with his nonsense, that I am frequently forced to go to my harpsichord to keep me awake, and to silence his humdrum. Whereas Lovelace keeps up the ball with a witness, and all his address and conversation is one continual game at racquet. Your frequent quarrels and reconciliations verify this observation, and I really believe that, could Hickman have kept my attention alive after the Lovelace manner, only that he had preserved his morals, I should have married the man by this time. But then he must have set out accordingly, for now he can never, never recover himself, that's certain. He must be a dangler to the end of the courtship chapter, and, what is worse for him, a passive to the end of his life. Poor Hickman, perhaps you'll say. I have been called your echo. Poor Hickman, say I. You wonder, my dear, that Mr. Lovelace took not notice to you overnight of the letters of Lady Betty and his cousin. I don't like his keeping such a material and relative circumstance, as I may call it, one moment from you. By his communicating the contents of them to you next day, when you was angry with him, it looks as if he withheld them for occasional pacifiers. And if so, must he not have had forethought that he might give you cause for anger? Of all the circumstances that have happened since you have been with him, I think I like this the least. Let alone, my dear, small as it might look to an indifferent eye, in mine warrants all your caution. Yet I think that Mrs. Greme's letter to her sister Sorlings, his repeated motions for Hannah's attendance, and for that one of the widow Sorlings's daughters, and above all, for that of Mrs. Norton, are agreeable counterbalances. Were it not for these circumstances, I should have said a great deal more of the other. Yet what a foolish fellow, to let you know overnight that he had such letters! I can't tell what to make of him. I am pleased with the contents of these ladies' letters, and the more, as I have caused the family to be again sounded, and find that they are all as desirous as ever of your alliance. They really are, every one of them, your very great admirers. And as for Lord M., he is so much pleased with you, and with the confidence, as he calls it, which you have reposed in his nephew, that he vows he will disinherit him, if he reward it not as he ought. You must take care that you lose not both families. I hear Mrs. Norton is enjoined, as she values the favour of the other family, not to correspond either with you or with me, poor creatures. Yet they are not your relations neither, I believe. Had you had any other nurse, I should have concluded you had been changed. I suffer by their low malice. Excuse me, therefore. You really hold this man to his good behaviour with more spirit than I thought you mistress of, especially when I judged of you by that meekness which you always contended for, as the proper distinction of the female character, and by the love which, think as you please, you certainly have for him. You may rather be proud of than angry at the imputation, since you are the only woman I ever knew, read, or heard of, whose love was so much governed by her prudence. But when once the indifference of the husband take place of the ardour of the lover, it will be your turn, and if I am not mistaken, this man, who is the only self-admirer I ever knew who was not a coxcomb, will rather in his day expect homage than pay it. Your handsome husbands, my dear, make a wife's heart ache very often, and though you are as fine a person of a woman, at the least, as he is of a man, he will take too much delight in himself to think himself more indebted to your favour than you are to his distinction and preference of you. But no man, take your finer mind with your very fine person, can deserve you, so you must be contented, should your merit be underrated. Since that must be so, marry whom you will. Perhaps you will think I indulge these sort of reflections against your narcissuses of men, to keep my mother's choice for me of Hickman in countenance with myself. I don't know but there is something in it, at least enough to have given birth to the reflection. I think there can be no objection to your going to London. There, as in the centre, you will be in the way of hearing from everybody, and sending to anybody, and then you will put all his sincerity to the test, as to his promised absence, and such like. But indeed, my dear, I think you have nothing for it but marriage. You may try, that you may say you have tried, what your relations can be brought to, but the moment they refuse your proposals, submit to the yoke, and make the best of it. He will be a savage indeed, if he makes you speak out. Yet it is my opinion that you must bend a little, for he cannot bear to be thought slightly of. This was one of his speeches once, I believe designed for me. A woman who means one day to favour her lover with her hand, should show the world, for her own sake, that she distinguishes him from the common herd. Shall I give you another very fine sentence of his, and in the true libertine style, as he spoke it, throwing out his challenging hand? Blank him if he would marry the first princess on earth, if he but thought she balanced a minute of her choice of him, or of an emperor. All the world, in short, expect you to have this man. They think that you left your father's house for this very purpose. The longer the ceremony is delayed, the worse appearance it will have in the world's eye, and it will not be the fault of some of your relations, if a slur be not thrown upon your reputation while you continue unmarried. Your uncle Antony, in particular, speaks rough and vile things, grounded upon the morals of his brother Orson. But hitherto your admirable character has antidoted the poison. The detractor is despised, and every one's indignation raised against him. I have written through many interruptions, and you will see the first sheet creased and rumpled, occasioned by putting it under my bosom on my mother's sudden coming upon me. We have had one very pretty debate, I will assure you, but it is not worth while to trouble you with the particulars. But upon my word, no matter though. Your Hannah cannot attend you. The poor girl left her place about a fortnight ago, on account of the rheumatic disorder, which has confined her to her room ever since. She burst into tears when Kitty carried to her your desire of having her with you, and called herself doubly unhappy that she could not wait upon a mistress whom she so dearly loved. Had my mother answered my wishes, I should have been sorry Mr. Lovelace had been the first proposer of my Kitty for your attendant, till Hannah should come. To be altogether among strangers, and a stranger to attend you every time you remove, is a very disagreeable thing. But your considerateness and bounty will make you faithful ones wherever you go. You must take your own way, but if you suffer any inconvenience, either as to clothes or money, that it is in my power to remedy, I will never forgive you. My mother, if that is your objection, need not know anything of the matter. We all have our defects. We have often regretted the particular fault, which, though in venerable characters, we must have been blind not to see. I remember that you once said to me, and the caution was good, "Let us, my Nancy," were your words, "let us, who have not the same failings as those we censure, guard against other and greater in ourselves." Nevertheless, I must needs tell you that my mother has vexed me a little very lately, by some instances of her jealous narrowness. I will mention one of them, though I did not intend it. She wanted to borrow 30 guineas of me, only while she got a note changed. I said I could lend her but 8 or 10. 8 or 10 would not do. She thought I was much richer. I could have told her I was much cunninger than to let her know my stock, which, on a review, I find 95 guineas, and all of them most heartily at your service. I believe your uncle Tony put her upon this wise project, for she was out of cash in an hour after he left her. If he did, you will judge that they intend to distress you. If it will provoke you to demand your own in a legal way, I wish they would, since their putting you upon that course will justify the necessity of your leaving them. And as it is not for your credit to own that you were tricked away contrary to your intention, this would afford a reason for your going off, that I should make very good use of. You'll see that I approve of Lovelace's advice upon this subject. I am not willing to allow the weight of your answer to him on that head, which perhaps ought to be allowed it. [Footnote: See Letter 31 of this volume.] You must be the less surprised at the inventions of this man, because of his uncommon talents. Whatever he had turned his head to, he would have excelled in, or been, or done things extraordinary. He is said to be revengeful, a very bad quality. I believe, indeed, he is a devil in everything but his foot. This, therefore, is my repeated advice: provoke him not too much against yourself, but unchain him, and let him loose upon your sister Betty and your brother Joseph Leman. This is resenting low, but I know to whom I write, or else I would go a good deal higher, I'll assure you. Your next, I suppose, will be from London. Pray direct it, and your future letters, till further notice, to Mr. Hickman at his own house. He is entirely devoted to you. Don't take so heavily my mother's partiality and prejudices. I hope I am past a baby. Heaven preserve you, and make you as happy as I think you deserve to be, prays your ever affectionate Anna Howe. End of Letter 36.
Letter 37 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 3, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 37. Miss Clarissa Harlowe to Miss Howe, Wednesday morning, April 19th. I am glad, my dear friend, that you approve of my removal to London. The disagreement between your mother and you gives me inexpressible affliction. I think you both more unhappy than you are. But I beseech you, let me know the particulars of the debate you call a very pretty one. I am well acquainted with your dialect. When I am informed of the whole, let your mother have been ever so severe upon me, I shall be easier a great deal. Faulty people should rather deplore the occasion they have given for anger than resent it. If I am obliged to anybody in England for money, it shall be to you. Your mother need not know of your kindness to me, you say, but she must know it, if it be done, and if she challenge my beloved friend upon it. For would you either falsify or prevaricate? I wish your mother could be made easy on this head. Forgive me, my dear, but I know, yet once she had a better opinion of me. Oh, my inconsiderate rashness! Excuse me once more, I pray you. Pride, when it is native, will show itself sometimes in the midst of mortifications. But my stomach is down already. I am unhappy that I cannot have my worthy Hannah. I am sorry for the poor creature's illness as for my own disappointment by it. Come, my dear Miss Howe, since you press me to be beholden to you, and would think me proud if I absolutely refused your favour, pray be so good as to send her 2 guineas in my name. If I have nothing for it, as you say, but matrimony, it yields little comfort that his relations do not despise the fugitive, as persons of their rank and quality pride might be supposed to do, for having been a fugitive. But oh, my cruel, thrice cruel uncle! To suppose, but my heart checks my pen, and will not let it proceed, on an intimation so extremely shocking as that which he supposes. Yet, if thus they have been persuaded, no wonder if they are irreconcilable. This is all my hard-hearted brother's doings, his surmisings. God forgive him, prays his injured sister. End of letter 37. Letter 38 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 3, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 38. Miss Clarissa Harlowe to Miss Howe, Thursday, April 20th. Mr. Lovelace's servant is already returned with an answer from his friend, Mr. Dolman, who has taken pains in his inquiries, and is very particular. Mr. Lovelace brought me the letter as soon as he had read it, and as he now knows that I acquaint you with everything that he offers, I desired him to let me send it to you for your perusal. Be pleased to return it by the first opportunity. You will see by it that his friends in town have a notion that we are actually married. To Robert Lovelace, Esquire, Tuesday night, April 18th. Dear Sir, I am extremely rejoiced to hear that we shall so soon have you in town after so long an absence. You will be the more welcome still, if what report says be true, which is, that you are actually married to the fair lady upon whom we have heard you make such encomiums. Mrs. Dolman and my sister both wish you joy if you are, and joy upon your near prospect if you are not. I have been in town for this week past to get help if I could from my paralytic complaints, and am in a course for them, which, nevertheless, did not prevent me from making the desired inquiries. This is the result. You may have a first floor well furnished at a mercer's in Belford Street, Covent Garden, with conveniencies for servants, and these either by the quarter or month, the terms according to the conveniences required. Mrs. Dolman has seen lodgings in Norfolk Street and others in Cecil Street. But though the prospects to the Thames and Surrey Hills look inviting from both these streets, yet I suppose they are too near the city. The owner of those in Norfolk Street would have half the house go together. It would be too much for your description, therefore. And I suppose that when you think fit to declare your marriage,